What if you could do
crowded places, feel it sinking in. Lonely faces, say you need a friend. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city at night, turn up. Getting hot, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city at night, turn up. But I will guide you home. But I will guide you home. But I will guide you home. Fight your battles, always by yourself. In the shadows, hear you cry for help. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city at night, turn up. I know, getting hot, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city at night, turn up. But I will guide you home. Letting love pass by, something I've done so many times. Trying to keep my head high while everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart, just like a miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. Letting go of the past, I can never understand. So many questions, why? Well, everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. to gold in my broken heart, just like a miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for, waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. Oh, oh, I've been waiting for, waiting for. Oh, oh, the one that pulled me out of the dark. You're the angel. You're the angel. And I lost myself again. You hit just like a drug. This time I won't let you in. You're playing with fire. No, I didn't on the prey. But this time I won't collapse like I did yesterday. Yesterday, you broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in, I can't give in, I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. When you're bad, but you're bad for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run with the wolves. Far from the light of the day. I can't go back to you, I'm stronger today. Been to the dark side, I don't know. So if you wanna shoot far away, I won't go back to you. I'm stronger, I'm stronger, I'm stronger today. I'm stronger today. Tú tienes la pócima para enloquecerme, pero voy a draw the line. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. Sé que como un trofeo quieres tenerme, pero I don't need no one. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. No, 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 baby, no, 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 no setbacks. No, 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 baby, no, 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 this time. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in, I can't give in, I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. When you're bad, but you're bad for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run with the wolves. Far from the light of the day. I can't go
Hello, everybody. What is up, guys? We are coming to you live from Jacksonville, Florida for Best Bet Live 510 No Limit Hold'em action tonight. Should be a very, very good one. In the booth tonight, you got myself, Kirk the Cooler, and Mike Kruger, OP Room Manager. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up, Kirk? How's it going out there, everybody?
Yeah, sorry for the little late stream. Usually Country is here running the show, but tonight it is me, so I'm trying to light everything on fire right now.
Yeah, no fires, please.
What was your name again? 'Cause I didn't catch it. Rick.
But yeah, we got a nice little 5-10 game going. Obviously, it's not filled up, but we do have players on the way.
Raise 100.
So anybody unfamiliar, it's a 510 no limit hold'em. It's a uncapped buy-in, so you'll see some players buy in pretty deep. Looks like RZ, the only player who didn't elect to buy in for a large quantity so far. And RZ does flop the best hand here. King, King, Queen board. He's holding Queen, Jack. Carson obviously with a gut shot to Broadway. We are going to see RZ fire out. And now we're going to see Carson let it go after Todd folded as well. So first pot of the night going RZ's way. See if he can chip up and try to accumulate a stack.
Yeah, RZ's been playing on the stream quite often as of the last month or two, and he usually does min-buy, but he's done fairly well.
Yeah, I would imagine he's just starting to move up to the 5-10. Usually a 2-5 player, kind of starting to take a shot at the bigger games. Doesn't necessarily want to buy in super deep first couple times around to get a feel for it. Most of the other players here are pretty regular 5-10 players, I would say.
Yeah, most definitely.
A lot of familiar faces. Big Bird there in the middle. Rick S. going to let it go. Now it gets over to Don, the usual YouTube fan favorite.
Absolutely.
Always giving away 5% of his winnings should he book a win to one lucky YouTube commenter. We got Todd over there in the one seat. He's been very frequent on all the big games recently.
Yeah, most notably the 10-25 game we had last Friday.
10-25 game on Friday did not go his way.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Kind of ran into a brick wall a couple of times. Todd, known for being one of the more aggressive players at the table, fortunately got looked up over and over again on that game and just couldn't get any real hands going either. I know a few times he got it in with some monster draws and they didn't connect, so.
Brick. Sometimes it is like that. But as you said, he loves to push the action, and unfortunately on that game, everybody loved to push action.
Yeah, that was definitely an action table. Hard for him to out-aggress a good chunk of them, including Russ. Who else was on there? Jimmy, Mario, especially Mario. You can't really out-aggress Mario. So.
Yeah. Basar. It was just a super aggressive table.
Yeah. This hand we're going to see Big Bird and Todd go heads up, Queen 6-6. Big Bird flopping top pair.
You literally like breathing big.
He is going to check it over, opening the door. As we said, Todd can be on the more aggressive side. Maybe Big Bird knows that, trying to show a little weakness on such a dry board. Sure enough, Todd does fire out a bet rather than checking back his ace high. Big Bird just going to put in the call. Maybe feeling it's a pretty good situation for him to trap. King Queen plays pretty similarly to having a 6 here. Pre-flop razor. Hard for Todd to have a 6 or a big hand. If Todd had something like Ace Queen, he would have 3-bet pre-flop. I think Big Bird's pretty aware of that. So for Todd, it's either a 6 or it's nothing. Well, feeling a little bit better now if you're Big Bird than you were before. And he continues slow playing his hand. Todd picking up on that, I believe, checks back the river with his ace high and gets the news that Big Bird was trapping him. We're going to see Big Bird take down a little bot here. Almost $1,000 in the middle. So pretty well played, I would say, out of Big Bird there. Obviously, if he just continuation bet the flop, it would be hard to get nearly as much value out of that one. There we see Don showing off his big shark tooth there on the table. That's what that rock-looking thing is. It's a Mega Ladon shark tooth. And actually gets around to Carson in the 2-seat. He's going to raise it up from the button. He's got ace, jack offsuit. Carson, another 5-10 regular across all the best bet properties. We're going to see Rick defend from the Strata with his queen-8 suited. Only 50 more to call. Does put it in, and we see an 8-high flop, so good news for Rick. Came down 8-6 deuce rainbow. Rick's just going to lead right out rather than check it over and give Carson the opportunity to check behind. And a lot of bad cards on the turn for Rick's hand. Did see Carson put in the call with his ace-high. Turns a 9. Does complete the rainbow, so pretty safe turn card for Rick. Looks like we're going to see him fire again. Does bet out 225. Sure enough, Carson's going to let it go. Any of Rick's semi-bluffs got there on the turn, like 5-7, 7-9, all those hands improve, so hard for Carson to be beating too many things.
Yeah, that's why I just was asking them, how long do they wait? Yeah. They told me.
Well, Hunter was going to play.
Okay.
Yeah, you were on deck until Hunter.
But once again, do appreciate everybody tuning in with us tonight. Anybody new to the channel, this is Best Bet Jacksonville. We've got a total of 3 rooms here in Northeast Florida, this being the primary location in Jacksonville. And like Kirk said a little bit ago, my name is Mike. I am the room manager of our other room over in Orange Park. And our 3rd newest location down in St. Augustine. This one, again, located in Jacksonville, being the biggest of the 3. Where we bring all the live stream games from. We did see Carson put in a 3-bet. Made it 125 to go. Both Don and RZ are going to stay in there. RZ from the button with pocket 9s. Flop comes down king high. Does have 2 hearts, so Don on the nut flush draw. Looks like Carson's going to put out a C-bet, 125. Looks like Don's thinking about putting in a check raise. RZ did call from the button with only 1 overcard out there. Carson could be c-betting wide. Don does spring it, makes it 450 to go. Carson quickly gets out of there, and it's going to be hard for RZ to continue now. Don obviously could be holding a king here, and you'd be drawing to 2 outs. This is kind of the downside of operating off of one of the shorter stacks. Spots like this, you can't call and see the turn. Instead, you're kind of just handcuffed to your hand strength right here, right now on the flop, and going to be hard for RZ to continue on.
All right. All right, I'm back in here, and we got a pretty big hand here, huh?
Should just be RZ tanking for no reason and then putting in the fold like we saw in the last stream.
Yeah, he does like to posture quite a lot.
Yeah, especially in spots where his opponents could be semi-bluffing him. I think he does that to try to get them to not do it in the future. Sometimes can work. I don't think Don's necessarily the opponent's going to fall for something like that. Don, very experienced, and Don, full of experience, and he's also played with RZ the last couple of times, so he's pretty much aware of that style of play. So while RZ's thinking, we'll say hi to Steve, first up in the YouTube chat. What's going on tonight, Steve? Chris over on Facebook saying this game could get out of hand real quick with these players. True. You got Don, Todd, Carson. None of them are going to be too gun-shy in terms of action. We don't have any of the necessarily crazy maniacs like we saw in that 10-25 game with Russ and Mario. should be a
Glad I could help. Have a good day.
pretty relatively good action game, I would say. Kind of like a normal good 5-10 game you'd find. And sure enough, RZ did let go of the 9s, and Don gets to scoop a pot. Don scooping pots early and often, always good for the YouTube chat. And Don doing the 5% giveaway tonight. He plans on playing the whole stream, so hopefully we can get somebody a nice payday out of that one.
Just water's good enough for me. I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, darling. Thank you.
You got me on the way back? Thank you, baby.
All right. Yeah, sorry again about the YouTube thing. We had some technical issues, but we should be all up and running. Steve, always a pleasure to see you, man. So waiting on my pizza. Sounds delicious.
Friday night, pizza night for Steve.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I've learned.
Straddling down there? As long as Mr. Reynolds in there.
25 to play. Live straddle.
But in this game, we will see probably a multitude of straddles. It will be a $25 amount.
75.
Looks like it's an under-the-gun straddle as it stands right now. See if it develops into more. Big Bird did open it up with ace-9 offsuit.
Race 300.
I see Carson put in a 3-bet again with ace-queen. Second time in 3 hands we've seen Carson do this with this hand. See what Big Bird elects to do over here. He is going to let it go. So Carson's 3-bet the first time, didn't work. Got it through this time. Gets to take it down. Dr. S in the chat says, good evening. Good evening to you as well, Dr. S. Thanks for tuning in.
Straddle on the button.
This hand, we're going to see the button put on the straddle. As RZ did not elect to straddle from under the gun. Don, more than happy to oblige from the button. So obviously with the straddle on, action did start on the small blind. We saw Todd put in the call from that small. And now when action gets around to Big Bird, he puts in a raise with the ace-7. Don is going to call. Todd in there as well with the 9-6 suited. We're off to a jack 5 deuce flop with 2 clubs. So Todd with the flush draw. Looks like he's going to fire out a c-bet. Big Bird with the best hand with ace high for now, but especially with a player behind, can't imagine he's going to continue. He's going to let it go, and Don quickly folds as well. And we're seeing Todd start to open up early, as he likes to do, and c-bets and takes it down. Aggression getting rewarded. I would imagine he's not going to slow down anytime soon. Looks like Lindsey Jorn over the chat is rooting for Big Bird, so let's see if his fan base comes out tonight. Let us know if you're out there rooting for anybody in particular on this table. James over in Facebook says, howdy. How you doing tonight, James? Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate everybody that's joining us tonight. Hopefully this 5-10 game gets a little fun. Looks like Rick is going to make it 75 to go with the King 5 suited. We did see the button straddle on again this hand. Courtesy of Todd, who did defend his straddle with the Queen 9. Carson 3-betting yet again. This is our 3rd 3-bet in about 5 hands out of Carson. Pretty interesting flop as Carson flops 2 overs plus gut shot. Todd with middle pair. Turns a board pairing 10, so looks like Carson does go for the delayed c-bet. Betting now rather than the flop. Fortunately for him, Todd's going nowhere with his 10s and 9s. After a brick tray on the river, it's just a matter of whether Carson's going to keep firing. He does. Can't imagine Todd is going to fold, especially after the action went check on the flop. Hard for Carson to have a massive hand. Obviously, Todd holding a 9 pretty good hand in this spot. And sure enough, Todd does flip in the call after quick, short deliberation, and he's going to take it down. So big pot going Todd's way. Unfortunate for Carson. Todd woke up with a 9 in that one. And we are going to see Carson immediately go to the bag, grab a few more chips, top off his stack. Looks like he threw a couple pumpkins on. With Todd and Carson sitting next to each other, that could get to be a pretty interesting dynamic tonight. Both players wanting to take control of the table. They have RS, the short stack, behind them, so not too afraid of the player behind.
Tournaments is longer, but for a cash game.
Cash game's only 15 minutes.
Dr. S says, I just don't get the sunglasses. Why not a ski mask? Maybe, I don't know if the ski mask would be quite allowed inside of a poker room as much.
It used to be when we had COVID.
So when we had COVID, it was pretty close.
It was pretty darn close. Not exactly a ski mask,
But yeah, definitely a couple players with sunglasses. We saw, I think it was somebody pointed out on the final table this last weekend, it was like 5 of the 9 players started with sunglasses on.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. The lights are bright over here, so it makes sense. But it is funny to pay attention to that.
Wonder if they'll keep them on as they leave tonight. Get outside, not be able to see anything.
Pitch black outside.
And it looks like RZ is going to fire with just 10 high.
And a snap, just get it in.
Big Bird happy to just stick it in with the ace.
I do fix the camera angle shortly, guys. Sorry about that. But he says ace good. Just put in the remaining 200. Big Bird, I don't know if you've ever watched him while he played, but he used to play the 5-10s and the 2-5 deeps all the time, but I haven't seen him as of recent. He told me he was gone because of summer. Makes sense.
Summer vacation wrapping up, kids back in school.
Oh, yeah.
So it feels like everything's going back to normal. Football's about to start, kids are in school.
I'm excited for that.
Same. Looks like we had an under the gun straddle, and it gets all the way around to the big blind. Rick's going to go limping. Don checking it back. And Rick flopping the best of it. 6 high board. Holding jack 6. Puts that a little $25 bet. Don calls with ace high.
I think Don said that's a pretty good flop for my hand, or maybe my range. Does go check on the turn, and now we see Don E. Ace high. Does he want to pay him off?
It's a good flop. It's hard to flop pair, let alone top pair, right?
Definitely hard to flop top pair when it's a 6 too. But there we did see Rick take down the pot. Limpin' was pimpin'.
Looks like there's a good amount of money on the table.
Yeah, everybody bought in pretty deep.
Yeah, even if it is 6-handed, it's good. We like that.
Yeah, and it's been a straddle just about every hand as well, so keeps the action going. Doesn't really slow down too hard, even though it's 6 max at the moment.
Absolutely. It's still a young Friday night, so I'm sure we'll get some players walking in.
So yeah, I would imagine, I know I was cutting it close getting here on time as well. A lot of traffic, accident out on 295, so
Ooh, lovely.
I would imagine a player or two are running a bit behind. Poker
Yeah,
players are known for their timeliness.
Absolutely. I did get a call from 2 different players saying that they were late. So hopefully they are okay, show up on time next time, whatever. All right, looks like Rick decided to 3-bet here, queen jack, diamonds in the small blind against Big Bird.
And Big Bird did open the button. We've seen this game dynamic so far has been a lot of late position opens, so when that usually happens, things start going 3-bet heavy out of the blinds. 3-bet got rewarded here as he flopped top pair. Big Bird really doesn't want to let it go, but eventually does.
And Rick is showing the goods.
It's like, flop top pair again. Back-to-back hands for Rick's top pair.
It's kind of reminded me of Chris, who got 2nd place in our main event where he just kept showing Hang all his cards, kept talking about it.
Probably not something you want to do in a tournament, I would say, giving away
Yeah.
that much info.
Info is everything, especially in tournaments, as you said. Over here, these guys are going to have fun. I don't know if they're drinking or if they're hanging out.
Carson's holding a Corona as you ask, so that's a good start.
That is a great start. Hybrid the Demon says, hopefully the stream is as good as last night's stream. I heard there were some funny spots in that. Some very interesting ones. Trey told me a couple hand histories from like super bizarre hands. You probably would like that, Mike.
I would love it. I guess I gotta go back and watch. I was actually working all night last night, so didn't get a chance to check it out yet, but should I have the day free tomorrow, maybe I'll sneak a watch, especially if it was a good one.
Yeah, he said that there was like, Trey told me that almost back-to-back hands, there are two very bizarre hands that just like happened that he's just like picking his brain about. And he even texted me about it the next morning, so I was like, oh, it must be really interesting.
Thank you, dear.
You're welcome. Everyone else okay?
At least Trey, didn't try to pretend he is the expert,
Yeah, this is true. I mean, he might have.
Raise
He's very cerebral in that. We got Strawman, Miss Deb in the chat. What's up, guys? Dr. S, of course. A little bit of everybody tonight on this nice Friday night.
Yep. Tune into a decent one as we're seeing Big Bird opening it up with 4 trays suited.
Is Todd calling blind there? Wow, they're gonna.
Probably.
Wow, Carson got wine and Corona. That's great. Todd does, ironically, have the best hand out of these two.
8 high, no flush draw.
Double down.
But he lets it go after Big Bird C-bets. Definitely a board you'd rather be the pre-flop raiser than the pre-flop caller.
That's what the cool kids are doing. You want to be a part of the cool kids.
Just trying to get the game out of the book so I don't leave, bro.
25 plays.
If I don't go to
five
sleep,
strokes.
I'll just leave. You know? Go get some sushi.
I agree with that. We do need a Todd in this game.
Raise 75.
You can eat right behind you.
You can eat right here. Yeah, right in front of you. Cool.
Here we go. Everybody's favorite Donnie waking up with the ladies.
On the stream all the time.
See if we can get any action.
I won't be that guy. I
I don't
promise.
think
Todd is going to call.
That's not what I was
Big Bird's been pretty aggressive so far. Going to come along as well. 5 high. Love that.
You ready for
Got to defend your straddle,
Yeah, I agree. Flop does come ace 10-10.
I'm not going to bet your hand for you, Don.
3 plays?
Todd says you're trapping me with the monster, which he is.
Todd was the victim of somebody trapping him not too long ago, so a little weary it's going to happen again.
Yeah. Wow, Todd picks up a couple more outs here. Only 7s.
Only 7, yeah. Queen would be disastrous for him now.
Queen would be real bad. Todd's going to fire out 175. Looks like Todd does call. 3 7s left in the deck. Jack high is not going to do it.
Yep, Don with the best hand.
But Todd is going to try and steal this.
Making it look like a value bet.
Yeah, I mean,
Might work. Any 10 or ace beats you if you're Don.
but Don is
But
a little sticky.
He's going to defend.
Great call.
Flop did check around. The turn brought a second heart, so maybe he can put Todd on a missed flush draw.
Absolutely.
Obviously, all the flush draws missed, plus
Like, if I were Todd, what would I do?
Todd holding a straight draw. It missed as well. All the broadways bricked out on that clean river, so Don picking off a bluff. Todd will just drown his sorrows in some wine, I guess.
Not a bad trade.
Try it again on the next hand.
We do know Todd will never stop trying.
25 to play. Last
He's a firm believer, and if you do not succeed, try again.
I respect it. Obviously, he did get his head kicked off a little bit.
Yeah, he's used to being the one driving the action, and that game was hard to outdo some of the
Yeah, some
guys
of
who
those psychos.
hop into a sports car and drive as fast as humanly possible when it comes to the action. Looks like Big Bird opened it up with 5s. Rick is going to call out of the straddle with King Jack. Now it's on our short stack RZ. Looks like he's just going to stick it all in with his ace-9. The graphic is correct. Not too much for the remaining players to call. Imagine they're not getting out of the way. Looks like Big Bird's going to try to isolate, though. Does bump it up to get Rick out of there. Good awareness by Big Bird as Rick didn't 3-bet pre-flop. You can just squeeze him out, get that 100 dead money in the middle, and flip here.
Classic little flip here, huh? Ace-9 against 5s.
There is no amount of money at this table on folding kings.
And we can see why Big Bird's squeeze was a good spot there, as Rick would have hit the king. But instead, Big Bird gets to take down this pot with the aggression pre-flop, 4-betting it to isolate against the short stack all in. RZ originally only limped in, so Big Bird knows he's not sitting on aces, kings, queens, any of the big ones, so might as well go flipping, especially with the dead money in the middle.
No, I said, do you want to straddle before?
Looks like RZ is in the weekend wallet. Gonna do 500 at a time.
I want to ask you
See if we can spin up this time.
I'll let you knit it up.
That's it. It's all over. Locked it up.
Locked it up.
Lifetime lockup.
Raise 100 in the 4.
And now this time, RZ with a big hand, ace-king suited, gonna make it 100 to go.
He's in for 5.
Everybody's gonna let it go, and RZ picks up a little bit of chips. See, he's gonna be the guy trying to spin it up.
Todd, do you want to straddle before Don asks?
Yes.
Straddle on the money.
Thanks, Don.
I would never presume.
Thanks, Don. You can presume. I'm on auto. You can presume all you want. I'll start with the on the other.
You and me both, brother. If I don't have it out there, just assume it's there. Out of flip.
So good news is multiple players on the table are saying that they're automatically going to straddle under the gun tonight. So I'm sure we'll see quite a few big pots.
Yeah, action's been already pretty solid, so this is what we love to see.
It hasn't been absolutely off the rails by any means, but it's definitely good.
What a spot for Donnie to wake up to with kings in the big blind.
Yeah, this is already say. Speaking of action, when you get to see a 3-bet before you look down at pocket kings, it's always a welcome sight.
And he's deceptively just going to call here. And we're
Sneaky.
going heads up. A cold call in the big blind is pretty strong, if you ask me.
Not often you'll see that this deep either. It's not like anybody's in there short. Sometimes you'll trap against a short stack, but wow.
Never against 2 titans who have about 5K in front of them
And
each.
unfortunately for Don, Rick turns 3 9s.
Don's going to wish he 4-bet him pre and out.
Action did check on the flop, so gonna be really hard for Don to get off of his hand here.
And just such a draw heavy board.
Especially if Rick had something like pocket jacks, ace jack. Well, now the ace comes in, and that's probably gonna save Don a little bit of money.
Yeah, flush gets there as well. Let's see what Rick decides to do. He's gonna try
He's
and
gonna
check
trap.
call. Yeah.
He went for the trap, but Don with one of the few hands that can just check behind.
That's how he's
And Rick, very frustrated, obviously, he's like, dang it, how do you check there?
That's been my time, gentlemen.
I thought for sure you were on a flush draw. I'm going to give you a chance to bet it.
And that's going to be the first half hour done, guys. Let's check some stats right away. Let's see what's up.
Turn card is a good card for me.
And those are your stats thus far. First 30 minutes in the book.
Is that what you had, Kings?
Carson down the most at 2,100. Ricky and Don both up. I guess everybody's up 500 or you're down. That's pretty good. B-Pips, of course. We do have a full game whenever these players do decide to show up. Hunter there you see in seat 8. But yeah, pretty good. Big Bird leading the action with 47%.
Yeah, I would imagine he's going to try to hold that leaderboard.
Play after the flop.
Just the flop.
And then, that's what I'm saying.
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough with Todd and Rick at the table, but I love it. It's a good dynamic to have.
And we'll do it every dealer change?
Yeah. So the winner of the pot pays the time.
Say again?
Winner of this pot pays time. So, buddy,
No, I know that.
live running game is over there? Yes.
What's time? 12 bucks. 15.
Are you friends with Pat Kelsey?
I know who he is. I wouldn't
You're
say
friends with him. Total? Okay. I just wanted to make sure that it was the right pod he was talking about.
it's not me.
He was asking me the new Tosh favor, and I was like, that guy's a lawyer.
So we got $25 bump
First
pot.
person I ever met.
That's not me.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're
Sure that I wasn't.
going to agree to doing a bomb pot every dealer change. This 5-10 game does pay a time rake. So they're going to do a bomb pot and take that time rake out of the pot. Anybody unaware, a bomb pot is every player gets dealt the hand, and then the action goes straight to the flop. They put in a predetermined amount pre-flop, and then we just go straight to a flop, and action starts as normal there. Good way to create some action, blow up a pot, easy way for the time rake to get taken out.
Add a bottle of water. Everyone else doing okay for this night?
We did see a Jack-Jack 8 flop with 2 clubs, so RZ decided to lead with the flush draw.
And call 6, 7, call an 8, call 9, 1, and 2.
But Hunter holding 3 jacks does just put in the call, presumably trapping.
Second 8.
Hunter checks it over to RZ again, see if he keeps firing with his flush draw. Does not, checks it back. See a 8 pairing the board on the river, so Hunter fills up, RZ holding nothing. He's getting ready to say 4 high, but there's a 5 on the board, so
508.
Hunter just going to put RZ to the test, and obviously we see RZ is just going to lay down this missed flush draw. And Hunter, just like that, welcome to the table. Here's a free full house for you.
Easy game. Gets to pay time rake too. Not bad.
Not enough for us, sir.
I wouldn't have played that pot if I knew.
Say again? What you said?
I wouldn't have thrown the 25 out there if I knew it was holding.
Right, so do I wait one? Yeah, it's a small thing. Wait, one hand, Hunter?
Yeah.
Alright, we got straddle on the 2.
All right, so Carson going to straddle on the gun.
What?
You got Hunter.
All right, undo, redo.
These rookie dealers. Where do we find them?
Down play.
Now over here on Monument Road at Best Bet Jacksonville.
If you could read some cards, come apply to be a dealer.
As Pablo in the chat says, this looks like the place to be right now. Sure is.
Absolutely.
Things are just starting to gear up out there. Friday night, starting to build up, closing in on 7 o'clock. Usually about the time everybody starts sneaking in after a nice long work week.
Yeah, and then 8 o'clock, of course, our high hand does start back up. And people love Best Bet, man. Give away some free monies.
25 to call.
Yeah, if you're looking to sneak out and play, tomorrow might be the best day to do it.
Yeah, we do have a
big
24K day.
promos, all the way from 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. too.
That's a
So
long time. Only at Best Bet Jacks. It is a big one. It's going to be crazy. 500 the first 30 minutes and then 1,000 every the last 30 minutes. It's going to be a good time. And I seen next week, next Sunday, we do have a stack tournament coming up as well. It's $300, 30K guaranteed over at St. Augustine,
Yeah.
our other property.
I was going to say Labor Day weekend is jammed full of stuff.
Everything.
We got a 10K day over at Orange Park on Saturday
I'll
the
be
2nd. You'll be there.
I'll be there.
He'll be there for a little bit. So if you guys want to get
a little
the
bit.
little bit of chips that Kirk
free
loses, you got to get there early. They usually don't last too long. Next day, as Kirk was just saying, the stack tournament down at St. Augustine on Sunday the 3rd. 300 buy-in, 30K guarantee for that event. And then the next day, Monday the 4th, on Labor Day, we're going to be doing the shared promo across all 3 locations, $2,000 every 30 minutes from noon to midnight. So we're getting ready for a nice Labor Day weekend. A little bit for everyone at each room. Definitely going to be a fun one.
Yeah, anyone can throw, yeah. Well, yeah, time break.
Someone else can take it.
Yeah, anyone can straddle time break, yeah. So we have a straddle in the 7.
Dev in the chat says that's the shuffle master, Tim. The shuffle master in the box.
Tim has many nicknames just because of his last name. It's hilarious. Between what all
He's
the
got a
boys
lot
call
of
him, what I call
he's got a
him.
lot of nicknames. The players call him a couple different names as well.
Yeah. Whether it's going good or bad.
Just because he's going so insane that like when the club
Dealing
come up,
poker
it's like
has
every
its up and down.
card,
Absolutely.
every hand that has a club is just going to go pot pot.
There's a lot of fun to it, but I think just being able to interact with all the players and everything like that is my favorite part about dealing.
Sometimes it's like,
Yeah, it's,
okay,
it's a lot like playing.
It is. It is. You get to see a lot of different hands.
You're at the table. You got some. You'll have your good days. You'll have your bad days. You're inside the poker room. It's a pretty similar feel, at least from my perspective.
Yeah, I agree completely. You know, I had this discussion I think with Country where it's just like it's kind of a cheat code if you want to learn and be a good player, you could be a dealer because a lot of times. I mean, you know,
This is a highly debated topic.
Yeah, absolutely. Because a lot of times I get to talk with these big cash game players a ton about hands they played or why they played it, stuff like that, and it's very nice.
So before we debate that, we're gonna watch
Big
Rick open up with
aces.
pocket aces.
6 from the money, and we
I think Rick was doing the blind 50 earlier. If he did that, he would have got paid off no matter what with aces here.
Well, did see Carson call a trays, and well, RZ gonna be hard not to get it all in and lose your chips here. Pocket queens with 500 behind. Does put in the 3-bet, and now Big Bird looks at 8s, and last time Big Bird had a chance, he went with an ISO to get it all in against RZ.
Does he do it again? It's a little bit different this time.
Yeah, definitely different this time as he's not the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah. Rick behind him. Rick and Carson behind him. He's going to let go of the 8s correctly.
Sick, good fold by Big Bird. So Big Bird's out to an early start. We saw him pull off a really good isolation raise with 5s earlier. And now this time getting off of pocket 8s
Makes a pretty
for very
fold.
cheap.
Yeah, for 300. Now does Rick decide to ISO here? Best starting hand in poker? He does. Like your 1K. Looks like Carson folds quickly, and of course RZ never
Yeah, I
folding
think-
in this
I
situation.
mean, I think Rick has to put in a raise given how deep him and Carson are.
Yeah.
Can't allow him to come in for so cheap behind.
And Carson is stuck 2K also. Wow.
Well, good flop for aces.
Yeah, above average. Oh, turns the
Scary
carry ball.
turn. But clean river. We're going to see Rick take RZ's chip stack with the pocket aces. They hold. Not often. Aces hold, but when they do, it's always nice.
Feels damn good.
Okay. Carson or Todd? RG's ranking for 1,000.
All right, so just like that, RZ is back in. It's time for 1,000, so maybe giving himself a little bit more maneuverability moving forward. He's tried the short stack approach and it hasn't worked so far. Maybe realizing, especially with the straddle on, he needs to be a little bit deeper to navigate in this game.
Those are the most exotic hand I've ever seen you play. Like,
Fold 8.
you're calling Kurt, right?
Yeah, I feel like I've got to. I mean,
Raise
but
109, fold 1 and 2.
I don't think he stuffed it without a pair, though. That's the issue. I feel like a lot of his bluffs are just going to be like one and done.
I don't know about that.
You think he's going to just follow through on the turn? I mean, he's getting called.
Good.
At least that wasn't my read of the situation. At least from him, he kind of gave up.
I think if he's got like Jack 10 or 6-5, like if he thinks he's got 2 live cards in a gut.
I just don't think he had. I don't know if he.
Are we all straddling or what?
Yeah, we're all straddling.
Yeah.
And under the gun straddle.
I don't think.
Are you not straddling?
Everybody but 4. Hunter. Hunter. Everyone but 4.
Straddle on, do 25 to call.
So you're gonna full turn for what was it, 2,500?
I think so. If I didn't
Raise
hit. I mean, I just don't think.
109.
Crazy.
Fold 1 and 2.
I just don't like. He was the type of person that he would bluff like the early streets, and then he would just shut it down once like he got called. Like, oh, the gig's up.
That's not what he's doing.
Raise 275 in the floor.
The what? The ace deuce. Well, that was his three-handed. He was like trying to like. There was like once he got.
We're going to see if RZ
I don't know if
buying in for 1,000 gets rewarded now, as he does wake up with a monster shortly after.
We were just being crushed by this.
Big Bird had another hand he'd love to see flop with King Jack suited, but does fold.
The alarm bells went off with the RZ 3-bet, I believe.
Yep.
Rick going nowhere with the ace-5 suited. Imagine Don's definitely getting the price to call now.
Yeah, most definitely.
Only 175 more. Time to go set mining.
Plus we're super deep.
I was hoping Hunter and Carson were gonna get a little bit more specific about what the hand they were talking about was. They're two of the better players in the game, so hearing them doing some in-depth analysis would have been nice. Fortunately, we didn't get the parameters of which hand they were talking about. Wow. So Don, straight flush draw. Rick with a pair, and aces are still in the lead for RZ right now.
Yeah, Don with only diamond in hand also, but of course he's never not going to see bet this flop. Going to bet 300, has about 400 behind.
Yeah, Rick gonna call with his pair.
And once again, Don getting a pretty good price to come see a turn.
Yeah, so hard to fold a straight flush draw. Obviously, if a diamond comes, it's not the tray that you're looking for. It's a little bit gross though,
Yeah,
but
we got to navigate it very weirdly.
but he's putting in the call.
And just like this, we got a $1,700 pot.
He's over there
And the
now.
clubs shouldn't change too much.
If we see RZ shove on this turn, I would imagine it's going to kind of let both players off the hook, though. Even though it's cheap, neither of them connecting with the queen.
She's like,
Rick could just be thinking RZ has some ace king with the ace of diamond combos here. But the price is good. I mean, 420 to win 2,100.
I don't know if Rick has any history with RZ. Anybody that's played with RZ on the live stream knows he's on the more snug side of things, so this is almost never a bluff.
Never.
For only 400 into two opponents with 1,700 in the middle. Don can't fold. Looking for a 4, a tray, or any diamond, really.
You heard him. I have outs, buddy.
He couldn't be drawing dead.
I think it was a diamond.
So
Oh,
the
no,
way it
was
looks.
not. Never mind. Oh, it was a diamond. Okay.
Yeah, you could tell RZ threw his hand in the air when the river came out. Looked like it was a diamond to me.
I thought Don mucked his hand, but he just turned it face up.
And Don just saying, I have a little diamond.
Little diamond's good. And RZ not running very hot so far.
Yeah, third time getting it all in and losing. This time ace is being cracked.
Never a fun sight.
Now, kind of like we were talking about earlier, it's really hard to navigate post flop off of a short stack. It's generally more of a pre-flop game selection when you're short stacking it. So navigating off of what was effectively 40 big blinds is not easy, because you give your opponents a price and allow them to play their hand a little bit more correctly. You know, say he had 1,000 behind on that all-in, we would have seen Don get out of the way. So if you're gonna buy in short like RZ did, I would have liked him to just try and get it all in pre-flop or just on the flop itself.
Yeah, he did 3-bet pretty small. Made a 275 right off of a 100 raise.
Probably could have gone a little bit bigger, like, you know, a little over 300 would have sized it where he can do a pot size shoved if he got called by one player. And then especially when it went multi-way on not holding the ace of diamonds, he had 2 black aces on a all diamond flop. You probably just want to get it all in right then and there against somebody. But I mean, he did get it all in with the best hand, so
It did good. That's all we can ask for. Unfortunate run out for him, though. Unfortunate river. I should
did
say.
navigate it to put himself in the position to make the most. You know, would have more than doubled up with all the dead money. So who knows? I mean, pick your poison. Obviously, you just don't want the river to be a diamond.
150 in the 7.
We're gonna see Rick bluffing with his muffin here, holding king high. No draw. Don did turn open-ended and the nut flush draw, so he's going nowhere. See if Don can river a flush again. This time he'll know it's good.
Yeah, a little backdoor flush. A little sneaky.
Todd got in there as well with the gut shot
Instead,
and
he
deuces.
just binks a 7. 7's going to be good.
Unless Rick fires. We saw Rick bet the turn, but with 2 opponents in the hand, he's just going to check it. Roll easy for somebody to have hit that river. Any 8 makes a straight. Any tray makes a straight. Don's gonna scoop this with a 7. Rick's gonna do the.
Rick said I should have bet.
He did the frustrator muck. Like I could have fired at it.
Should have fired. It would have worked.
Really tough to fire there though, with 2 opponents behind you, and if they connected with that turn card in any way, then the 7 really hits them. You know,
Yeah.
7-6
Straight
improves to
draws.
2 pair.
Absolutely.
7-8 obviously already had you beat, but 6-8 now went from a pair to a straight. But another pot going Don's way. He's chipping up
Good for the
nice and
chat.
steady. Good for the YouTube chat, indeed.
Big Bird would have. Oh yeah, Big Bird did have King Jack of Diamonds that hand, and he did consider calling the 275. This time, discipline didn't work out for him. Double-edged sword, that thing is.
Yeah, tough from his position. He would have been the first person to call. If he would have known the 2 players were coming in behind him, I'm sure he would have been in there. You don't want to be the only guy calling a short stack, knowing that you're behind, because even if you hit, it's hard to win a lot since he's short.
You know who's in Daytona?
If he would have seen Rick and Don coming along, I'm sure he definitely would have happily called and gone multi-way though.
I sit down and to my immediate right is Lexo. I thought you told me you banned yourself for tournaments, and he's like, this is the first tournament I've played in 5 years. I don't want to talk about it.
25 to call.
Okay, whatever. You must probably
Raise
just
75
stone
in the
tilt,
floor.
battling in the worst games with the hard rock. Just like, how do you not play a tournament for 5 years and then
Ball 6.
you're like, this is
Ball
my
7.
time.
Yeah, this is the
Daytona. This is my time.
Daytona's the re-entry.
So not like the 10K main at the
Right.
series. or
Calls in
something,
a
or
1.
like
Yeah. Fold
The,
it.
the, the
like
1500.
10K 5 diamond or
It's up.
something. You're like, it's my time. Moneymaker.
Check 1.
I feel like Hunter could have called Lexo's bluff though. Hunter referencing Lexo playing against him very recently, talking about tournaments. But I know Lexo made a vlog of a tournament just less than a year ago. So
And I called them. All 3 times they said, there's no stream for sure. We just confirmed.
Check around.
Then there's a stream Wednesday.
Of 100 into 1. And a call.
Well, I heard it was a.
Trade's gonna be good for RZ.
And it was pretty action too. Like,
I heard it was like the Daytona is all private streams. Like you really can't even do.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
I emailed them, DM'd them on
Yeah.
Twitter, and called them, and they're just like, let me talk to the manager real quick.
Private stream. What's the point of having a stream if it's private?
It's just
Yeah, like, I don't
Private
understand.
to actually.
I don't understand. I don't get it either. But like it's.
Then you
it's
have
like
to-
you're advertising
Actually,
your
you
game
get
that's not available.
Yeah.
See all of our players that we won't allow anybody else to play our game in.
It's like a
It's so
museum.
dumb.
in the underground straddle.
Like the 1025 last
See,
Friday.
like a dinosaur tooth.
Like last Friday, it was a museum.
Underground straddle, 25 to call.
There was a list.
There was a list. There
It
was
was
a
a
list.
list.
I was
Roll
next
7.
up the majority of the game.
Fold 8.
Fake list.
And then
And that's it.
decided
I
to.
can't believe that you
the
fired
most
tournament
Raise
when you got a seat
75
in that.
into 9.
You're a flip.
No,
Raise
I didn't get a
400
seat.
into 1. Fold
I
2
weren't
into
you
8.
first up for the game?
But I
How
knew.
are you in the tournament when you're?
But they didn't, I knew that I wouldn't get a seat. I knew it. John texted me saying that you're first up, show up, but like just so you know,
You just thought it was, like,
just so you
guaranteed
know,
you're not gonna
everybody's shown up. And I was like, okay, there's no way anybody is the fuck
Yeah, of
up.
course they're referencing the 1025 last week. Donnie, of course, first up, as Hunter said. But there was no way anybody was leaving that game at all. That game was insane.
Change from top.
And I was right.
say Hunter saying, how could you play in a tournament when you were next up for that good of a game? And Don said, well, I knew I wasn't getting in. It was too good of a game. Nobody would leave. And sure enough, I think that was our first stream ever
Yeah.
where the starting 8 players played the entire stream. You know, usually you'll see somebody bust once or twice and call it a day, but not on that night.
Especially when everybody was so deep buying in for 5K, 10K.
I mean,
Yeah, they were buying in very deep, and the chips were getting in the middle very often, but
Basically every other hand.
like him going all in for
you can reload and
you don't
make a comeback in a very short time. We saw one player got stacked twice in the first
first
orbit of the game and ended up booking a win on the night.
Somehow Mario had that 40K swing in the last hour of the stream. That was insane.
Check around.
Go back to this hand. What's in the lead here? Looks like a pair of 10s for Big Bird. He is going to fire out here.
Fold 8.
25, and it's probably just going to fold around. Easy game for Big Bird.
I think I played like, maybe it was last Thursday or like the 5-10 before that we were rabbit hunting. And I got used to it all night. And then the next night I go to OP and like, oh, can you see a card? I'm like, no, it get really bad. Don't ask me to
Good to hear that the floors at OP are doing their job. Thank you, Carson.
Right next to the pit, like,
Good to hear that we're not doing our jobs here.
no rabbit.
Thank you, Carson.
We are on a delay. It's impossible to go out and stop it.
It's right there on the wall next to the pit. You got under the gun straddle.
Book that says you can't.
It's the
take
Ten
double
Commandments.
straddle,
It's the 15
It's
Commandments.
like line number 3, like check and raise Fold. is allowed in this establishment. Okay. Fold 9. Fold.
You know, sometimes with these tables, you don't get much talking or table chat at all, but these guys are going at it, and I love it. I appreciate these guys so much.
Yeah, it makes our jobs easier, and we love listening in as well. So hopefully, as they get chirpy, we'll quiet down, listen into what they're saying. Of course, we're talking about that, and they immediately go silent on the table.
Is that Bashar? Who ended up winning?
No.
No, he won.
Typical stream curse.
Mario ended up being the big winner.
Oh, that's right. There was an all three-way all-in.
Yeah, I must.
When he had
nine,
King
Now
nine
they're
and
talking
King
about the
nine.
game.
I must ace 9 for what it would have been like a pot that would have got me out of it. Open ship, king 9 off.
Year gamble, and then spikes at 9.
Yeah, Todd, of course, like we said, was in that game and unfortunately got his head kicked in. But he's back tonight. But of course, he's got some
Sorry, you're right.
stories.
It was diamonds. You're right.
Fold 9,
You're right.
fold 1, fold 2.
Forgot. Sorry, Mario.
He was just referencing a good fold that he made that he would have connected with the board and gotten it unstuck in one hand.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's more of the frustration when it's not so much that you got sucked out on as much as you could have played a hand, made the right play, and
Jimmy got
immediately get punished by seeing that you would have won.
I haven't seen Jimmy get angry before. He got pissed. Justifiably. Sharp was like needling. And I don't think he was intentionally needling. It's just he was being himself. No, it was Bashar.
Oh yeah, Bashar. Yeah.
Jimmy got pissed.
Under the gun straddle.
I get a stream on tomorrow too? Just tonight.
Tomorrow is what? Trey, what's the stream tomorrow? 2-2.
No stream.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had the Sunday and Monday stream this week.
Oh, that's right, for the main event. That's right. Fold all the way to this.
And actually gets on Rick with pocket 7s. Imagine we're going to see him open it up.
Raise 75 into 7. Fold 8. So then back to Thursday, Friday, and Saturday next week.
And we're going to see Rick just take it down.
That's good.
And as we're talking about on the table, talking about our live stream coverage, we do come to you every Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We're talking about last week being a little wonky as we had extra coverage for the women's event, the card player main event, featured table coverage, mystery bounty coverage, final table coverage. But now that Card Player Tour has wrapped up, we're bringing cash game action for the next couple weeks. Every Thursday and Friday at 6 p.m. and Saturday at 4 p.m. Mixing in some big cash, little cash. Full schedule is up on the website. If anybody wants to sign up to play on the stream, you can also do so right there, bestbetjacks.com. Just go to the live stream section, and pretty easy to just fill out a little form, sign up for some games, and next thing you know, we'll see you here.
Hands up.
Good call.
Steve saying right now Don's been quiet. He's been pretty quiet tonight so far.
Check one.
Luckily, he's chipped up nicely, though, so he's letting his cards do the talking for him.
Check one. Check one.
While Todd's looking for the jack that Rick's holding, and there it is on the river. So now Todd
1,000.
holding the nuts. King high straight. Rick improved to top on the river. All the flush draws missed. If you're putting Todd on missed diamonds, you might look him up here.
Snap call 500.
Rick trying to figure out what Todd's got.
No, I just have top.
I'm probably gonna fold.
Todd with a polarizing over bet size, betting a little bit more than pot.
Polarizing bet.
Oh, Rick's saying what I'm saying. Definitely a polarizing bet.
I hate folding.
Polarizing in this scenario, anybody unaware, that just means that Todd bets big, so he's saying I have a monster hand or it's a bluff. Not a hand that you would bet one pair to this amount. If he was holding King Jack, it would be smaller. So Rick just trying to figure out if he wants to bluff catch with this hand. Hoping Todd has something like, you know, ace deuce of diamonds or some sort of flush draw that just completely bricked.
Maybe I'll make one loose little fish chips.
Is OP just dust now, or what? They can't get a game going ever?
They've been punished.
And sure enough, Rick does flick in the call.
They've been getting punished too much.
Punished for what?
Get in, buddy.
They've just been, people who shouldn't be playing 5-10 have been playing 5-10.
And unfortunately for Rick,
Button is good.
he does get shown Todd King High straight.
But
The last hand Trey's coming back.
Would imagine he
it's kind of like the,
bluff catch for sure. You saw him say it was a polarizing bet on the river by Todd.
we weren't playing the
We're
street.
gonna do a bomb pot. Should we take it to a double board?
I'll do PLO if you guys
No,
want.
I'm not doing PLO. But I'll do a double board.
It's a crop rotation.
Whatever you want, man. I don't
They
care.
get bigger breaks.
Whatever you want, Don.
I don't care. Double board, hold them, or single board, hold them for the bomb pot?
I'd rather do single.
Single.
Yeah, for sure. Speed the game up and let's have punishment.
Yeah,
I'd rather do a quarter, to be honest.
Yeah, let's do it 250.
I don't want to. I just have a chop with.
Let's do 50. I agree.
I'd much rather do 50.
You can pay Todd
You
if you
guys in
want.
for 50 or no?
He's buying
He's buying out.
Always out.
Yeah, because
I agree.
time's
All right, $50,
I agree.
$50 double board.
All right, after some negotiation, it's going to be $50 bomb pots the rest of the way. They are going to keep it single board.
Single board.
Sometimes players do a double board variety where you get two complete boards, each being half the pot,
3 of those people that are here.
but they're going to keep it single board bomb pots.
I'll play anyone.
6 players, single board.
I'll play you.
You got it.
Check, huh?
Look, pretty sure I have king queen of diamonds.
We're gonna have to check the deck if that's the case.
6 players.
We played a 3-game mix a couple times.
I'm in.
Hold'em, PLO, pineapple.
I'm in.
What is, we gotta figure out when Gil's back.
When what?
Gil likes that game. Likes
Actually did check around the flop, and it looks like we're going to see Don fire right out on the turn.
Every weekend for like a month.
Mix?
Yeah, 3-game mix.
But no, you won't play another mix like any other game?
Looks like everybody folds, so Don gets to take one down
It's a good card to show.
again.
You're out of town or you got hurt.
Don jokingly shows the 8 of diamonds, not the card that connected with the board, so
Gil and this
You play
other
regular
guy
pineapple or crazy?
Crazy fan.
Crazy?
So, like literally the first hand that Gil ever played, he like
but good news for everybody out there in YouTube land. Don doing the 5% giveaway.
Of course you do.
You moved it. And
Yeah,
then
I was asking if we
Took down a pot,
Not everybody.
adding it to his winnings on the day.
It's like literally the
Built in,
first
we're
hand
not
of crazy
moving it.
pineapple he's
It's
ever
a
played,
neither.
right? And he like 3
Round
bets,
two.
calls a 4-bet free, flops
Basically
top
separate.
top,
It's not everybody was built in.
big bet, call. He discards top pair and takes the flush draw in the gutter instead. And then the
25 to
guy
play,
bets turn,
live
Gil
straddle.
ships at 15,000. And calls off, and the other guy calls off, and he gets there. First hand of crazy pineapple he ever played.
Oh, that's amazing.
I
Insta
heard
hook.
this story, yeah. Just insane.
Hey,
So insane.
75, 37. Went through.
You're talking about Gil, right? Yep.
That's awesome.
So sick.
So it's 2 and 7 heads up your second round.
Have they ever done a mix on the stream?
No. No, I don't think the graphics could hold up.
Check 2. Check 7. I don't think they can hold up to pineapple, to be honest, even though there's a game that we have listed. Check 2.
You'd have to manually deal with this card. It'd be too hard.
At 107. Check 2.
But
Good.
like, how are you going to manually deal with it?
It's a lot. It would require a lot. It'd be fun.
Thank you.
For anybody that's listening into the table talk right now, talking about pineapple. If you're unaware, pineapple plays the same as Hold'em, but you get dealt 3 cards and you get to discard one of those 3. Pineapple being before the flop crazy pineapple being post flop.
Require
So
you guys to actually work.
pretty fun game. They're just talking about
You work.
decision making on
Somebody press
discarding top pair versus flush draw.
Straddle
Always leads to a little bit more action as everybody's hand is a little bit better after a flop holding 3 cards.
We had a decent chain where they were.
But Lucas out there in the YouTube chat says, run it up, Don. I'm inclined to agree for all of your guys' sake. Definitely want to see Don give away a little bit of money to somebody tuning in tonight. Always appreciate you guys watching, chatting along with us. Nice to see somebody get rewarded.
3 players.
I've never bluffed ever. Ever. Check.
Here we saw the action go 3 ways. Ace, 5 tray flop, complete rainbow.
Bet 150.
Hunter with the best hand. Looks like he does continuation bet after it checks to him with his pair of 5s. Now we did see Todd and Big Bird get out of there. Pot gets shipped Hunter's way. And he's going to take it down. Bell Keys saying hello over in Facebook. Thanks for tuning in, Bell. Appreciate you joining us. I know you're a frequent viewer. Glad to have you here on a Friday night. Anybody unaware, we are coming to you from Best Bet in Jacksonville, Florida. Come to you live every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, plus some bonus coverage when tournaments roll around. Bowling Dude says going to get back Don wins. He's calling his shot now. Bowling Dude being the recipient of the last Don winnings giveaway. Meanwhile, Big Bird and Todd both flopping a good piece here. Big Bird, the gut shot to the nut straight. Todd, the flush draw. Action did go check, check, and now the turn makes Todd open-ended in addition to the flush draw. And Todd, with all that equity, decides to bet out, and he's going to take it down without any trouble. Sue over on Facebook says she's going to be on the live stream on the 2nd of September. Well, we'll get to see you soon. Hopefully you have a couple people rooting you on. Going for a nice win next weekend.
It's like if somebody is disrespecting you, you just put it on. But I'm not fucking leaving. Right? They're like certain to leave. I don't want to leave.
Looks like Todd's going to open things up here with King 8 suited. Makes it 75 to go.
Try round 2.
Ding ding.
Nearly every hand has been a $25 straddle. That's why we're seeing the $75 open.
I will bet 100 US.
And Rick flopping it all. King high straight on a Queen Jack 9 rainbow board.
I don't really think.
Did check it over to Todd, who's C-bet. Just puts in the call. Obviously trapping here. See if Rick wants to check it over, hoping Todd bets again. It looks like Rick did raise on the flop, went for the check raise, so he does continue on the turn now, since he took the betting lead. After he bets, Todd calls again with his gut shot. Maybe trying to rep some fun cards here. We're going to see Rick go for a big bet on the river. Todd, holding just king high, is going to let it go. So Rick getting some of those chips back from Todd that he lost a little bit ago. See him try to make up for that.
Big blind, Rick.
You should get one of these for your collection.
What the fuck is that? A whale heart or something?
Yeah.
Whale heart?
Yeah.
First guess.
It's like as big as a car. That's sick, right?
25 to 40. That's amazing. 75 more. 225 and 2.
Todd raised it up to 75 again. We see Carson getting in the mix with a light 3-bet, 6-4 suited in position. Becoming aware of how often Todd has opened. Gotta start mixing in some 3-bets with some hands that might flop well. Todd quickly called, and now 10-8-6, 2 clubs on the flop. Action went check, check. Deuce on the turn. Check, check again. An ace on the river.
I was gonna say, I don't think Carson wants to show down here.
Yeah, slows them both down on the ace. The ace is a pretty bad card for both players to start trying to rep something. So, action went check, check again, and Carson gets to take it. In doing so, he's going to be showing that he just 3-bet with 6-4 suited. We'll see if anybody picks up on that.
See if anybody notices. Looks like they're all looking elsewhere.
I bet Todd noticed. I'll bet Todd noticed.
I will say that, but we also did see Todd open with King 5.
Yeah, but now he knows he can start 4-betting light if Carson's 3-betting light.
4 bets. All right, looks like we got a full table for the first time tonight. Thank goodness. Kevin did say he was going to be a little late, so as Mike said, there's some traffic along the way, some accidents.
Yeah, Friday night rush hour, never fun for anybody.
Never.
Better late than never.
Oh, thank you. Everyone else doing okay?
You know, poker players running late. That's why late reg is a thing. Big blind, big bird from the button. Ace king suited. Rick looking down at King Jack. I believe the last time we saw it fold around to Big Bird and him open the button, Rick put in a 3-bet. It looks like he's doing so again. This time it's we're not gonna see a fold, that's for sure.
You have to go to the gallery in person because it's 3-dimensional. You can't see it in the photo.
Looks like action's currently on RZ with a mystery hand.
And it makes it 3-dimensional, so it just pops out of the portrait.
Pretty much an all in or fold spot for him, given his chip stack. See what he elects to do.
And then this is
Looks like he did fold. So now back on Big Bird.
like the photo really doesn't do this one justice. Like,
Again, this is the second time in a row we saw Rick 3-bet Big Bird's button open. This time Big Bird's got the real hand. So he does go for the 4-bet.
you see the green there? It's like
Making it 13:25 to go.
it's sick. And no, it's okay. I need evidence in case they question whether or not it's a real mystical. He's got other
Rick is going to let it go, and Big Bird gets a scoop of pot. Pre-flop, 4-bet takes it down from Big Bird with his big hand of ace-king suited. Big slick for the Big Bird.
He had like all these just crazy stories. Look at the detail. Yeah.
Ron over in Facebook asking, I follow through Facebook, how do I get Big Don's money? Unfortunately, it's only through the YouTube chat. If you want to jump on over into YouTube and create an account, or follow us through Best Bet Live. When we do the giveaway, the Nightbot does a random selection of anybody that said the keyword. Only way for us to keep it completely random out of any of our hands here behind the scenes. Much prefer having no control over something like that. And now Big Bird opened, and Rick's going to 3-bet him again. Not slowing down after the last hand. This time Rick holding Queen Jack suited. This time Big Bird lets it go, so these guys are creating a pretty fun dynamic so far. I've seen Rick 3-bet Big Bird a couple of times. It's gone both ways. Richard Lewis asking, what is the keyword? We won't know that for a little while.
Don't worry, we're still debating it on this side of the...
Yeah, we give that away close to the end of the stream. We don't, want to jinx the fact that Don's going to book a win.
Yep.
And B, usually
They made a documentary
we
about
try to
him.
correlate it with something funny that happened throughout the night.
That's what he said. They made a documentary about him that they'll publish after he dies.
They're gonna make a documentary.
No, they've made a documentary about
No
him.
shit.
And then they release it once he dies.
Raise 75 in the 8.
Definitely one of the most interesting.
Oh my god, yeah.
Chat is pretty active tonight. We appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out with us, guys. Makes our job a lot easier.
Yeah, feel free to get in there, ask some questions, talk to us, make fun of Kirk if you like,
Please do,
whatever
please
you
do.
prefer.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll have Mike laugh at me. from
I have really a
outside.
thin skin though, so don't make fun of me, please.
OP room manager, thin skin. Those don't correlate together. We got Debbie Shoemaker in the chat. What's up, Debbie? Aaron B, of course, always. Hello, hello.
Raise 75.
Has some ASMR in my ear.
My bad, my bad.
Usually you got to pay for that, I think. It looks like Hunter's going to open up 9-8 suited here. And Todd going to call him 7-6 off.
And Todd and Hunter have battled quite a few times on this stream.
Yeah, both play the biggest games that we have. So it's only right. Looks like he does go check to the river. And 9 high like a boss.
Ron over in Facebook, I appreciate the solid advice. Good to know, good to know.
Straddle on the button in the line. Action will start with a small blind. 25 to go.
So the button straddle this go around. Action started in the blinds. Did see Carson call it. Looks like Big Bird put in the raise with Jack 9 suited. Rick putting in the call as opposed to 3-betting Big Bird for the first time in a while. Well, somebody's going to 3-bet Big Bird, and it's going to be Don. Flicking the 3-bet into 300 with Ace King. Looks like it gets through Big Bird, but
Not going to get through Rick,
not
though.
getting through Rick. He's calling. Him and Don both pretty deep, so
Yeah, they have been battling.
they are off
I think Don has gotten the best of him so far.
so far. It's an early night, though.
Very early. I'm sure we'll have a lot more battles between the two.
So including this one here, where they each flop a pair. King, Queen, 6, Rainbow. Don putting out a C-bet. Same size as his pre-flop raise. We are going to see Rick put in the call. The ace on the turn is going to give Don the best hand by far now.
Don loves to check back in these spots, and he actually does right there.
Yeah, good check back spot for Don.
Only really worried about Jack 10 here. Let's see if Rick wants to try and semi-bluff here with the queen.
Now Don fires out a little less than half pot. Going for some value here. But Rick thinks better and lets it go. Easy to fall for a little bit of a trap, especially after check on the turn.
Don tried to be a little sneaky there.
Debbie in the chat on YouTube says if she wins, just tell Don to leave the money here. She's coming in for that 24K day tomorrow. That's a good way
That's
to do
a
it.
deal. Yeah. You got to meet him in person and say thank you. I don't think we've had that.
I'm sure he'll be here playing cash tomorrow night, so
Yeah.
might be perfect.
He will be. Usually he always plays the stream on Saturdays because it's 2-5 plus, but of course we do not have a stream tomorrow night, guys, and that is because we did do a featured and a final table Sunday and Monday.
Oh,
Oh,
those were some fun tables though.
Those were
that
very
is for
fun.
sure.
Yeah, it was nice being a part of both of them where I could commentate one and then deal the next. Of course, you and I commentated the Sunday
Yeah,
day through night one.
Yeah, the featured table as well as all the mystery bounty pools.
Yeah, that was a very good one. That was very fun. And
And how often you get to see the mystery bounty format?
yeah, not too often. But our very own Wendy Lou pulled the 50K, the infamous 50K top prize. That was super sweet. To come just more than second place.
Obviously, we saw Hang take down the main event outright. He also pulled the 25K bounty on that final table. Big day for him. No big hands here as of yet. Don sitting with the best hand at middle pair. We did see Big Bird fire at it with a pair of 4s after the action checked around on the flop. Now river, ace of clubs. Not a card either player wanted to see. Almost Big Bird's trying to rep something. But he does just check it over.
Not a great river card for us. Probably just check.
Neither
through.
player can really do much. If your opponent was holding some sort of draw, they improved with an ace of the suit. So action went check check, but fortunately for quote unquote us, Don taking another pot. Just slow and steady for Don today.
Yeah, he's doing pretty
No
alright.
big issues.
Eli asked, when is the next 2-2 live stream? The next 2-2 is going to be the 31st.
High school and grade school.
Should be a pretty good one as the list is filled up. There's already 22 players all lined up for that game. That's pretty crazy. Of course, I see a Pittsburgh Paul and a Sammy in that game, so that game's going to be, and Aaron B, of course. So that
That's
game's
going to be a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm guessing that's why Aaron already snap responded to when the next one is in the chat.
Yeah, he already knew.
He's on the list.
It's a great one.
Yeah, Ron over in Facebook saying how Hang also collected 8K more for the final 2 bounties. Yeah, he had a ton of bounties. I think it's in total over 40, 45. It was around 40,
He had
45K.
51K, I believe it was.
51?
51K, yeah.
Holy
It was
cow.
7K the last 2, and yeah. Oh, excuse me. Super nuts.
Oh, wow.
Speaking of super nuts, Hunter flopping top 2 pair. Todd holding pocket kings.
Wow. So it looked like Hunter raised pre and Todd just limped. People are
Trying to
getting
trap
crappy
him.
with the kings.
People are trapping.
Unfortunately, this time it ain't going to work out. But we do have the king of spades in our hand as we turn 3 spades. Does check around. There is a face card, it looks like.
Which do you prefer, Vancouver or here?
It's going to be a queen, and Hunter does have a boat here.
I heard Vancouver is beautiful. The land is beautiful. It's the people that are.
Yeah. Really?
Really?
I think it's super nice.
Yeah, they're nice.
What's Rick in here thinking? Looking down at his chip stack.
Has a pair of deuces.
Maybe trying to rep the queen, but Steady just gets the heck out of there. Thank goodness for him, because Hunter had all of it.
Literally all of it. Yeah, Eli, no chance. But the
Next time.
second, there's a 2-2, and there's open availability on that if you want me to put you on that list.
Bluffing, stealing, and lying are all three different things.
And if you do jump in the second, we had Sue over in the chat on Facebook talking about how she was playing in that one. So
Yeah, Sue.
get some stream watchers in the same game.
Usually the significant other, the king, Mike, plays the 2-2, so Sue will be hopping on that. That'll be a good time. Hope she does well, of course. My buddy Justin, yeah, he is fourth on that list, so he is more than good, Kevo. We need a Kevin Walls return on the stream. Of course, he's been busy with his work. I might not be playing. Oh no. Well, prayers up to you, Aaron. Hope for a speedy recovery, man. I know the medicine has been kicking your butt.
Even if it's not, they don't do anything about it. No, it doesn't matter. They don't do anything. I mean, you say thank you to Justin Trudeau all the
Throttle
time.
in the 1 seed.
I mean, like Chile tried that and it actually worked pretty well because it made the price of everything drop, so like, the cartels had less incentive. But I don't know if that's always going to work.
Raise 75.
All right, action round to Big Bird's button. Makes it 75 to go. See if Rick decides to 3-bet him for the 4th time in a row, but electing just to call it the 4 tray suited. We've seen a fun dynamic of their button versus small blind pretty much every round so far. Todd came along as well. defending his straddle with a 9-8.
Raise 307.
I saw Big Bird put out a C bet. Now Rick's bringing the small check raise after flopping trips. Hard to put your opponent on a tray here. See Big Bird put in the call. Maybe thinking Rick's doing this a little bit light or semi-bluffing with spades. Queen of Hearts turn pretty safe for Rick. Let's see if he's trying to bet for value now.
500.
Fires out 500. Big Bird maybe not liking the queen on the turn.
Big Bird pretty intrigued here. Rick does bet about 70% pot.
And also the two of these guys have been had a fun little back and forth so far. So I'm sure that's, when you feel like a guy is coming after you, you don't want to let go.
The second doesn't sound too bad. Come on in. You know we're here.
Man,
I got the list ready for you. But yeah, guys, new live stream lineup is set for the month of September. If you guys want to sign up, head to our website,
Man,
bestbetjacks.com,
Made you buy it.
and then you can sign up right there on the live stream tab. Easy game. Come say hi to us. Come hang with us.
yeah, it looks like a good mix of games this next month. A couple of 2-2s all the way up to a 10-1/4 game. Also going to have, and for all you tournament folks, we do have a live stream of the final table of the Jacks 100K guarantee later in the month. That'll be on the 24th. It's going to be a $400 buy-in, 100,000 guaranteed in that prize pool with day ones on the 21st, 22nd, 23rd.
A lot of good stuff coming
And
up.
always nice final table coming to the live stream that Sunday night when they get down to it.
Is that what the
I always enjoy a good final table sweat.
biology or whatever?
It's just a different dynamic. I love it too.
Listen,
You get to see how people play with a lot of pressure on them. Pay jumps matter. ICM matters. Everything matters. It's a great time.
Queens for
Is
RZ.
that actually like a two?
It's one of the first times we've seen RZ raise it tonight. Let's see if anybody wants to give him action or if they've all kind of caught on to the fact he's been playing on the tighter side.
He's showing up with queens and aces quite often.
Sure enough, everybody does let it go.
Oh wow! I'm getting word that in the middle of September there's two massive games coming.
Some random thing they
Not
made
like for
up.
that one.
I know
You guys a little-
Details coming soon, I
Just
believe.
You guys a little hint.
Yeah,
yeah, it's no joke.
Yeah, definitely. If you enjoy watching some big cash games, I would keep your eye for some potential changes down the line in the September schedule,
Think about it, it's crazy.
as
like
there
dice
might
ones
be
too. Like they're just these
some bigger ones that sneak in there into the lineup instead.
Like they actually existed.
Yeah.
If all goes according to plan, it's going to
I just thought,
be
like,
amazing to watch.
I just picture somebody in Hollywood just like, you know what? There's Shark Week, but you know what we can do? Just make the shark bigger. Let's make a movie
Yeah,
out
I
of it.
got you. Yeah, shark's not scary enough. Let's make them bigger.
Rick opened it up to 75. This time with a pretty big hand. We've seen Rick open moderately wide, and because he has, looks like Todd's putting in a 3-bet.
I did.
Wow,
Nine.
Kevin here. Ace king.
Todd running into it twice here. Yeah, Kevin
I kind of like Todd's hand.
just recently to the table. I don't think Todd's going to get to see a flop, though. Yeah, we see Kevin put in the cold floor ball out of the straddle. 550 to go.
What an interesting spot for Rick here.
Yeah, and again, Kevin just got to the table, I think just under an orbit ago, maybe one orbit.
I want to be
So no real reads on your opponent yet.
a really nice avatar.
2,000.
Wow,
There we go, Rick.
cold 5-bet here. Oh my goodness, make it 2K to go.
Yeah, good raise by Rick. Just happy to get in against Kevin Stack right here, right now. And we're going to be off to at least one run out, and
That's no good.
probably going to see these guys
Tax
chop
no
it
good.
up. He says no good before showing the ace king.
Both players do show.
We're leaving slow roll.
Oh my goodness, drawing dead. I heard running
Kevin
it once.
flops it. So,
Yep.
not chopping it up.
Not chopping it up at all.
Spoke too soon. Kevin
Ace
getting a
king
full
versus
double
ace
up.
king. Wow.
Ace king versus ace king crime.
So you didn't like it just because of the style of movie it was, like the type of movie it was, or like because of like?
So yeah, just to answer Lucas over in YouTube, this is a 5-10 no limit hold'em. Pretty much $25 straddle is on every hand
Yeah,
though.
this is 5, 10, 25.
The players quickly agreed to the $25 straddle, so essentially playing 5-10 25 no limit. Every once in a blue moon, instead of it being an under the gun straddle, it's a button straddle. Only real difference.
Games are very, very active, as you can see. We got a 5-bet here for 2K. And Kevin gets a nice double up. Ace king versus ace king. Brutal game this is. That's fun to flop your opponent dead like that.
Especially
when it's a complete free roll too. Oh my gosh.
King can do against ace king.
I mean, the guy was crazy. Like he drank like a fish.
As William Bobber says, there's with bomb pots, there is a bomb pot going every dealer change. That is how they've been paying the time rake, as well as, you know, mixing it up, having some fun.
Yeah, it's great for the game. We're all about it. Justin Miner says Carson is so much fun for the game. Played with him last week. Yeah, Carson, OP grinder. Justin is one of our chip runners here at Jax. Very solid player. And wow, look at that. Rick pulls out a stack of hundos and says, yeah, give me some more money. He needs this table covered. I love that.
That was why they took his security clearance away.
Yeah, imagine these stacks are only going to get deeper as the night progresses.
The night is very young as well, so it's perfect.
And like John Von Neumann was the same way. Like as far as guy that ever
Lucas asking if it was a 25-50 in the future. That's the direction it seems to be heading in.
It might be higher, who knows?
It could be. Hopefully, the bigger the better, obviously.
Obviously.
he would show up still.
As the last 25-50 game we had was a 25-50-100 with Alex Torelli, and that was a hoot. That was a
That
great
was a
time.
lot of fun.
We had a must-move game going for that right at the start. How sick is that?
Those guys are just nuts. Like, and then that was
Of course, a lot of pain where Greg, our very own Greg, lost quite a bit. Torelli, I think, ended up losing as well. Big winner was George Wolf, the one and only. But that game was insane.
Yeah, been a couple months since we've had it, so we are due for another big one.
Absolutely.
Always nice. Once it kind of starts snowballing where a few players sign up, next thing you know, everybody signs up. And like Kirk said, the last time it even had a must-move game, so it was 2 full tables going for a while. Rick, ace king, suited for him this time.
Wow.
And Todd with a 3-bet again.
Oh no.
This is deja vu.
The spots are just not
Me knowing
picking
nothing
correctly,
of the
unfortunately.
Oppenheimer thing, I enjoyed the movie. I thought it was well done. Not knowing the historical.
Yeah, similar to last time though, if Todd sees a 4-bet, he's just going to get out of there.
That could be very
Sure enough, that is what happens.
I think Rick said all it looks tilted. Very strong,
Really
of course.
crazy
Yeah, Todd getting off of it after 3-betting pre. So this time ace king worked. Last time, not so great for Rick. Yeah, Joey, ain't no party like an ace king party, because an ace king party does not stop. Unless you 4-bet it, then I'll stop.
Occasionally, stop. Maybe a 5-bet here and there.
To bomb Hiroshima was.
We got our very own country in the chat, taking a little vacation away from the stream, as in only today. But yeah, I agree with them. 126 watching and only 18 likes, guys. Hit that like button. Of course, Donnie there in the 9th seat is giving away 5% of his winnings. As always, we appreciate Don. Very cool gesture of him. And I believe he's up quite a bit already.
Like, can you imagine?
Most definitely. Haven't seen really any pots not go his way that he's been in.
Yeah, as you said, he's just kind of chipping little by little, but these little $400, $500 pots add up when you're winning all of them.
Make that decision themselves?
Yeah.
Somehow second pair is always good for Don. Second pair is good here for Big Bird. All right, looks like we got a dealer change. Let's show some stats for the first hour and a half.
And you see Donnie,
Oh my goodness.
the big winner. That's up 4K right now, so 5%'s getting pretty nice.
So the general of the
Yeah, Kevin, the other current big winner, has the courtesy of that sweet, sweet ace-king win.
possibly the craziest person that ever
And no surprise,
military for the United States. Like we had
Todd leading the VPIP total now. He's been definitely active. Kevin is down there, but he's the newest player of the table. Just joined, same as Hunter. Hunter's second newest player of the table. Sure, they'll catch up soon.
just ignore all of that.
Give me some hope.
Yeah, those are the stats. Not too bad for Don to be up 4K. I didn't even realize he was up that much. I thought he was up maybe like 2K,
The guy wanted
1,500.
He's like, we got more.
He's silent but deadly,
Love that.
in the
That's
good
the
way.
motto.
In the
That's
good way.
I mean, the guy was.
That is the motto.
And that was.
Yeah, he's been pretty quiet. Like you said, he hasn't done any massive hands or anything like that. Just slow and steady.
Yeah.
A lot of those medium-sized pots going your way. Turns into a nice session.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
And this
I
guy
see
went-
Fativ in the Facebook chat. It's been a while for you too, man. Good to
He's
see you.
lobbying Congress
Hope you're doing well.
to say that we need to preemptively nuke Cuba because we're not sure if they have nukes.
What is this conversation?
We should just nuke them in.
I just caught the end of it.
Like, can you imagine going to the Senate and telling them that? Like, it's called a preemptive strike. We need to nuke Cuba before they nuke us. And it's like, the guy's a complete
115 to
psychopath. He's the
7.
general of the Air Force.
That's insane.
And they just completely cut that guy out of the movie too. Like, there was no, like, there's so much communication.
Talking about a movie?
Yeah, I guess so. I thought it was getting political, but I guess it's
Yeah.
a movie.
Everybody overseeing that project and stuff. And they,
Calls in the 6.
so it's,
Look at that
they
tower
ruined that movie.
from Rick Stack now. adds
Yeah,
on
he's
an
ready
extra
to
5K.
battle.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's I'm ready to go to war with these chips. I'm gonna preemptively nuke your chip stack.
Yeah. Your chip stack is Cuba.
This is my movie, buddy.
Wow, big one. Water out pretty large with ace high. Rick is definitely gonna look him up.
Say Rick's gonna snap call. Snap. Big Bird's like, you're good. Just, you got me.
Just yeah, don't
Oops.
make me show.
Sorry for trying. Won't happen again.
It's like maybe we're chopping this.
Say we've seen Rick clearly a little wanting to get some chips back after the big loss not too long ago. Maybe not a spot. Big Bird wants to go for a bluff. Not the guy you want to target bluffing off of a hand.
Yeah, he's steaming a little bit, but he's having a good time. He don't mind. And he's got quite the amount of chips in front of him. It'd be hard to bluff that man out of it.
Yeah, especially given his hand too. I mean, going nowhere with a jack there, obviously.
Yeah. It was a bomb pot, so there was a chance that Big Bird did have a 4,
True.
of course. But we're never folding there.
Yeah, Steve saying the recent 10-25 game was entertaining. That is for sure. In case anybody missed it last week. Definitely a game worth watching. There was 8 all-ins in the first 15 hands.
It was ridiculous.
And none of them were short stack.
Yeah, as I said before, I started getting a little bit late just because Trey started about 15 minutes late. So I got 11 hands, and 6 of them were all-ins. It was insane.
Well, Kevin with another big hand. We might see Don lose a small pot here. Unless he can find the ace on the flop.
I don't know. Do you know who Don is? I said, do you know who Don is?
Yeah, Don's right there in the 9 seat. He's got a Megalodon shark tooth right in front of him.
He's even wearing one as a chain.
Yeah, he always has the little shark tooth.
Love that.
Look at him getting off of this pre-flop.
Wow. Don
All right,
is dialed.
Don's dialed all the way in. My God.
He knows Kevin hasn't gotten out of line at all. Obviously, he's only played 2 hands in like the 2 orbits he's been. But regardless,
And Don just avoiding all disaster. That's another thing that really plays into a big winning night when you can just, lose the absolute minimum there. I just can't believe he didn't even call pre-flop.
yeah, that is surprising.
So when you dodge all the landmines, in addition to winning those nice and easy medium-sized pots.
Kevin, I know, plays some of our 2-5s. I'm not too sure about our 5-10s, though. I don't really recall him playing that much.
Yeah, so maybe Don and him have some history as well.
Yeah.
Here we saw Carson open it up. Big Bird's going to call from the button. That's going to be them 2 heads up. Ace-7 suited for Carson. 6 tray suited for Big Bird.
have that happen and just laugh. And go, nice hand, buddy.
Flop queen, queen 7. Nothing for either player. Big Bird's going to start his bluff now, and it's going to work.
Gets it down with 6
Yeah,
high.
hard to win with 6 high any other way.
Easy game.
Heard players say that's why they call it best bet, not best hand.
It's true. I've heard this multiple times.
It's always the guy that's bluffing that says it. I don't know why.
And then they get there somehow. And I see Carson rocking the Best Bet Live shirt as well. Shout out to Carson, of course. Plays these often. Yeah, what do you think about that, Mike? OP live stream.
I mean, the moment we could have it, I'm sure we would.
Let me tell you guys, this setup is very expensive. And it's already very hard. There's a lot of technical difficulties in the background that you guys will never ever see.
Yeah, we don't exactly have the smartest of us here, obviously, as it's me and Kirk,
Yeah, I mean, I almost lit this thing on fire.
which made me very sad.
Yeah.
But here we are,
Having a great
nonetheless.
game. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, wow, here we go.
Todd finally with a real hand on a 3-bet.
Unfortunately, nobody got anything to go along with it.
Carson looks down at 5. Looks like he's going to have to fold begrudgingly. We've seen Todd put in a lot of light 3-bets. This time it's for real. But this one gets through. As Big Bird has King 7 suited. It's like, okay, okay.
Fine. I'd much rather pay 75 to see a flop.
But yeah, I do appreciate everybody tuning into this live stream. Always fun having everybody out, talking in the chat, sweating a sweet 5-10-25 game that's been going on. It was a little quiet off the start, but it's turned into quite the fun table to watch, that's for sure.
Yeah, we started 6-handed, and even the 6-handed, it was a very good game.
This is the home run derby?
Yeah. This girl's ripping 16 runs.
But I believe I just heard Carson adding on some more chips, so that's always good for the game. Put on the pumpkins.
Grabbing a few more pumpkins out of the bag.
75 is a 7.
Not a game you want to be overly short in, especially if you're stuck. Pots are starting to get bigger and bigger. Stacks are getting bigger and bigger.
I guess so.
Easy way to make a comeback and win a big pot.
Very loose.
You said something similar to last week where all it takes is one big pot to go your way, and then you're unstuck. Oh my goodness.
Say,
look
speaking
at
of big
Don.
pot, Don's going to try to build a big pot here with us. Noel,
With quads.
I was getting ready to say set, but now quads.
Holy. How does Don get paid off here, though?
Well, obviously let somebody bluff. Todd looks like he's taking the bait, puts in a bet, and now Rick's going to call. He does have a gut shot, looking for a 9 to make a straight. Obviously unaware that he is drawing dead. Sorry, Rick looking for an 8, not a 9. I told you we're not the best in here.
Math is hard. Reading cards is tough.
It's hard when they're grayed out since they obviously can't even win. Ace on the river.
It's a good bluffing card for everybody. That's
If Don can check it here, somebody might find the bluff.
doesn't look like he wants to.
Yeah, he's going to value bet. Hoping somebody was on maybe the ace high flush draw. Doesn't want to see a check behind. Bet's pretty small too. Trying to induce a raise.
I think you heard quads good here.
Is our quads good?
I never joke about quads.
Sure enough, shows it.
This is Don's night.
Represent that ace.
You hear Rick said, you almost gave me the opportunity to represent that ace. He might have gone
Yeah,
for it.
I think him or Todd definitely would have gone for it.
I made 5
Let's
I think
do
it would have been more Rick, just because Todd led turn and Rick can be holding the ace high flush draw that rivers the ace.
The part about it is that you're going, oh,
Makes sense.
that's right in my wheelhouse. That's right in my range.
That
Don't
is
be here with
his
the mother
wheelhouse.
load.
Troy, put me on the list. What's up, Troy?
What's that?
First day playing.
I was going to say our very own.
But
He
it
used to be our
wasn't my
very
round.
own.
That's how the ace hit one.
Now hanging out in retirement city.
Rick could at least rep the ace. It's tough for me to rep the ace.
One day.
Tell you
One
what.
day.
He's only
You're right.
retired for
It's
like a
good
month,
thing.
don't worry.
Hit turn.
But yes, one day. Hopefully sooner than later.
Trying to get rid of me that fast, huh?
Now I'm talking about myself.
Oh.
Me and the best.
All right, Rick opened it up with ace queen. Todd electing to call rather than 3-bet. Queen 8 suited.
Checkerboard.
King Trey.
You got it.
Completely dry flop.
Todd makes this really easy for the players. Like, you
Todd,
got it.
Todd's biggest claim to fame is that he'll play very fast.
Yeah.
So there we saw
Yeah,
Rick
for
start to
sure.
reach for chips, and Todd said, "You're good," and folded.
Well,
Knowing Rick's about to put out a C bet. Like, why waste the time?
Lucas asked, do you have to be at Best Bet Jacks to claim Don's 5%? No, you do not. All you have to do is be in the YouTube chat. We will type a keyword that everybody will have to type verbatim. And then we will roll for a winner. Nightbot does it for us, makes it super easy. All we ask is that you guys do have a Facebook and or Instagram. That way we could DM you some details. But yeah, it's super easy. It's very free. We, you know, we ask that you guys subscribe, give us a like. We're trying to grow this channel up to 10K. We surpassed 9.1K in subscribers, so that's very cool.
So I think it's over 9.2 now.
Might be 9.2, yeah.
Main event tends to bring some viewership in,
True, it did.
and it was a fun main event.
It was
That's
a
for sure.
steady main event stream
Yeah.
too.
I don't know if you saw the.
Yeah, the rare you do not need to be present to win kind of promotion. Not many of those in a poker room, that's for sure.
Most definitely.
Nearly everything else you have to be present.
I would rebet.
You're correct. It is 992.26 current subscribers.
So we're creeping up.
We are.
He was just like,
We got WPT coming up in a couple months here as well, and of course WPT always a great time.
Yeah,
Gonna have some
that one kicks off on October 26th. The schedule actually just went up on the website not too long ago.
did
So
it?
the full event schedule is up, at least for everything that's ready to be on the record. Booked in events might have a few more added, but the schedule looks really fun. You got a standard opening event, 400 buy-in, 100K guarantee. Numerous flights, I'm sure will double the guarantee.
Easily.
And then
Probably.
the next weekend, we're running back a mystery bounty event, 1,700 buy-in mystery bounty. And then everything caps off the following week with the 5K main. Plus tons of side events in between. I know there's another ladies event coming. The ladies event during Card Player Tour did pretty well.
Yeah, it's a $400 ladies event.
So yeah, it's plus a ton of good side events. I think there's going to be some sort of meetup game in some form. I know it's on there, but I'm not sure who all is included yet. I don't know if that's all finalized, but
No, I don't see.
with the
quite.
WPT, it's going to be some good people showing up based on what we've seen recently at other WPT stops.
Most definitely. Oh yeah, WPT Celebrity Bounty.
Celebrity Bounty, that's what it's called.
$300,
Okay.
Yep. And then I see the 6 max $500 bounties, 2,100. Pretty deep starting chips stack with that too, 25K. It'll be a good one.
Now, obviously, with
tournaments up there is way worse.
the tournament list being up as well as satellites have already started, I believe, as of recently. If not, they definitely start next week as well. A lot of WPT megas getting ready to start kicking off. So
Yeah, I believe it does start next week.
if you're a tournament player, satellite grinder, any of those, I would definitely check out that schedule. It's going to start getting fun here next month.
Can you put in a good word for me to transfer to OP so I can play these tournaments?
No.
Darn it. What if I work the live stream still?
Maybe. We could carpool.
That's cool with me.
But yeah, definitely check out WPT schedule. Start planning now. It's going to be fun. No, I'm excited. I don't even get to play it.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited as well. The one time that I was supposed to do it on stream for the WPT, we had COVID, so unfortunately we had to cancel all events.
Yes, 3 years ago they were supposed to come through, and the outbreak happened in South Florida at that WPT stop.
So much suspense because you're like, this guy's got like 3 seconds left.
Cardstock says, "Dang, I make a phone call and now Rick has 10K. What happened?" Well, he lost a pot,
He might be in for
and
more
then
than
he
that.
bought in for a lot more money because he said, "I'm ready to play some
That
poker."
tower, I love it.
Yeah, there is no max buy-in, so we have seen a couple players top off and add some chips. Most notably, Rick, as some players some viewers have noticed.
Don is making his way up there as he was up 4K about 30 minutes ago. So, and then he just made quads recently, so he's having a great night.
Yeah, she got like second in 400 for like 37.
We got Sue in the YouTube chat now says,
Okay.
fine, I guess.
You got me.
But yeah, usually within the last hour, we will do a keyword. As long as Donna's up, of course, we don't want to jinx anything.
She's another one, just like Mario, who went backward first and then ended up with.
She ended up winning? Okay. I guess I didn't see that.
So, anybody missed it? They're talking about Wendy Liu on the table right now and her success during Card Player Tour. She took down second place in the opening event. Then she made a really deep run in the Mystery Bounty and luckily pulled the 50K big prize up top in the Mystery Bounty.
She also pulled the 2K just like a little bit before that as well, so not too bad.
She did play on the cash game stream and lost a little bit, but as Ty was just talking about, she was one that started out really rough and then
Hang one? Yeah. He was at my table.
made a nice comeback. Didn't quite get even, but still a heck of a week.
Yeah, being down 5K is better than being down 20K.
Yeah.
It was Ryan.
That's almost a win in my book.
A few others.
I'm over here just trying to book a win. Like if I'm up 1,000 in this lineup,
You hear Hunter, he's like, I'm just trying to book a win here. If I'm up 1,000, I'm very happy.
And things get a little quiet as we see Don turning the best hand. Looks like he is going to lead out with his ace. Both players just holding king high. I haven't seen Big Bird fold yet. Thinking about it, but thinks better and lets it go. Don dragging another pot.
So do they have you as Big Bird or Chris?
yeah, they have me as Big Bird.
Okay.
You mean your name is not Big Bird? Your name is Christian.
Christian. Yeah. It's a nickname I've had for like over 20 years. Under the gun straddle.
Sue asking, will we hear the keyword? Yeah, we will announce it probably more than once when it becomes time, making sure everybody hears it, and then we'll also
type it out
in the YouTube chats. That way, honestly, if you're like me and you don't want to misclick, you can just copy and paste it.
That's the easiest way.
The shortcuts are Control-C, Control-V.
Smart man.
Copy and paste. Yeah, work smarter, not harder.
True
You know.
that. I thought you were a dinosaur. I didn't think you know about computers so much.
I know I look a lot older as I've aged a bunch the last few years, but I do know how to use the internet sometimes.
You have to nowadays, I guess.
Yeah. How else am I going to make a meme of you later and post it in the break room for everybody?
So it looks like RZ stepping out for a little bit. Maybe gonna grab an extra buy-in or two. As these guys are very, very deep, and we've said short stacking in this game is going to be very, very difficult to navigate flops.
Man, he did get stacked a couple of times, so maybe he needed to go reload somehow. Maybe out there selling a kidney, something like that real quick.
You gotta do what you gotta do, okay?
Looks like Rick raised it up with jacks, and Todd put in a 3-bet. We've seen this kind of happen a few times, and last time Rick jammed it.
Less steam coming out of your ears this time? Less steam coming out or worse in?
This time Rick just calls. Last time this happened, Rick ripped it. So that's what Todd's referencing, less steam coming out of your ears. Rick out flopping him for sure. Decides to check it over, let Todd c-bet, which he does. And now king on the turn. So Todd turning the best of it. And now Todd betting for value. Probably why he sized down a little bit. It was a pretty small turn bet. 5 of clubs river. So this is a pretty small size. It's going to be hard for Rick to get away. Pretty good read by Todd in terms of bet sizing, putting Rick on a hand like he has, something like 9s through jacks. Sizing really small, just trying to eke out some value. Looks like he may get called here.
Please call me.
There it is. Rick throws in the chips. Gets the bad news. Todd turned him.
So the steam was down.
I wish
So-
it was up.
Pot going Todd's way. Yeah, Charles over in Facebook chat saying Todd keeps 3-betting Rick. Yep. Yeah, we've seen a lot of 3-bets out of Todd against Rick's opens.
At least I wouldn't have been drawing dead. I had run over Jack.
Thought there was a chance Rick was going to 4-bet it pre-flop given that dynamic. As we can see, Todd would have happily got it all in against him pre-flop, so maybe
Under the gun straddle.
fortunately for himself saved some chips on that one.
Probably weren't folding anyway.
Nope.
Just bink right on the turn, no problem.
Straddle on, 25 to call.
Run on to the next hand. Rick going to open it up again. 75 to go.
Calls in 9, calls in 1, fold 2 and 3.
All right, Don, fan favorite, putting in the call. Action background of Big Bird. Looks like he is going to call as well out of the straddle.
9-9 deuce.
And Todd's in there rooting for 9-9 deuce flop. See how close it comes. Yeah, it's got A9, 9-8-5. 2 diamonds on board.
Check 3, 6. 7.
Rick electing not to c-bet 4 ways.
209.
And it's Don who's going to lead now.
What you got, Don?
Fold.
Told you the flop I wanted.
After Todd calls, we see Big Bird and Rick get out of there.
9-9 deuce is the flop I wanted.
So, Don versus Todd. We know who YouTube chat is rooting for on this one. See if Don can take another pot.
Check 9.
Looks like he checks it over.
101.
Todd betting it very small here.
Check. 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 200. Fold. Fold. Call.
Deuce on the river. Deuce!
After Don calls, he calls for a deuce river.
And check on the
Gets
turn.
the other end of the spectrum as a king of hearts comes out.
Check 9.
I want 9-9 deuce.
And checks through. Todd's gonna take this one down with the 9 deuce. So unfortunately for Don, we see the first pot not really go his way tonight. Had a good run, about 2 hours before really losing anything.
Wait, didn't I just straddle?
You did. You did. You can do straddle again if you want to.
You see the return of RZ. Big
Want to do one
Bird.
round of
I thought they said we
restraddles?
can't finish hand, that was the whole thing.
No, I
We
think-
can't- we cannot.
No, I think they can reshot you. It's just the extra amount.
You guys want to do one
They can't
round?
go from 20
I would love to do whatever. I
They
think
can't go
I
from
think
25 to
you're-
100.
I think you're incorrect. What do I-
Everybody in for one round?
Trey,
One round. One round? One round?
what's the restraddling rule? Not at all? Oh, all right.
They made up a stupid rule here. We were playing all different types of restraddles, etc. They killed it 2 weeks or two streams ago because they said it's not in the way that they wrote the rules up with the state.
Okay.
I won it.
Trey. Trey. Come on, Trey.
You're just the nearest person next to me.
Fold 7, fold 8, heard.
I want it on the Little League. Please.
Little League.
Little League home run derby.
Yeah.
Raise 75 in the 9, fold 1, 2, 3, and 4. Change coming.
All right, Don, while putting in a TV change request, raises it up and takes down a pot.
And yeah, it's on the 3. Yeah.
So hopefully Don can build some momentum back towards himself
Back it.
after losing a
All right. There you go.
little pot just not too long ago. See if he can keep taking it away. Obviously, Don The usual YouTube fan favorite, in case anybody is not aware, Don gives away 5% of his winnings when he's going to play on the entire stream, and he's doing so again tonight. So one lucky winner will get selected later on tonight via keyword giveaway.
We bet on there was a pillow fight on the ESPN The Ocho.
I would definitely bet on that.
I lost $125 bet on it.
With or without Jello?
What?
Was there with or without Jello?
In the pillows?
Or you know, the ring.
No,
Full,
straight pillows.
full.
Yeah, straight pillows. Yeah, in an actual ring.
Ah,
He's on ESPN The Ocho.
Ray, 75 and 2.
I lost $125 betting on it, man.
Call 75.
So
and
Carson
6.
open it up. Big Bird's going to call the big, and Rick's going to defend his straddle.
I don't really find enjoyment, but like,
It's 3 ways to the flop. Ace, 10, deuce. So Rick with bottom pair. Carson's sixes are still good at the moment.
Check 6.
we just had a really boring game. I was like, all right, I'm bored to tears.
150 in the 7.
Put some money on the pillow fight.
Call.
College football. Oh no, high school football.
Big Bird's going to hold with the best hand now with his pair of eights.
That's our base.
Looks like he gets to take the pot down. Strawman says he quit trying to win Don's money. It's like playing a lottery. It's pretty much is a lottery. I think you're right.
Top trade coming in.
Talon, what is up to you as well? Thanks for tuning in. As always, thank you to everybody for tuning in, watching with us. Appreciate all the likes, subscriptions, positive feedback. We'll take the negative feedback too if it happens. But feel free to chat us up, hang out, watch some good 5, 10, 25 no limit hold'em with us. Ken coming to you from Best Bet Live. Best Bet located across Northeast Florida, 3 rooms, this being the primary location in Jacksonville. 2 other locations, one in Orange Park and one in St. Augustine. Always enjoy hanging out with you guys here on a Friday night, watching some live poker, especially this table. It's been pretty fun tonight. They're doing a $50 bomb pot every dealer change. Bomb pot meaning every player just puts in $50 blind, gets dealt their cards, and we go straight to the flop and resume action there. Fun way to mix up the game as well as take out the time rake from the pot. This one action checked all the way around. So we're going to be off to a turn. That's a fun turn card. Ace of spades. RZ, after checks around on the turn, is going to now fire with his flush draw and straight draw. One by one, everybody's getting out of there. Sure enough, it gets through. And he is going to take down this pot. Oh, my apologies. Looks like Todd did flick in the call. Didn't see that Todd called the 4. River is an 8 of diamonds. So RZ misses everything, but fires again. And now it's going to get through. Good river bet by him. That's how you play 6 high, apparently.
He did.
Got a couple of good suggestions over in Facebook for the future keyword. We got pillow fight and don't skip leg day. Zachary asking, what's the keyword again? We don't have it yet. Those are just suggestions over there. Feel free to submit your own.
Yeah, we will take all into consideration.
Pillow fight was a pretty good one. There was just a discussion about a pillow fight that Carson bet on. So
Interesting.
I think if Don would have tried to book a bet on a pillow fight, that would have been a clear and away winner already. But obviously, Don has not ever skipped leg day, so that one's in there as well.
Yeah, that's pretty hilarious. Once again, guys, you do have to be in the YouTube chat for this, but it'll be another hour or so until we do the giveaway. So just stay tuned, hang out with us. We appreciate you guys.
Monitoring my chips.
Here for you.
It's not all the dealer's fault either. The donkey.
No way.
He ate has to call me.
No, it was definitely his fault when he flopped me dead.
Always blame the
His name's
dealers.
not Donkey.
No, they're
Megalodon.
they're blaming Don.
It's Megalodon, not Donkey.
They're blaming Don right now.
Always
No,
blame
Megalodon.
Don.
Yeah, they're like that donkey in the 8th seat. It's his
I
fault.
like Megalodon.
What's a megalodon?
You can't spell donkey without Don. It's right there.
I thought it said mega donkey. I said, what?
That's
No,
genius.
not a Mega Donkey. He's not Mega Donkey.
Mega donkey.
I think we should hold as much grudge as possible.
I was going to Ben Hines the other day, $500.
Yeah, I bet you didn't do both. I bet you didn't do
All,
both.
all these cool stories about almost, those are called pump fakes.
Huh?
All these almost stories, those are called
No,
pump
no,
fakes.
no, I really was very close to calling it.
With
10
10
high.
high?
10 high, yeah.
Right?
He had 9 high, yeah.
You were going to be right?
But
you didn't do it.
No, I didn't do it. But I was very
Just like you didn't call him nines.
Huh?
Just like you didn't call him nines.
I was beat. That's why I didn't call.
Oh, you watching the stream?
I was beat.
400. How about flush draw?
You're always ahead.
You're always
I have to catch up.
Oh, yeah.
always.
Yeah, you get that. Yo, what do you? It's a small flush draw, right?
Now it's a big one.
Oh, okay. So you had a lot of.
But the key was you were ahead.
Yeah, the ace high flush draw. Oh, okay. Good hand.
Actually, talking about a hand from Don real early in the stream where he check raised, bluffed big with an ace high flush draw.
No hard feeling.
RZ had to get off of the best hand with pocket nines.
Even if I was. No, we did.
I thought they might have discussed Don had 4 diamonds, pocket fours, and river the diamond
Yeah.
against RZ's aces earlier.
No, they were talking about the other one instead. I don't.
Donkey 2.
Donkey 2.
That'd be amazing.
I gotta stick up for Don because Don never sticks up for himself. It's just I like to kneel
Don
down.
Cena is definitely my favorite one.
Speaks more about their issues than mine.
Hey,
If that's what they would like to do. Just advertise their insecurities.
Heads up.
Happy Friday there, Lionel. Hope you're doing well, man. Thanks for tuning in.
I love Jesus.
Yeah, you hear the background noise starting to pick up here at Jacksonville.
107.
It looks like
A little busy in the room.
Bless his heart.
Check.
How much I got to bet to get you to fold?
Rick
There's not really a number I don't think.
All in.
gonna river it.
All in.
I mean, it's only $420 a pop, right?
307.
That's enough.
I finally beat you on a pot. Jesus.
It's because of the river.
Yeah, Rick been having a rough go versus Todd so far tonight. Does get to take down a pot off him. Always feels a little sweet when you can take one off your rival, even if it's not a big one.
All it takes is one, and then the tides turn. Hopefully.
Feels like, all right, you can't win them all off me now.
College football starts.
Tomorrow.
It's
Really? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow. You have tons of games.
really? I thought it was Thursday.
25
You
to
think
play.
they'll get a game tomorrow? 5:10 quarter tomorrow?
Tomorrow's best games are Navy Notre Dame and San Jose State USC.
College football starting.
Tomorrow? I thought it was the week after.
I thought so too. I'm glad.
Glad they let us
Todd
know.
is here. Yeah, Todd is here to let us know about it. A lot of games starting, and then the infamous NFL season. Thank goodness for that.
we were good too. Oh, really?
So close. Yeah, so far.
Just had a weird trade with Trey Lance to the Cowboys. That's lovely.
But then there's a storm.
What are they gonna do with Dak? He has like one more year,
Get on
right?
the field?
Say, I mean, probably keep him.
Storm the
Yeah,
field.
I
We
guess.
just made room for people to storm. It was
Out here, outclocking everybody with a 10-8 here, 10-6-6 board.
Everyone is going.
Yeah.
Turns 3 pair.
Did check it, and turn helps him.
Somehow, some way.
He's like, oh, I had it all, guys.
3 pair, typically no good. Great in Pygao, not great here. But it will work out this time.
Good on this hand for Todd.
We were in New York for that game for Thanksgiving. And I'm in the hotel room with 2 of my kids asleep. And I'm drinking all the mini.
Yeah, anybody unaware, Kirk was just talking about some breaking news. Trey Lance just got traded to the Cowboys. Looks to be for a 4th round pick. That's it.
That's it. For
So maybe
For
biggest
pennies.
maybe biggest draft bust in history. I don't know.
That's what I mean,
In
they traded
contention.
3 first-round picks, right, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, ridiculous.
I was like,
De-stress.
one like that one.
For those of you who don't know, obviously this is a poker stream, but we do love our NFL. We do love our football.
Zachary in Facebook says, typical Cowboy move.
It ain't wrong.
At least they didn't pay all those first-round picks to get him.
Rattle
They
on
paid a 4th-rounder.
Much rather just pay 1 4th-rounder.
Yeah, that is nuts. Can't even beat Sam Darnold in a QB2 battle.
Action will start with a small blind.
What was it, a torn ACL from him last season?
Yeah, last
Took him
season
out?
tearing his
Yeah, it's
ACL.
unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
And then losing his job from there to Brock Purdy.
Brock.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Super relevant nowadays.
Oh, RZ with a relevant hand. Pocket jacks.
Does look like he added on some chips too.
Yeah,
Is that
he
just
added on a little bit, and then he also won the bomb pot right when he got back.
okay,
So I think
that
he
helps.
added on about 1,000, then he won a couple hundred.
Solid, solid.
So now he's finally getting in the mix with a little bit deeper
Yeah,
stack.
As we said, it's tough to play short stack here. And Big Bird with a pretty big hand here. Kind of 3-bet to 300 with ace queen suited.
And we have seen Big Bird 3-bet him a few times. Or is he elected just to call? Good flop for Big Bird. Top pair, top kicker, queen deuce deuce.
Pretty above average flop for Big Bird. Who's going to c-bet here, 400.
Yeah, tough spot for RZ. Only one overcard. Obviously, you're a little bit more scared of the ace and king than you are a queen.
Yeah, and obviously RZ's been following the action all night. Knows Big Bird has been getting a little out of line at times. But this time he does have it. He's going to put Big Bird he's going to put RZ to the test.
Yeah, Big Bird only about 700 behind. So.
No, I think it was around 1,400.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he definitely put out a stack of black.
Literally the only one you could have probably missed on. Because they probably would
So
have
the
looks like we're about to
action
get a
tracker is
count.
little wrong, yeah.
Let's see who dealer counts down. It's going to be a tough, close spot for RZ here.
1455.
14.
Oh, okay, you're right. Pot size bet now.
That's because I action tracked this
we
one.
were on
That's not fair.
Yeah, I get a spoiler, but I will not say what happens. So I did fix the action tracker, it just didn't show up.
Yeah, we can. The all-in is actually 1455. We heard the dealer count it down, announce it just a minute ago. So it's about a pot size shove, and for a much larger portion of RZ's chip stack.
But it's crazy that they traded all that without knowing who to get. You shouldn't, you should know.
If you don't know absolutely 100%, it doesn't matter.
So RZ really contemplating his action.
We first, right? Like that first.
And then 2 more.
Not an easy spot. Obviously, if Big Bird had something like pocket 9s, pocket 10s, he may be playing it this exact same way.
Ace king suited probably is.
Yeah,
well.
any ace king, any black ace king suited too, because spades and clubs are out there.
Yeah.
So I say it's almost better if you see the ace on the board. So much easier to get away from jacks than a queen high flop.
Yeah, because we don't have too many queens in our range besides ace queen. Literally, maybe king queen,
Yeah, as
but
the
I don't think
3-bet.
we ever get 3-bet.
It's like,
Country having fun from home, huh?
yep, counting down a fold. Anybody else out there you think he's gonna? We think RZ's folding or calling here.
I won't give you guys a spoiler.
Oh, you better not.
This time. This is big enough. I bet my first 4.
What are they betting their firstborn on?
I believe they were betting that RZ was gonna fold. All right, there is the fold.
He does show the goods. RZ does make the correct laydown. Took some time.
My usual response to that though is, I'll show if you show me what you're actually pretending like you have a hand with.
I haven't had.
I did, but if you
Todd
want
is
me to
roasting
show,
RZ alive.
That's all.
What's funny is if RZ showed jacks, it actually would be a legitimate
It
decision
was a
spot.
decision. It was an absolute decision.
The cumulative buildup over the last couple of streams, we've seen RZ tank with some real hands and tank with some not so real hands. And Todd
Todd
is self-proclaimed, and we've seen it. He is the fastest acting player.
Yeah.
He does not like wasting time.
I was going to say the polar opposite.
So YouTube chat was rooting for him to put in the call. Didn't think he was ever going to. Here we see RZ. Now he's putting in a call at 8-4 offsuit. So maybe he's trying to get in the mix a little bit more against Todd and Big Bird. And Todd, massive flop. Jack 7-5, all spades. Todd opening a straight flush draw, in addition to having them flush on the flop.
RZ just here with a little gutter.
Man, Big Bird with the ace of spades. He's going nowhere to this bet from Todd, that's for sure.
This pot could definitely balloon up here, depending on turn cards. That one not really so good.
They'd add a gut shot to Big Bird. Holding the 4, any 6 would give him a straight now. Sure enough, like that call again. River's a 9 of hearts. Big Bird checks. Todd's gonna bet for value. He went from 200 to 400 flop turn. He's sizing down just to 500. Please call me kind of bet here.
I'm just dreaming.
Big Bird ace high. He's gonna let it go.
Yeah.
Todd said, I was just dreaming of hitting the straight flush and getting all your chips.
Getting all of it.
Yeah, if a 4 of spades or a 9 of spades came out, Todd would have definitely taken all of Big Bird's chips.
That would have been wraps, unfortunately. But
going nowhere with the ace high flush.
Todd doesn't run that good on here. It's like I've seen this before.
Yeah, once or twice.
I've seen on TV in previous weeks.
I think that 4 flush is a 9 of spades.
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't have been terrible. It would have been about 2,100.
Medium.
25 to play, last round.
Action all the way around to the blinds now. Everybody got out of there. And CRZ raise it up with pocket 8s. Big Bird with ace 8 out of the big. He's going to call. Rick not going to defend his straddle with the king tray offsuit. So just Big Bird and RZ heads up to an ace high flop. Ace 10 deuce. So Big Bird now in the lead. RZ drawing to 1 out. But RZ does fire out a C bet anyway. 115 to go. Right around half pot. Big Bird with a small check raise. RZ is going to have to let it go, and Big Bird takes a pot off of him. Getting some of those chips he just lost in the last hand to Todd back. Just from somebody else.
That's usually the game. Get chips from somebody and give it away to somebody else.
Yep.
At least for me, I don't know about anybody else.
Todd's turn with a pocket pair, opening it up to 75 with the pocket 4s. Looks like it got all the way around to Hunter, who's going to have to let go out of the straddle at 9-6. So a rare raise and take. Haven't seen too much of that tonight.
There's usually at least been one defend from 1, 6, or 7.
And not a lot of, pretty much, not the only times we haven't seen a flop is usually from a big 3 bet or a big 4 bet. Not a lot of no flop hold'em tonight. These things seem to have quieted down for a second.
Yeah, nobody engaging in chatting currently, but that's okay. Sometimes the game hits a small lull. I'm sure the game will be back in active soon.
Yeah, obviously we've seen a it spiral up quite a few times today. We've seen all sorts of chat discussion, from pillow fights to movies about Cuba to little league World Series talk. A little bit. It's got it all.
It does have it all.
Again, do appreciate everybody hanging out with us tonight. Friday night live cash game action here at Best Bet Jacksonville.
You're strong.
Thank you.
Like it wasn't auto.
So as you can hear in the background, opening a flurry of cash games is just after 8 p.m. on a Friday. Everybody rolling in. Games opening left and right.
I always salute the podium. They got to deal with all the customers up front, and they never stop talking on the mic. Obviously, they never get a chance to stop talking. This is a good time to tell you guys about next Saturday. We got our 24K gold day here at Best Bet
That's
Jacks.
tomorrow, not next Saturday.
Oh, it is tomorrow.
Yeah, what do you think it is?
Technically, next Saturday, okay? My apologies. Yeah, tomorrow, $500 first 30 minutes, $1,000 second 30 minutes, rate going from 10 a.m. all the way till 2 a.m. It's going to be a busy, busy day.
All day long. That's crazy. Good for the morning types, the late night types. All day on Saturday.
No, you can make one
I
more
know,
round.
I'll be here all day.
Don't give me
I will not.
3 minutes.
I mean, I would if I could, I guess.
Come play.
Yeah, I would if I could. Funny, I actually had somebody last night when I was working. I was like, "Oh, are you excited for the WPT?" And I was like, "Yeah, I can't wait for it." He's like, "Yeah, I'm sure you're gonna be playing every day." And I was like, "Oh, that's not why I'm excited." But I wish it was.
I'm sure you'll be over here commentating quite a bit.
Yeah, that's the main reason I'm excited.
Yeah.
Used to be the play excited.
Now you've stepped up your duties.
Yeah. I mean, talking about next Saturday, we got a bunch of stuff next weekend across Labor Day weekend. So next Saturday, the 2nd, gonna be a 10K day over at the Orange Park Room from noon to midnight, giving away $10,000.
That one as well, pretty solid.
So I'm sure I'll see you there at some point for that.
Absolutely.
And then I'm sure you'll also be down at St. Augustine the next day, Sunday, September 3rd, doing the Stack tournament. 300 buy-in, 30K guaranteed, one-day tournament there. And then a little bit for everybody the very next day, Labor Day, Monday. We're doing a shared promo across all 3 rooms, 2K high hands every 30 minutes. And that one's going from noon to midnight, so nice fun weekend next weekend planned.
It's always all go, no stop at Best Bet. We had card players last week, and then we got a flurry of games this week, and big promos and tournaments next week. It'll be good. It'll be a great time. There's always something to do around here.
Definitely. Looking even further into the future, we got the GoPo at Orange Park on the 16th, so that's only 3 weeks away, and then week after that, it'll be a $400 buy-in, 100K guarantee here at Jacksonville.
I can't find a way to final table that thing. I always mint cash somehow, some way. I think I'm 3 of 3 of at least mint cashing. My highest is 12.
So yeah, I mean, the step 1 is to, make it to the money. Step 2 is to win more money.
Yeah.
At least you're getting step 1
I
done.
haven't really learned step 2, but it's coming. As I say, we just keep on knocking on
Some
the
of us
doors.
never learned step 1, so I mean.
Yeah, I guess that's an improvement.
You're getting there.
A lot of people like to call the GoPo the dealer open because there's a bunch of Jacks dealers that go in.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Dealers. We try to make the company look bad.
You just make yourselves look bad. It's fine. Nobody minds. Everybody usually gets a good score. Actually, a player was telling me last night on the Thursday night tournament at Orange Park about how he got at a table with, I think, maybe you and 2 others, or I don't know exactly which one. He's like, I don't even remember if I won or lost that night. It was just too much fun watching them do stuff.
We are crazy. We do love to get involved in hands, to say the least. RZ here with the mystery hand. Gonna check around to Big Bird. Who's gonna fire his bottom pair?
And gets to take it down.
It's the game.
So RZ not really having anything go his way. Came back with the reload, which was the right move. And just kept running into people, having hands since then. Mostly being Big Bird, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say all against Big Bird, I think.
So Big Bird found the guy he can beat at the table. Always nice to know that one guy that you, for some reason, can always beat. Looks like RZ put in the limp this time. Does have pocket fives. Big Bird looking down at Queen Jack. He is going to raise it up.
Doesn't matter.
After Rick folds, might see episode 10 in Big Bird versus RZ.
Do you care?
It's going to be them two to the flop.
Who it is?
I think I have
200 in the six.
After RZ checks on the flop, Big Bird's going to bet. Big Bird had it again, top two pair. So another pot going to Big Bird through RZ.
Big Bird always has it against
Little,
RZ.
yeah, definitely a repeat episode seen between these two.
Watch the card slices down there. RZ, watch the card
I
slices.
guess, are you doing anything?
Yeah.
So it's called No Rain or Wait. They've got packages that you can buy. So I decided that because I'm so bad with for years of sports betting, I'll treat it like the stock market. So I just took 25,000 and said that
25 to play, live.
But you play based on the units that they select, which is unique. And it's been really good.
Interesting.
It costs like, I think I'm into it for like about 10.
Yeah.
Just under. But it's paid for itself.
Wow. Great.
So like as an example, today, this guy's got different packages. So like it's like go for tonight for the parlay, the
Hunter with a monster flop. Steel wheel draw. He's going to bet out. Looks like Rick's going to call with just 9 high. Maybe thinking about turning his hand into a bluff later.
Yeah, so you can basically figure out what your sweats are.
Not a great turn card. But Rick's going to rep that queen now. Fires right out.
Later is now on the turn, I guess.
Yeah, he was just looking for some sort of scary card that he could represent. And now,
It's pretty large here, 400
yeah,
to 5.
went near pot.
I've never done sports betting, but
Hunter not getting the best price to call here, but he hasn't been in the mix too much. It's more than acceptable to call here. And he does bink nothing.
Yeah, brick on the river. So if Rick fires, it's going to work.
968 wins, 730
I haven't seen Rick do this too often,
Everything's documented.
but we know if he checks, he's going to auto-lose.
He did announce a bet, 1,200 going full pot. Nearly full pot again.
so is it like a subscription for a year? Like you pay? Just to
You
get
can
the,
buy a lifetime pack. I bought a lifetime package. So you pay more, but get it for a lifetime. So, but like their results in pro and college football last year.
Hunter really thinking it over.
He's like, what do you have?
Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty polarizing bet size. But Hunter holding only ace high, ace deuce high no less. There's a chance you could call and get shown a stronger ace.
Yeah.
yeah, but like the house is losing, and like it's just a bad
It's tough to be bluffing there when we are holding the ace of spades there.
Yeah, you'd almost rather not have the spades. That way your opponent could be bluffing with a flush draw.
But like you said, a lot of aces beat our
It was a
ace.
bad year for sports or whatever, like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing, though, too, for Hunter is maybe if you deduce that your player was holding a flush draw, then obviously yours was better. But it's played. It was real easy for Rick to maybe have Queen X of spades and turn the queen.
Yeah.
You want to get it right now?
bring the Gatorade when the food comes. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Look, baby. Everyone else doing okay? Food drink? I feel like you should be like a little lion or like a dragon.
Let's get another bottle of wine going for the other side of the table.
Any other rolls? Just the plain no meat?
Rick opening it up with King Jack after it folds him in the small blind.
You're welcome. Any other food drinks?
Looks like Don defends the Shadow with Queen 5 suited.
It's been quiet as of the last orbit or two.
10 trade deuce rainbow flop. Nothing for either player. Rick's going to check it over rather than c-bet. Looks like Don's going to fire 75.
Everyone else doing okay?
See Rick call with King Jack. Turn 4 diamonds, so Don turns open-ended. Turning a lot of equity. Good to keep firing. Rick has not checked it over to him yet.
Now he has. And, yeah, as you said, this is a really good turn card for Don.
Instead, he checked it back. River's a 5. And now Rick's going to bet as if he had an ace and rivered the wheel. It definitely looks like it, too.
For sure. I mean, early in my
Could see this bet working out. It looks like a value bet. It looks like ace high, river to straight. Don may just let it go, and he does.
Great rep of the ace there from Rick.
I mean, I know sports.
Sorry,
but
I mean, the average viewer knows sports, but like you have to know them at a high level.
it's actually it's funny. I'm listening to Billy Walters' book right now. You know who he is?
Ooh, yeah.
So Billy Walters is the most #1 sports bettor in the maybe in the world. Like at any point in time these days, he's got $200 million on a Saturday in action.
Anybody want the
But
$500
his
chip?
book just came out called Gambler.
Don't want it?
And like listening to his story is unreal.
I'll do the 1,000 because I just, for whatever reason, I just hate
In
the
order to be sharp, it has nothing to do with any of that.
plays, right?
It has everything to do with the price you're getting in the game. So, and being unwavering in the fact that like when you pin a game at a certain place, like whether it be playing a number or playing and odds on something, if it doesn't fall the way you believe it's supposed to be, you should never place the bet. And I'm just genuinely
Funny, Todd's talking about Billy Walters over there. Actually watched an interview with him just yesterday.
Yeah.
That's Hunter betting for 100 units?
Hunter, yeah. As Todd points out, Hunter with a 3-bet up to 400. Haven't seen too much aggression out of Hunter yet so far.
Sorry guys. Apologies, Hunter.
Yeah, that's in the room there, buddy.
Can the action.
And looks like he's just going to take it down uncontested. So good 3-bet out of the small blind with King 10 suited.
Are they like
Oh, they hate. He doesn't care for him anymore. So they got introduced.
Let's get the ball rolling somehow. It's a good way to do it.
Yep.
Walters.
Did get it through without having the best hand.
And like started getting taught by some of the
What's up, Chad? Good to see you, bro. Been a minute.
Coach Harmon and all the
Hope moving and everything is great.
into that world that way.
I know you just moved into a new house, right?
He literally says that Phil is the most degenerate gambler that he's ever seen.
the numbers are
It's insane.
Raise 75 and 8.
All right, looks like Hunter is kind of open on the button here. 75 with pocket trays. And once again, just take it down free.
All these guys are like back
2 in a row.
in their heyday. Yeah, like, because when he started sports gambling, think about it, like, information-wise, wild. We have all the information now right here. He used to pay off the cleaning crews at McCarran, right, to give him all the newspapers throughout any given day that were left on planes, so he could pick up local sports sections all over the country
25 to
in order to
4.
bet. Like, it's really like,
insane.
yeah,
That is awesome.
it's cool shit. Really cool shit. Super entertaining book.
Raise 75.
All right, Rick opening it up with Queen 8 suited, making it 75 to go.
I would have called with your hand too.
You might have raised with my hand, to be quite honest.
Todd snap calling.
I'm actually fairly confident.
Everybody else, no, Kevin called with Ace Jack out of the straddle. Elected not to put in the 3-bet.
Check.
Wow.
And a queen high flop, so Rick top pair, Todd with top 2, Kevin holding a gut shot to Broadway.
Check all the way to Rick, who's going to bet 125 here, about half pot.
Looks like Todd's just going to flat call. Really under-repping the strength of his hand.
Draw heavy board. We hate that turn card if we're Todd.
Yeah, definitely better than a face card diamond, that's for sure.
Very true.
None of the straights came in at least. But yeah, diamond not the most fun card in the world. Now. So he hated the turn, liked the river. Fortunately, it's the other way around, where the river's what did him in, as Kevin rivered ace high straight, puts in the call.
I had the best hand till the turn came.
Todd telling the truth too.
Oops, good hands.
2 pair.
Yeah, Rick at least does get to see that Todd outflopped him and he lost the minimum here.
Jesus.
He's oh.
He's like, I had the worst hand. What happened?
That has been my
Yeah.
time. Tim's coming
He only would have lost more if it played out differently.
Absolutely. All right, looks like we got a dealer change, and here are the stats. Somebody asked in the Facebook chat a little earlier.
Don still up there in first place, up 4K. Kevin been quiet, but got a nice big double up early on, up 2,600. And then
Seems
looks
like you're either up or you're down 2K.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Rick, Arzia, Carson all down, a little over 2,000. In terms of VPIP, Todd leading the way as usual. Rick, Big Bird, not too far behind. And obviously, Kevin down there at 6%. Hasn't really had too much until that last hand. Hunter been quiet as well. We have seen Hunter 3-bet and open when he has had the ability to, at least. Sometimes, you know, it's easy to sit down and run cold for an hour or two.
Yeah, and unfortunately, when a stream runs for 5 hours, the VPIP's never going to look that great.
Yeah, especially both Kevin and Hunter joined about an hour and a half into the stream. They weren't here from the beginning, so less sample size for their VPIP. In case anybody wasn't here for the last one or is unaware, the players have agreed to do a $50 bomb pot on the dealer change. They're doing a single board Hold'em bomb pot. Get a real
That's a
connected
board.
one there. Yeah, 10s or 6 tray deuce, all clubs.
Check 7, check 8, check 9, check around.
See if anybody smashed this flop or not. Doesn't look like it.
Check 2, check 3. Check 4, check 6, 7.
7 of diamonds on the turn. Connected with a few people, including Todd here, who's reaching for some betting chips. Firing out 125 now that he turned top pair.
Top pair with the 7 of clubs in hand as well.
Yeah, we can see that Kevin has the best hand with pocket 10s at the moment. And Hunter's over there with top pair, top kicker. Now that Kevin called though, might see a call, might see a fold. Does flick in the call. So 3 ways to a river.
3 plays.
Comes queen of diamonds, so Kevin still gonna have the best hand. Nobody too happy with this river card, that's for sure. Hunter and Todd both take their showdown value with their 7s, but gets shown the 10s by Kevin. Just like that, Kevin's gonna take down another pot. Chipping up yet again.
Button stays. Button stays. Carson can be small, Kevin can be my big. And we got a button straddle.
Todd throwing the 25 on the button for the straddle.
Nice and strong Carson, 25 will follow. Fold 2, 3, fold 4, fold 6.
All right, folds around to Rick. He's going to bump it up.
7, fold 8.
Does have king queen this time. He's obviously
9, and call 1.
raising on Todd's button straddle. Knows he's probably getting looked up light. So we see Todd does defend a straddle with 9 deuce suited this time around after Don called. Does flop the best hand with a pair of deuces. Rick firing out a C-bet. Goes half pot. Todd quickly called. It's gonna be them two to a turn. King, a 10 of clubs comes out. Rick's gonna keep firing, it looks like.
I don't think we've seen Rick double barrel, triple barrel too often tonight. So interesting line here.
Yeah, half pot again.
Making it look very value heavy.
And Todd did call though.
There's going to be a 4. Doesn't change anything. Does go check, check. And deuce is going to be good. 9 deuce. Double down. I don't know if a triple barrel would have worked there against Todd, honestly.
Not sure.
But I guess we'll never know. Deuce is good.
It may have. I think you could convince yourself that Rick was maybe barreling with like a wheel ace. So when ace 5 comes in, ace 4 makes a pair. You know, you're not gonna be able to pick off too many bluffs if you put them on those types of hands. I don't know.
Both. Try along, 25 to call. Fold 7. Fold 8, fold 9. Raise 75 into the 1.
All right, Todd, open it up here. 9 deuce offsuit variety this time.
Calls in the 4.
Made it 75 to go. RZ puts in the call from the big blind. Electing not to 3-bet. Todd gets rewarded 4 deuce deuce.
Wow. So sneaky.
50 in the 1.
He's out a small bet trying to get RZ to put some chips in there. And that's going to work as RZ calls.
2 overs and backdoor wheel draws.
Yeah, so one of those backdoor cards does come. Trey on the turn. But now Todd sizing up. Denying equity to some of those straight draws. Targeting an overpair type hand. Really hoping RZ has something like pocket 7s, pocket 8s here. Plus loading this pot up, setting himself up for a nice river size. River is a 7. And there we see Todd fire near full pot on the river. RZ is going to go into the tank with ace high.
Tank.
Todd definitely going for the max, betting full pot. Like the bet size.
Yeah, the deuce is definitely under repped here.
And if your opponent has pocket 8s, for example, that's a pretty mandatory call by them. So they either missed something or they still have a pretty strong hand given how clean of a run out you got.
Another pump fake?
Yep.
Pump fake?
Earlier, RZ said he did contemplate calling Todd with 10
No, I wasn't
high.
counting your chips. I said you're pump faking.
I was counting.
Oh, you were counting them. Got it. Got it.
Todd, little table talk here.
Yeah. No, Todd pretty aware that most likely RZ is going to fold. So if you think that your opponent is going to let it go, then you might as well do something to maybe try and change it up a little bit. Throw a little Hail Mary.
I think Todd showed the 9 there, and then he's like, yep, 9 deuce. Which he actually did. Back-to-back hands. 9 deuce is good.
Todd taking down a nice sized pot there. All of which could have been avoided if RZ just put in the 3-bet with his ace-jack. Instead, only called. Makes it tough to navigate post-flop against an aggressive opponent out of position.
Yep.
Well, not defining his range in any way.
Kevin here opening on the button with king, queen off. Big bird with 10-8 suited. I'd imagine he's definitely going to call it.
Falls to the 6.
my God.
So wait, on the teams that
Rick
win.
actually gonna fold 9 trade. Not as good as 9 deuce as we've seen.
Heads up.
What an animal.
Up does come 7-4-5 rainbow. Big Bird with a little gutter ball.
Coffee, cocktails. And
And definitely a board that connects better with the big blind's hand than the button's hand. That's why we see Kevin check it back rather than c-bet.
Yeah. Thank you, dear.
But that turn card screams Kevin.
Yeah, I think Big Bird probably not happy to see an ace on the turn. He could have repped any low card that comes out. Now we see Kevin bet with that ace. Like you said, looks a lot better for his hand. But Big Bird still with that gut shot straight draw. Looks like he is going to come along.
Instead, the river's going to be a king, solidifying his hand for Kevin.
Yeah, it just opens the door for Kevin to check it back rather than continue firing.
Pick up some showdown value there on the river. He
Yep.
does check back, as you said.
Kevin lets him know that he's got the best hand.
Oh, you see my card?
Well, I'm trying to glance away.
Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, thank you.
Once again, do appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. Always fun hanging out with everybody on a Friday night. Glad you guys have tuned in. This 5-10 25 no limit hold'em.
It's definitely been a consistent game. Obviously hit a small lull, but it's still been very, very solid. As we saw, that last 2 hands have been pretty sizable pots.
One of which being a 9 deuce pre-flop raise.
2 9 deuces and 1 9 deuce pre-flop. Yep. Here we go. It folds around to Rick in the big line. He's gonna make it 75 with aces.
And call an 8. Change. Heads up.
So we got a Bree in the chat rooting for Carson.
Oh yeah. Long time no see, Brute.
Now Hunter flops the flush draw. So Rick's aces are good for now. He's gonna be fading that heart. And this was big blind versus straddle, so interesting formation. Ranges widen way up. That's why we see Hunter put in the raise, knowing Rick could be doing this a lot looser than he is.
It's unfortunate that we are at the top of our range. But Hunter, of course, never drawing dead with a flush draw right here.
Now, by raising here, it accomplishes that you may just take down this pot now. Should Rick call, you can also just check back the turn.
Check back so many turn
Get to
cards.
see both the turn and river for the price of 1.
Wow, wait a second. Here's a spot you don't see too often, a little 3-bet action.
3-bet on the flop coming in. Let's see Rick's thinking about it.
He knows Hunter has been a little snug, so he's just hoping that Hunter has some like king, queen, X hands, queen, jack hands.
Yeah, very good raise by Rick here.
Absolutely. Gotta deny all the equity.
Yeah, so many hands Hunter could have. Flush draws, straight draws, top pair.
Yeah, it's a very juicy board.
Very tough spot for Hunter. Looks like he's just gonna let it go.
Great raise there by Rick. Not too many times you see a 3-bet on a flop.
Most of the time, I think Hunter would have accomplished his goal there.
Yeah, Rick just had it that time.
Now, and sometimes they have aces.
It's unfortunate.
But at the same time, if you only call on that flop and then Rick bets 200 on the turn, then you'd have to maybe call again. Much better to raise, kind of name your own price. You get to fold when they put in that 3-bet, I guess, too. So
Yeah, it's not the worst thing ever. We build a pot for ourselves, so we just get out of the way. It's fine.
Straddle on, 25 to call. Fold 1, raise 75 and a 2.
Yeah, it has been a while, Bree, but we do need some Carson love in the chat. He has not been running very hot so far.
yeah, got his wings clipped pretty early on in a pretty big pot against Todd. Other than that, just hasn't really been able to get anything going. we say is he looks down at a pocket pair. Unfortunately, he is not hitting a set on this flop, as Big Bird also at pocket trays.
He is, we're in trouble.
And they're both going to be drawing dead to Don immediately. Not often you see that. Don flop top pair on a king 8-4 board. Carson and Big Bird both holding pocket trays. Action checks around. Turns another 8. Not the best card for Don. Now anybody holding like 7-8 suited or 8-9 suited just improved.
These players are definitely capable of having those.
Yeah, especially Big Bird on the button. He was just the caller of the pre-flop raise, so he does bet when it checks over to him. Don definitely calling one street, puts in the call. Let's see what the river action is. After comes another 8. Don't think Don's folding now. Just a question of whether he wants to check to keep the bluffs in or bet for value. He checks it over. I like the check, to be honest. You're holding the king of clubs, so if your opponent had any sort of flush draw, it's not a boat. Let him continue firing.
Big Bird could think Don is on a flush draw also.
I think if he thought that, he may check it back, though. Just because he has showdown value, it's not a pure bluff. You know, he has 8s full of trays.
That makes sense.
Oh, the min click.
Oh, man.
Big Bird does call. Can't let go of a full house. Gets the bad news. Max value for Don there. The way he chose to play it.
Yeah, very interesting.
I know everybody on YouTube is going to love to see Don getting max value. It's going to put him close to the up 5K mark after that hand.
It's a gorgeous one.
Slowly but surely tonight, Don's been avoiding all the disastrous spots and getting the max whenever he's had a hand. What's crazy is I don't think he's done it in any large pots. It's been like, you know, that might have been the biggest pop of these won all night.
Which is so sick.
Just navigating himself pure in all the medium ones. We even saw him fold ace-queen pre-flop to pocket queens earlier tonight.
Yeah, it's a not massive 3-bet.
Yeah, just very zoned in today.
And it's playing well.
Looks like Carson's going to open it up with ace-queen. Big Bird's going to come along after a couple players fold. He's calling 6-5. Rick with Jack-10 on the button. Couple of options. Looks like he's going with the aggressive one, 3-betting it up, 300 to go.
Raised to 900 in the 2.
Carson with the 4-bet.
The good old limp 4-bet, huh?
No, he was the original opener.
Original
yeah,
okay.
And then Big Bird called.
4 more pumpkins, right? 3.
Yeah, Rick trying to see if, you know, maybe he's getting an okay price to see a flop and hope to smash it.
465.
If you put your opponent on a big hand, like pocket kings or aces, and you outflop him with this hand, then you know you may be able to get all the chips in. And if you miss, then it's real easy to get away.
Large pot brewing here, 1900 in the middle. Oh my goodness.
There it is, Jack 10-4. Rick praying Carson's got one of those big pairs. Pretty indicative of Carson's night. Things have really not gone his way. I mean, here playing a 4-bet pot with the best hand and just getting outflopped dramatically. Imagine he is going to let it go now as he whiffed that board. I mean, one gut shot. Can't call a bet of that size. And there we see Rick scoop it. So tough night for Carson so far. Rick, I think he's still stuck a little bit after that pot, but obviously happy to take it down. Again, do appreciate everybody tuning in the live stream. Coming to you every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night in general.
That's a
good comeback.
Thursday and Friday at 6 p.m., Saturday at 4 p.m. in general.
I know you like those. 75 minutes.
Entire live stream list is now available on our website, bestbetjacks.com. Just click in the live stream section. All of September is up. Some of it's subject to change, as we alluded to earlier. Might have a few big games roll in and take the place of some other nights. But if anything interests you, feel free to sign up. And
Wow, we got a big pot brewing here. Look at this.
yeah, I'd say so. Don's about to put in a big old raise.
4-bet here, or 3-bet here from the small blind.
Yeah, we saw Rick only call with pocket tens from late position pre.
Todd would have loved to see this hand for $75.
Todd just, ew. Carson with his hand too. They all had stuff that could have been fun. Kevin letting go of his nines pretty quick. Big Bird now, ace-4 suited. If he thinks there's any chance Don is doing this light, he might just stick it in. Big Bird's having a rough go of things recently. Sometimes when that's the case, you just go ahead and gamble it up. You could see Don obviously would love to see that happen. But Big Bird does let it go. Thinks better of doing something crazy and dumb. But Rick obviously going nowhere with tens.
Oh my. First time on the live stream, Don?
Don is spewing his chips all over the place.
He's trying to get it all in already.
But Don and Rick heads up to this flop. Comes 5-5-4. Don first act to see if he decides to c-bet it. Does check it over to Rick. Rick checking it back. A little pot control. Real safe turn card for Rick as it comes to 7 of clubs. Tens still an overpair to this board. Don just going to check again. Does not fire out a bet into Rick's pair. And Don gets away from it after Rick bets.
Very, very quickly.
So again, Don just doing a really good job tonight of being aware of where he's at. Not very many missteps out of Don tonight, and that's what's led to a nice big win. YouTube chat going wild.
Says don't lose any more, please, Don. 500.
Yeah, everybody wants Don to keep on winning.
That's probably the biggest pot Don's lost tonight.
I think so for sure. Especially 3-betting it himself pre-flop. Could have easily seen him c-bet on the flop. Could have easily seen him delay c-bet on the turn. Fortunate for him, he did not, as Rick was going nowhere.
Never. Never, ever on that board.
Well, Don reaching for some chips. Pre-flop raising it up with the Jack-7 suited from the button.
Now you owe me one show.
Okay, for sure. That's fair. Yeah, that's definitely fair.
Carson pocket 8s, putting in a 3-bet, especially against a button open. Want to be 3-betting our bigger hands. We see Don let it go. Carson going to take this pot. Diego over on YouTube asking, where's this at? This is Best Bet, Jacksonville, Florida. Best Bet has a total of 3 rooms in Northeast Florida, this being the primary location in Jacksonville. Other 2 rooms, one being in Orange Park, and the other one being down in St. Augustine. Just over a year old, that one is.
Is it already? That's crazy.
No, time flies, right?
Time do fly. We're already about to be in September 2023. That is crazy to me as well.
Yeah, September chock full of some good events. A couple of smaller, more local tournaments going on this upcoming month. But then, before you know it, WPT going to be here in October, kicking off October 26th. And that'll go through mid-November. Feels weird to say mid-November, since the year's just about up already.
But yeah, and next thing you know, we'll be 2024.
Under the gun.
Yeah, we'll do it all over again.
We'll do it all over again. But we do got to get through 12 days of Christmas first. A lot of good.
So when you break it up by events, it like everything sounds like it's just right around the corner.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, football
No
season's
joke.
about to start. We got a couple of tournaments in the next couple of months, and then it'll be WPT, and then then Thanksgiving, and then Christmas, and then it's good.
Yeah, as I said before, it's all go, no stop here.
Fold 9.
Yeah.
Fold 1 and 2. Fold 3, change code. Fold 4, change code.
I do like about the all go, no stop, like you're saying, is we do get to zigzag between tournaments and cash games, promotions. Like it tends to not like clump and feel like the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do love that.
It's a lot of variety. It's got to be frustrating for Hunter to open and everybody folds. I think it's been about the 3rd or 4th time that it's happened that way.
Oh yeah, ace queen suited, everybody lets it go.
Especially when we're stuck like this.
Meanwhile, when you 4-bet it, then you get called and then outflopped.
Oh,
Definitely a frustrating evening for him. Seems like, not that he's misplayed any hands, just that things haven't gone his way.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, Diego, I would imagine, you know, some of the bigger name pros will be back here for that WPT main event especially.
absolutely.
Doing
yeah.
a 5K main this WPT.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive one.
Fold 8.
They
Elliot.
might even be around for the mystery bounty the week before the main.
Yeah, a lot of good tournaments. We had Patrick Antonius here about a year ago, maybe over a year ago now.
5 and 3.
Obviously, Alex Relly a couple months back. So we had some pretty sizable names in the poker world come up, show out.
Call.
WPT's always tended to bring in a nice crowd.
Oh, wow. There you go, Rick in the straddle, waking up with kings, the dream.
And meanwhile, Big Bird only flat called with ace queen, which really underreps his hand. And given his chip stack, he might just get it in as a back jam.
Red, make it 307.
Just hoping that Rick raises here.
Yeah, he makes it 300, and I
Folds into 3.
can easily see Big Bird just jamming it now. $1,300 stack, only 1,000 more. Your hand is pretty underrepped as you only called pre. And there it is. There's the jam. Rick goes, oh, I'm sorry.
And I know you don't have aces, so I know I'm ahead. So.
Yeah, the question seemed to be, are we running it once or twice?
You got the all-in call?
Looks like one time.
Yeah, so Kings versus Ace Queen.
I'm sure you're going to roll.
Not on that flop so far.
Deuces came home.
Your deuces came. Clean turn for Rick. And clean river as well. So we're going to see the Kings hold for Rick, and he's going to take down a nice pot. Unfortunate for Big Bird. I mean, Rick would be 3-betting a couple of hands that you have beat, like ace-jack and ace-10 suited. Fortunately for him, Rick just woke up with the monster. See him reload, though. Big Bird's going nowhere. Bruce, appreciate the kind words over in the chat. Glad you enjoy it, both the stream and playing here.
You just straddled, correct?
Hope to see you again soon.
Absolutely, Bruce Brown. Always a pleasure.
So Bucky's going to stay after his hand
Speaks
anyway.
in the live stream chat from time to time.
Yep.
All right, let's check some stats after that.
Let's see how we're doing. About halfway through the stream. Looks like there it is, Don, top of the leaderboard, as everybody is rooting for. Up 4,300.
Yeah, you're right. Before that $500 hand, he was almost at 5K.
Yeah. Kevin not too far behind, up a little over 3K. Todd, the only other winner. So everybody else is having a rough go. In terms of VPIP, we can see Todd and Rick and Big Bird far and away the 3 most active. Most people there in the middle. Kevin and Hunter pretty quiet down at the bottom still.
Actually, let me show that again because it didn't update the
update.
stats.
Oh, hey.
But Rick is actually out of the red. Now I'm back in the green.
Oh, after that pot right there,
Yeah.
stacking Big Bird, yeah.
Yep.
Rick unstuck after having a really tough
tough
start to the stream.
You would think he's up piles seeing his stack, but he's in for most of that.
Yeah, we saw him reach for a pretty big wad earlier, realizing the game was getting a little bit deeper, and
Took the wrong thing.
if he's going to play a big pot, he wants to have all the chips and have his opponent covered.
Yeah, I was pretty excited to get Rick on the stream. Earlier, before we even started, he was just like, what's the buy-in? And I said 500 min, no max. He's like, no max? I'll be right back. Went to the cage.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I saw him come out with about 8K or so, maybe even more.
He's ready to go.
He came ready to play.
When you're in position and have the button.
No, I just don't do this fast for me.
I noticed things.
Yeah, as we've seen the last couple of dealer changes, we're off to a $50 bomb pot here. Every player getting their 2 cards, going straight to the flop after essentially anteing 50.
Excellent. Well played.
Why don't you tell me in person? I'll tell you in person.
I'm a person? Yeah, no.
Yeah, Rick flopping the best of it here with king high board. Don had pocket queens. Not necessarily the time you want to look down at a premium pocket pair in a bomb pot.
It's always funny to grab these. Just kidding.
Unless the river's a queen.
Just kidding.
So more run good goings Don's way. And we were just talking about how he wasn't up 5K. Well, he might be if Rick,
after this one.
if Rick puts in the call here. He's going to get over that hump.
Said I hope you have Queen Jack. That would be open-ended and did catch a little bit on the river.
Yeah, Rick's kicker issues. But he did put in the call, and Don gets to show the goods.
Any more queens? Or that's it?
So there it is, Don taking down a big pot.
I had 50% of your hand, right?
So yeah, that probably puts Don up around the 5K mark. So any of you watching in YouTube, just in case somebody out there is unaware, Don gives away 5% of his winnings when he's playing on a live stream like this, and he committed to it earlier tonight. So one lucky YouTube watcher will be randomly selected based on a keyword giveaway for 5% of Don's winnings, which if he's up 5K, 5% is, pretty good payday.
It's not bad at all. I would love to free roll 5K.
Yeah.
75 before. I'm not paying attention to people's stack sizes.
So hopefully he can keep up that momentum for all of you guys out there watching and chatting with us from YouTube.
Yep. It's going to be a YouTube chat giveaway only, but we do ask that you guys have either a Facebook and or Instagram. That way we can DM you and get your information for Don. Because this is not a best bet giveaway. This is a Don E giveaway, which is very, very cool of him. Ooh, big flop here. RZ picking up top pair. Hunter with a open-ended and a flush draw. But yeah, guys, once again, it will be in the YouTube chat. We will give away keyword. Stay tuned. It'll be probably in about 30 minutes or so.
Wondering if Hunter's just going to put in a big raise here and commit RZ's stack.
Just trying to get it in. I mean, we have a massive drawing hand. I would love to see all 5.
That's where you got to start.
It doesn't matter what
I got to bring in a
Yeah.
megala donkey.
Yep, that's what he does. Raises it up.
Step 1.
It's some sort of a big 2. It has to be brought to the table.
Could even get RZ off of a hand like he has here. A weaker 9. May have to let it go with kicker issues.
RZ did open on the button, I realize.
Yeah, he's getting crazy. He just played a bomb pot. Now he's opening light.
It's true. It's true. Maybe he's getting a little tilted.
He's a little turned up. He walked by that bottle of wine earlier.
I've also noticed something else, which is to pay attention. Every time the action completely just stops, always on the same person.
Just a little posture.
That's correct.
Nothing wrong with getting some camera time.
Get that, the 15 minutes of fame, And there we see RZ let it go. Hunter gets to take it down without having to get there.
4 high, good.
Easy game. Easy game. Dan checking in from Arizona. What is up, Dan? Thanks for tuning in.
Ooh, AZ, baby. That's good, Dan. Welcome, welcome. You're tuning in to a pretty darn good game. Got a little 5, 10, 25 basically. They've done the Mando straddle.
Rick, you're in for a nickel.
Yep, I'm in.
Live cash game here from Best Bet Jacksonville.
Raise 101.
The Jacksonville, the one in Florida, not some
Where
off-brand
is it? South
Jacksonville.
Carolina or something?
There's one in Mississippi, I think, too.
Yeah.
Not one of those
more than
off-brand
two.
Jacksonvilles.
This is the main one.
You know, the one that everybody makes fun of in movies and stand-up comedy specials.
Largest city or whatever. Largest land mass.
Something there. Some you know, land fact that we're probably supposed to know as residents. But instead, we're here with you guys watching some poker on a Friday night.
Looks like we might have lost the action on this one, unfortunately. No graphics. But luckily it wasn't a big hand, so that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, Todd could have had anything. We saw him open and stay aggressive at 9-deuce earlier, so.
Did flop trips, though.
Todd opens some sort of hand, and then Todd c-bet some amount, and then he took it down.
Couldn't have said it better myself. We got the legend Mark Spalding Sr. in the chat. What's up, Mark? Mark, I believe, a 3-time Donnie giveaway winner. And runs real good.
Well, then he's here at the right time. Cause
he is indeed.
If you're just tuning in, Mark, about how it's going good for us, but it's going great for Don, which is good news for you guys.
Absolutely.
Up about 5K right now is Don, and he's doing the 5% giveaway later on. It's like Rick opening from the button with the king-queen. We've seen him open a large amount of hands, especially from late positions, so can't imagine Todd's folding any 2 cards based on how them two have played tonight. Todd with pretty good hand, all things considered, ace-7. Top's top pair. The action goes check, check. Brick, board pairing 4 on the turn. We're going to see Todd bet right out. Dan asking, how does that 5K giveaway work? I wish we could give away 5K. Unfortunately, that's how much Don is up right now, and he gives away 5% of his winnings. So the way it works is we will give out a keyword later on in the YouTube chat. Everybody just has to either copy and paste it or type it themselves, whatever that keyword is. Do only enter it once. Anybody who enters more than once gets automatically eliminated. So out of everybody who types in that keyword over the span of a few minutes, we'll then use Nightbot, the administrator on YouTube, to randomly select one of the people, and it'll pick a winner. And then after that, you just need a Facebook chat or Instagram chat to reach out to us, and we'll figure out a way to get your winnings from there. Meanwhile, we saw Rick put in a 3-bet with king-queen suited, and Todd only flat call with ace-king suited. We saw Big Bird, who was the original pre-flop raiser, get out of the way, and it's going to be Rick and Rick and Todd. That's up to a flop, which comes down with 2 clubs. So Todd holding the nut flush draw, and you would never in a million years put Todd on ace-king suited,
Never.
given how insanely wide he has played all night. Turn is that jack of clubs. Todd holding the nut flush. See if he continues to slow play it. Definitely a good spot to do so as Rick c-bet the flop.
Does it look like it does?
Yeah, it went check, check. Rick gonna lose the minimum here as the board comes out another club.
Todd does overbet 2K here.
Yeah, Todd's been pulling some overbets today.
King queen suited against you like 4 times. And with 4 times.
Wants to hit the king really badly.
Yeah, Todd's saying, I wish you would hit the king. Rick going, what? Yeah, Todd's put in a flurry of 3-bets across the night, so you would never in a million years assume that he has ace-king. Oh, Clint Roth in the YouTube chat. Haven't seen Clint in a long time in this thing. Saw him in person the other day, but
He's
never
been hanging out here.
Yeah?
He's been playing a little bit of 2-5.
He hangs out everywhere.
Yeah. Well, he's mainly at OP for a little while there.
Yeah, definitely gotta go way back with. And Dan, you know, no problem. Well, we'll try to walk everybody through it when the time comes as well.
Absolutely. You guys don't have to do any of the hard lifting. All you got to do is be on YouTube, type in a keyword, and hopefully DM us.
Hopefully Don can continue winning here as he puts in the call Queen Jack. I don't know, it's going to be a little spicy as Rick flops a jack, Kevin flops a jack with the flush draw. Big Bird with a pretender hand.
Ooh, they all have
Stayed high. Yeah, everybody's got a jack. Nobody's really too happy with the king out there. Now ace on the turn. So Rick and Don improved with some gut shots to Broadway to go with their hands, but ace is going to keep the action slow down. Especially when you're holding a jack, you're happy to have some showdown value. No need to force it.
especially multi-way like this. I do think we see a clean river. Looks like there is a river card.
All right, checks all around indeed.
Somehow
And there it is. Looks
Oh,
like
wow,
Don's
we're
going to
chopping
take
it up.
it.
We're
Oh, it is a
chopping it up.
chop. Reward pairing 7.
Three-way chop.
Du-du-du-du-du-du.
Chop up Big Bird's money.
Better question is how many does nobody have a fucking ace or a king?
I do want to let you guys know also, Don's stats, like his current winnings, aren't exactly accurate because it does not take into account for rake and or tips. So it'll be roughly around the amount shown, but it won't be spot on accurate.
Yeah, plus, I mean, everything is tracked based on our math. And,
our
like,
math's not good.
and I don't know if you've met or listened to us too long, but we are not the brightest human beings in the world. So sometimes we misread a chip stack or one pot size. It's a rough estimate, though.
Yeah. Just know he's up right now.
Yeah, we're not.
You don't
It's
wanna
not gonna.
jinx
You're
it.
not gonna get slow rolled out of a significant amount, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, if he's up around 5K, it's around a $250 giveaway, so that's pretty darn good for watching a free poker stream. It's not bad.
Raise 40 in the 9.
And we do appreciate all of you tuning in to the stream, watching with us, whether it be for us or for Don. I know it's probably more for Don, but nonetheless, we like hanging out, watching some poker with you guys on a Friday night. Speaking of Don, we're going to have a flop here between him and Kevin. Don with the queens, overpaired this board with gut shot. Kevin open-ended straight draw. Don's going to check it back for pot control on a wet board. We see a unfortunate king on the turn, giving Kevin top pair. Don open-ended. He's going to fire out. Small bet, 75. River's a brick. I'd be surprised to see the action go check-check as Kevin's not extremely happy about his top pair, and Don may just want to take down his showdown value with second pair. Daniel, being the most honest person in the chat, says, here for Don today. Normally for you guys, we appreciate that part.
That's cool.
But I don't blame anybody for being here for Don today. Being up almost 5,000 and doing the giveaway. Hard not to root for him.
Yeah, Don's been mega successful as of late doing this. He's done it ever since last year at Christmas. We called him Santa Don for a little while. And he's only lost like a handful of times. He plays the stream basically once a week. Whether it's a 2-5, 2-5, 25, or this game, 5-10, 25. He'll play it all. But hates PLO, so he'll never be on that.
What is it? I'm not saying what is it.
10-9 suited. He would have loved to raise this hand, but just paying off the waitress here. Now Kevin gonna wake up and raise here, 105 with ace jack suited.
Absolutely. I would.
Todd is gonna make it 400 to go. Says I didn't look at it the first time, so now I'm looking strong here for a little 3-bet in the cutoff. Kevin not gonna fold quite yet. As we said, he's the second biggest winner so far. Up about 3,200 going into this hand. He's going to put together a call. Let's go heads up to this flop. Flop comes. Oh my goodness. Whew, that is gross.
Yeah, I don't see how this pot doesn't balloon up on this flop.
It has to.
So we did see the 3-bet pre-flop. Imagine we see pretty big sizing here.
Wow. The offsuit 7 somehow giving Todd the nuts right now.
And now he can definitely be betting a little bit smaller for value. That's what he does. He goes a third pot here. We can see that he went 400 pre, went 500 for his C-bet size. You would imagine the turn bet would be a lot bigger. But you can suddenly start betting for value and you have such a lock on it.
The river's going to be a club somehow. That's so bad. That feels so bad for Todd.
Kevin checks it over. Todd has mixed in a lot of overbets.
Does Todd, he goes with the super
He went small.
value bet. Wow. Does Todd ever get stacked here? Did I hear all in? I did.
Kevin jammed. Todd
He
snap called.
Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. River.
Yeah, he's got.
He's got it all.
A 6-6 spot and huge double up going Kevin's way.
He didn't want to get there. No, I mean, he was just like,
So unfortunate for Todd to see a club on the river after smashing the turn in the disguised way.
Turn the nuts.
Yeah.
Nuts, river. What you think is probably the nuts. Oh my goodness. That's sick. What a board. Ew. Like that, the biggest pot of the night, guys. 10.3K going the way of Kevin's. Ew. What a disgusting run out that was. Trey doing some nasty things there. Ooh. I do want to apologize to Ryan. Usually he does timestamps. I was very lazy. I also forgot. I didn't do any timestamps. But this hand would have been a very good one to do, so I will timestamp this one for him. So I gotta apologize.
75 in the 8.
So that was a quite a doozy of a hand there. Let's see if Todd can recover after that one. Always sick when you just turn all of it, river, an even stronger hand, but get stacked somehow. Not fun to come back from. And we do see Todd get to take down a pot uncontested pre-flop at least. Obviously not a big pot to get you unstuck by any means, but taking something nonetheless. Yeah, Ron saying Max Payne delivered. I'm inclined to agree. It was definitely Max Payne. Nasty sequence of events for him.
25 to play.
So everybody kind of feeling that pain at the table instantly got
75.
dead silent. Everybody's been there at some point. Never a fun position to be in. Everybody empathizes with that one. If you've played enough poker, you've been in one of those.
so you don't even think they'll get a 5-10 game going tomorrow?
Nope.
No?
You don't want to play.
Stupid. St. Augustine, I won't play.
On a Friday night, they'll have 12 people on the list. They'll call it.
They got two
Two
games
people
there.
show up.
No, they'll probably have 2 games there.
5-10s? Here?
St. Augustine.
Oh, St. Augustine.
North or south?
No, I'm going to be heading up
25 to play.
to something else. But I'm leaving Monday. I want to drive back to
75.
It's only 30 minutes.
30 minutes from here.
Call.
Where's it at?
Right off the highway. Right
No,
off
I mean, what place is it at?
past that St. Augustine. The third
Oh, really? I didn't even know there was one down there.
Yeah, right off of the highway.
It was about a year ago they opened up.
Oh, yeah. I had no idea.
It's not much actually. I mean, it's beautiful.
He doesn't
Apparently it's getting
They
better.
have 2 games every day.
Apparently it's getting better.
So just take 95 south about a half hour.
Me?
Well, Chris says it's not how hard you get hit, it's how you recover. Well, Todd with an opportunity to recover here.
Yeah, if it's off of like the
Flopping trip sixes. We haven't seen Big Bird fold yet.
5-10s that go on to park.
We played until 4 in the morning.
Maybe.
Really? I would say, except for this, like, except for August, the last 4 months it's been running every day.
A 5-10
Saturday?
Yeah, we'd run Saturdays.
But Big Bird does
But,
let it go.
The issue is the last 3 weeks it's run like once a week, and it's been on a Tuesday
You gonna go there tomorrow and play?
or a Wednesday. So I would say right now, probably not. Although right now they have a 5-10 right now going on.
What time's the game usually going over there?
So
They've been, during the week, it's been starting at
What time do you think they'll start at St.
5 or
Augustine
6,
tomorrow?
but it started
anywhere
early
from
today.
1 o'clock to 6.
Oh, that's
25 per
It's a
club.
big
fucking gap.
It's a really big gap.
Raise 75 and 2.
Like last,
Well, they're on the app.
Sounds like when your cable provider is going to show up to do service.
You can see.
You can get on the list.
So, on a Saturday, I'm assuming, should get started earlier on a Saturday.
You would think like today it started at like 1:30,
Yeah, it started early.
but like yesterday and the day before it was like 6, 7 o'clock.
All right, then I'll go to St. Augustine.
Raise 309.
One more day to mess around.
All right, Cassie in the chat said, let's go, Don, run it up. And now we see Don looking down at pocket kings. Good chance for him to do so. Hunter's going to put in the call with his pocket tens.
I gotta play some Smoky Mountains.
Flop comes down now 9 high. Both players with an overpair. Hunter is the only one holding a club right now. We're going to see Don reaching for a C-bet. Does throw out 350. So half pot size.
Well, yeah, I love nature too.
Can't see Hunter folding yet.
But
Or is it like call it dead?
scenery's nice. The weather's
Turn, unfortunately for Don, does come out of club. 7 of clubs falls on the turn.
I'll go vacation in it, like we did.
Hunter
Christmas
checks
and
it over.
Springs. I just don't want to be there. Oh, you got that long periods of time.
Don is going to check it back. River is a brick tray of spades. So Hunter, definitely with the best hand right now. With holding over a pair of the board, it's pretty unlikely that Don's going to try to turn his hand into a bluff. But before it comes to that, we see Hunter put out a little blocker bet. And Don is going to look him up, getting such a good price. And that's going to be the biggest pot we see Don lose tonight. Unfortunate for him. Fortunate for Hunter, as we haven't seen Hunter get in there too much yet. Been rather on the quiet side tonight for most of his hands. A couple of 3-bets where he took it down uncontested, but one of the first interesting pots we've seen him play. But hopefully for Don's sake and all the viewers out there rooting for Don, he can recover from that one, or at least not turn it into a trend. Don't want to see his chip stack go the wrong way.
Yeah.
Raise 75 and 7.
Rick with the ace-9 of diamonds. He's going to open it up from late position. And it looks like Don's putting out a 3-bet.
Raise 190 and
Any more colors in there?
So Rick
You'd have put purple
going to put in the needle first, and now put in the call, making fun of Don's sizing. See those two heads up to a flop, and flop does come down jack high for Don. Jack 9-7, 2 clubs, pair for each player. Don is assembling a continuation bet.
275.
Rick may look him up for one street with middle pair here. Sure enough, he does throw in the call.
That's up.
4 of spades on the turn. Very safe card for Don's hand. Let's see what size he elects to go with on the turn. Especially if he thinks Rick has a flush draw or something like Queen 10. Gonna charge the most he can for the draws, as well as, you know, get some value out of King Jack or Queen Jack. For Rick, though, holding a 9. He's thinking, all right, if Don has Ace King or Ace Queen, he may fire like this. And now River is a 6 of clubs. Not necessarily the card Don wanted to see. Definitely better than some Broadway clubs, as all the straight draws missed. Now he checks it over to Rick. Rick may want to just take his showdown value with his 9 rather than bluff. Actually did go check, check, so we're going to see Don scoop it. So Don, getting all the chips back he lost in the last hand, plus a tiny bit more. Some nice big pot going at Don's way. Everybody can breathe a little sigh of relief after that one. Diego asking how long is the stream. I also do appreciate any question that includes popcorn. Personally, big popcorn fan, but to the important aspect, the stream goes until about 11:15. They play about 5 hours on stream. Game starts around 6, so they'll go to about 11. And we operate on a 15-minute delay for the cash games, so about 11, 11:15, sometimes closer to 11:30. Generally, 11:15, good rule of thumb. So I would go fire up another bag if I was you, just to be safe. You can never have too much popcorn. Looks like we saw RZ put in the limp with the Ace King. Probably going to go for the limp jam potentially. And after an open and a 3-bet, that's what we see. RZ goes all in with Ace King. Rick obviously getting the heck out of there with the Queen 5. And Carson, feeling a little committed, does put in the call. And it looks like they're going to run it 2 times potentially. Sounds like that's what they agreed to, running it twice. And Carson needing a 10 to chop this one up. Or some diamonds. Or a straight. Any sort of fortunate run out for him. Barring a river card, he's going to get it. So first board, it goes to Carson. All the 10s are still live as well. See if Carson can hit this. And it does come 10 high. 10 high board, all he's fading is the ace now. And we're going to see Carson stack RZ. King 10 taking down Ace King even after running it twice. So Carson having a really rough go. Got all the run good out there after having a pretty terrible start.
That's how scary he is. You gotta put up your hand and think it. He said, you just listen. It's like Carson's gonna scoop. You think? Flop the joint. It's like, you are scary. That's very funny.
Yeah. He's coming back or he's not? Oh, he left.
No, he's not.
It's good because he left. He won 1,500 the other night, and was so tilted because he won 1,500. Playing 0 hands. Yeah, less than 10% VPIP. Yes.
Oh, I know. He's the worst.
Look, the board says 12%, but that was including the bomb pots and stuff like that. It was low. It was below 10%. I swear.
And he takes it out on dealers too. Like it takes
even on stream, he takes off fucking hands off.
Hey, I'm glad it was Trey who dealt.
I say the chat's going wild as well.
As soon as I get up 1,500, I'm cashing out.
I walked into the fire, huh?
Called me a
Love that.
donkey when clearly I'm not.
You're the megalodon. Come on. Check.
Checks in.
Meanwhile, this hand was a $50 bomb pot. In case anybody didn't catch it before, they've been doing $50 bomb pots on the dealer change, single board variety. So while the chat was going on, that's why you see everybody in this hand.
125 and 6, fold 759.
Want a bomb pot?
I don't believe so. Fold 1 and 2 and fold around. Button stays. No list.
Looks like Big Bird got to take this one down.
All right, guys, really quickly, I'm just running a test giveaway, okay? I just want to see how it works since I'm not very Nightbot savvy. So.
Make the keyword test. That way nobody...
This is true. You're not wrong. It's a smart man. Okay, so it says no legible. Okay, cool. That's good. All right, awesome.
That reminds me of the time Carson scooped that bomb pile with King Jack high on board.
Under the gun straddle.
Against Allen. That was a good one.
Carson is the master of the double board bomb pots. I've seen him scoop up some massive ones over there at OP.
I am the opposite. I can't
win it either.
I think all of my major losses in recent history have all been due to double board bomb pots.
Really? Actually, funny enough, one of the meetup games, Carson and I ended up chopping one board and getting chopped against Ronan, another dealer here. When Carson and I both had a
I
queen
feel like I have
on
less than 15%
queen X board,
in this game right now.
and we got chopped up. Not fun. Not fun.
King 10 looked like aces, which is terrible. Trey, what is my BPIP?
I think it's like 24.
Really?
125 into 3.
Look at this guy here. We got the fucking ESPN analyst over here. Carson's got a baseline at 12.5%. Boost it up with some
38?
Well, Don turning the best hand here. Got to fade the clubs and the offsuit king.
Does not fade. And now Don is starting to lose a little bit.
Luckily, it's a pretty small pot. And easy to get away from it against this opponent on that river. Kevin been on the quiet side tonight. He's shown up with a few major hands, but aside from that, usually when he bets it, he's got it.
So basically, I'm stuck.
Got RZ out. Let's go.
Stuck the hand that I had
That's
against
called
you.
clock on.
That's what I'm stuck. Other than that, I'm even.
And a call.
But Don does look him up anyway.
Kings and 5s. Oh, sorry, Kings and 9s with Jack. Sorry. So that was a major spot.
Just king is good. King is good.
King is way good.
But Kevin taking a small pot there off of Don. Don kicking himself for putting in that call.
Not the worst call ever.
We've seen worse.
We've seen a lot worse.
Definitely seen worse.
Most definitely.
I think we just made this a
And if you want to see bad calls, we are having a meetup game at St. Augustine.
That's a great.
September 12th.
Great
Action's
transition.
kicking off around 4 p.m.
You're not increasing.
Again, St. Augustine location, meetup game, September 12th, 4 p.m. There will be so many bad calls.
You won't even believe it.
It's the actual game.
Yeah, games are pretty lively on those things.
Have you heard about my call that I did against Tacos? That was
Yeah,
correct.
see?
It was insane. It was like third pair on a 4 flush board,
150.
and I was correct.
Somehow, some way.
Somehow, some way.
Play again September 12th, 4 p.m. St. Augustine, and then
I think it's west of that.
at 8 o'clock, I believe it's Ramona and the Riot. Going to put on some live music for everybody as well. So
It's gonna be a great
definitely a fun night at St. Aug.
Drinks are gonna be flowing. Chips are gonna be flying.
Chips will definitely be flying.
Oh, yeah. Pretty standard flop for jacks there.
Yeah, I don't think chips are going to be flying on this hand. Ace, queen, 9. Super scary for jacks. Never great for 10 high either.
Not a terrible turn card for Big Bird. Less likely that Rick has an ace.
Looks like he's going to fire out a bet now. Rick's going to snap fold.
Is everybody okay with making this a 5-10-25 game?
You're not increasing the rate, are you?
So it's officially 5-10-25. It was anyway.
It was anyway, but now we could straddle even bigger.
Because now the straddle would be 50, since the 25 officially is a third blind.
Yeah, I don't think we really need it. Unless you really want it.
You don't need to,
I mean,
but
really wants it.
I mean, pots are gonna balloon up. We know this.
The tightest one left, so.
Fold 9.
Facts.
Raise 101. Fold 2 and 3.
Never want to hear laughter when I bust out.
Now we just gotta make sure the luckiest one loses a hand every once in a while, or it'll be okay.
I knew I didn't like that game, man. I almost folded.
Yeah, Kevin, of course, initially bought in for I believe 2K. He's up around 8K right now. Not a bad day. And I see Hunter topped off. Wants the table covered just in case a big hand happens. Looks like he put a bunch of pumpkins in play.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody wants to top up. Have a nice chip stack. Should you play a big pot and you think you have an edge, then you want to have more chips.
Absolutely. Carson with more pumpkins as well. Yeah, I mean, we got well over 50K, I think, on the table.
Fold 2 and 3.
Not a bad Friday night game.
Fold 6.
Definitely not. There's one seat if anyone wants to speed over and join in.
We actually do get that filled up.
Oh, never mind. Don't speed
But
over and fill
we'll
in.
make it a 9-handed for you, since Mike promised it.
Wouldn't be the first time I've slow rolled somebody by accident. Rick with a premium pocket queens. Obviously, Todd going nowhere. Had to put in the call.
Yeah, it seems like every time you have a queens, then the king does flop up somehow.
Somehow, kind of a theme in general of the night. Rick versus Todd, and Todd kind of getting the best of them. It's happened time and time again. And pretty clean run out for Todd. He's going to bet value on the end, and Rick snap calls him, looking him up. As Rick knows he's been bluffed a few times by Todd tonight. Decides to put in the call and gets bad news. It's been one of those nights for Rick every time he's entered a pot against Todd. Just seems like that's
Second best always.
yeah, always second best against Todd.
Just that one
Meanwhile,
player at the
Todd's stuck on the night as well, so it's
Yeah.
not even like he can celebrate.
table. Did have that massive hand against Kevin there.
Yeah,
Super
massive
cooler.
cooler.
10.3K.
Oh, I thought you were bringing the flag now.
Yeah, biggest pot by far.
Oh, gotcha.
Nobody's gonna restraddle anyone.
Hardstock asking about extending the stream some. It's possible. See what the players want to do as we get closer to the end.
Fold 2, fold 3.
Sometimes you get a group that's happy to just keep on going and extend. Sometimes they want to move it off stream.
It wasn't live anymore.
See what kind of mood they're in.
The actual game.
Oh, because we're getting a new block so we can do it?
That's what they're saying.
Big Bird opened it up to 75. King, queen suited. Rick calls from the button with ace-8.
Finally, we get a round.
Raise to 300 to 1.
Suited up.
That was the player.
And
Just held it
Todd,
up.
3-bet. 3-bet alert with ace-queen. Looks like Big Bird's not getting out of there. He's going to put in the call.
I hope he's buying it for more than.
Fold 7. Heads up.
came in late.
Here comes queen high. So Todd getting the dream flop against Big Bird here.
Dreams are made of for Todd, who is stuck.
Yeah, both of these players stuck right now. We'll probably try going for the max.
Alright, but just like play a little fast.
As we do see Big Bird just call. Such a wet board, thought he may go for the raise. Instead, he just turns the king.
250 into 1.
Todd's still betting for value, firing out 250.
I think it's cute. You know, like chess, like everybody's just playing blitz now. Or like you know what I mean?
Raise to 1,025.
Now we see Big Bird raise it up.
It's the same thing here. It's like, you know, you got a shot clock in hand. You know,
Praying Todd has ace king.
in college ball, when they didn't want that for one. Baseball, they fucking shot clock. Right? Like, put the shot clock on it.
They're talking about doing shot clock, which is something that I've brought up quite a bit of times.
Like something crazy fast.
Todd might be getting away from this.
Yeah, definitely a frustrating night for Todd. Good fold.
Yeah, it's fine. I think 45 is a pretty good compromise. Like 30 seconds is kind of the standard when it comes to
River or something.
top cover club.
It's like, man, people gotta throw.
They give everybody like 5 time banks that are like 3 minutes or 30 seconds long. Because there's not that many hands that actually need shot clock.
You'll get a third show.
So much more enjoyable. It's slow enough as it is. He's trying to get hands out there. We don't have auto shuffler.
Fold 6.
He's got these big ass funky birds that are hard to shuffle.
Raise to 107. Fold 8.
Rick with a suited ace, gonna make it 100 to go.
9. Call 1.
Don putting in the called ace queen. See if we can catch an ace high flop for everybody out there on YouTube. Eagerly waiting to see how Don does tonight. Unfortunately, aces were cheap as we saw Carson let go of ace 7. Todd made the best hand as it came down Jack 10-5, holding middle pair. Don does have a gut shot to Broadway, looking for a king to improve to a straight. Don is going to bet the turn, which gets through Todd, and then Rick folds behind. So we actually see Don get to take this one down now. Aggression paying off.
Made it myself, guys.
He's about as official as it gets.
You know?
Nothing but the best here, boys. Tell your friends.
Once again, do appreciate everybody hanging out with us tonight, Friday night, for what is now a 5-10-25 no-limit game. Been pretty good action so far. Would imagine it's going to continue.
There you go.
Just gonna say, I hope it wasn't a funeral. 7. No, all right, then you look that up for
Chris Harrington asking for the keyword to be determined. We're taking suggestions. A few people had some earlier.
What's that?
Well, I saw all the suckers. I was like, I gotta get in.
Calls in the 4. Fold 6. Fold 7. Raise 108. Fold 9. Rocky.
On the next dealer change, we will do the giveaway word, guys. And then we'll give you guys a couple hands to catch back up and hopefully enter the giveaway. So whenever you see Trey coming back in, that is the giveaway.
Should be about 10-15 minutes if I'm guessing right.
Roughly so, yes, sir.
That's 108. Calls in the 1. Fold.
Rocky, you've already played more hands than the other guy.
Absolutely.
Back 1.
10 minutes. Or 1 minute. I have to see the lot.
300.
Yes, I get it.
Hunter going to fire out. Repping an ace.
Todd not going away quite yet. Just has a bluff catching hand.
And now it's going to be real tough to rep that ace as another one comes out on the river. Looks like Hunter is going to go for it, though, knowing his trays are no good.
Sending it. The triple barrel here. Todd took the chip protector off the card. It's usually a pretty good sign of folding. But Todd is stuck quite a bit right now.
Tell he's shaking his head in frustration.
Wow.
But he
Great
does let it go.
Hunter.
So Rocky, have you played on
One of the best for a reason.
Oh yeah.
not yet?
I said, oh yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, Hunter finding the right bet size to get that one. Steal it away.
My bad side.
This game is a stated 5-10 for 3 blind.
Okay.
So you're
25 on this hand.
I'm playing. Oh.
Just to get back up the line to the guy.
I got you.
So get Don a Kit Kat. Mark says get him a Kit Kat. Is that his superfood?
It is his superfood.
Give him a power up.
You know, I think maybe it was last week during the series, but Don said that they saved him the very last Kit Kat that we had, just because he gets it basically every day.
Oh, yeah?
that he's here, yeah.
That's his end of night treat.
Yeah, so he doesn't drink, and you know, we always offer the very first round for the live stream players, and he just asked if he could get a Kit Kat instead.
Seems fair.
It is fair. That or peanut M&Ms.
I mean, chocolate is a vice.
I agree.
That's why you see, at least it used to be that way in Vegas. The girls would walk around offering cigarettes and candy.
Great, great combo.
They were separate from the waitress offering all the drinks.
How many times have we seen a straight flush draw here on the flop?
Quite a few.
Hasn't connected quite yet.
If it connects in the form of a 9 this time, he might stack Todd.
Wow, look at that. 20 outs for Hunter, but a lot of them missing. That's crazy. Over half of them missing.
And Hunter might just commit it now.
708.
Pretty much does. Pretty much committing Todd to an all-in or a fold. But he takes door number 3, puts in the call.
Or like 1,000 more in total.
Yeah, it does look like Todd
Little
has
bit
a
more.
little bit more than, but somehow Hunter bricks the open-ended, bricks the hearts.
If he can find the shove, though, it's going to work, I believe.
I think so. We already put in 1,000 from Todd. Has about 1,300, I think, is what Todd just said.
And Lucas, looked like he's starting an argument in chat saying bourbon is better than chocolate.
Why not both?
We're going to have a booze versus candy argument come in hot.
Hunter is going to put them all in.
Yeah, especially with that run out. Not the best one you want to see when you're holding on with a tray.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of ace, queen of hearts, queen, jack hearts. Wow, and Todd is going to get rid of it. Hunter's gotten him to fold the best hand back-to-back hands.
Yeah, back-to-back hands. That's sick.
Tough to do. That's tough to do.
Really hard to bluff off a guy that's having a rough go, too. Usually you'll see some
Looser calls.
frustration calls.
Absolutely. Dark suit and white socks. I didn't pay attention to the socks, but
I've given up trying to figure out good fashion advice, so I'm just going to go with no comment. I'm in
at least you have a wife
there.
to dress you.
Huh?
I said at least you have a wife to dress you, right?
I'm in there for the chocolate versus booze discussion, but I'm out on the clothes and proper socks.
I luckily don't have to wear a suit.
101, fold 2. Calls in 3.
Chris saying he'll be up here tomorrow. Used all of his run good on the 100K guarantee.
Hopefully it was a good one then.
So hopefully you get a little bit of some run good tomorrow. Hitting the high hand during the 24K giveaway.
Absolutely. Good luck. If I deal it to you, remember me.
And that's a pretty big turn for Kevin.
103.
Turn in the full house. Todd open-ended. He's going to put in the call. 7 or queen would spell disaster for Todd.
And Now it's a spade, though.
Yeah,
Four
he
spades
does.
on board.
So he does improve to a flush. And looks like he went for a small bet, which when he gets check raised, he should be able to get away from it now. You see him snap, turbo, fold.
This is just Kevin's world, and we're living in it.
Every hand Kevin's entered, he's just gotten a super good run out, too. It's been,
Yeah, very fortunate.
been an amazing night for him.
It's kind of like what we said with Don earlier, where he was just running good, making good folds.
Yeah, Brian, though, has been on the side of some huge pots. Got that full double up through Todd for almost 5K earlier. Don's has been the, you know, just navigating perfectly in the 500 to 1K
Don's
pots.
been playing very, very well. This is for sure.
Saw maybe one misstep all night. Been going for 4 hours, and he's had one tough spot where he chose incorrectly. The rest of the time, he's done well. Big Bird looking down at a premium. Looks like he's assembling a 3-bet. Sure enough, does go to 350 with his pocket queens. After we saw Don raise it up and the whole world started calling. Now, Rick calling. See if it opens the door for anybody else to come along. They all get out of the way. So it's just going to be Rick in position with his King 7 suited against Big Bird's pocket queens. And the flop hits a pair for Rick, just not the pair he needed. 10-8-7 rainbow.
406.
Rick's holding a 7. We've seen him call down before when it's a board that doesn't look super great for the pre-flop raiser, this being similar. 8 of spades on the turn. Interesting to see if Big Bird continues firing. But he does check for some pot control, especially if he's against 8-9. That just came in. You're not getting value out of a ton of hands on that turn card. And now river is a 9 of clubs. A 4-liner on board. Now any jack or 6 beat you as well. May see it just go check, check again. Rick holding the 7 obviously beats any ace, king, ace, queen type hands.
Those queens and eights.
And sure enough, it does go check, check, and Big Bird's queens are going to take this one down.
Playing so bad.
It's like Bruce says he also enjoys the Kit Kats over the drinking. Steve says Kit Kats are being discontinued. Steve, I don't know if you can say that, man. That's not cool. Please don't tell me Kit Kats are being discontinued. Now I feel like I have to go Google it because I'm curious myself.
Oh, good lord.
Ball 9, ball 1, ball 2, 3, and 4, ball 6. There's a 100.
All right, action got around to Rick in the second blind of 10. Decides to raise it up and gets to take this one down without any trouble. Oh no. Yeah, I do appreciate everybody who's been coming out, hanging out with us in the chat, watching along on this, what is now a 5-10-25 no limit hold'em game. Again, we're coming to you live from Best Bet Jacksonville, located here in Jacksonville, Florida. Got live streams coming to you every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, plus the occasional tournament final table sweat on some off nights.
Everyone else doing okay?
A cup of ice.
Just ice? Okay.
Newest player to the table, Rocky. He's going to put in the call 25 with his pocket 9s.
Any other food? Any
Calls
other
in
drinks?
6,
Coffee?
calls
Cocktails?
7,
Big Bird's going to limp along as well from the button.
calls 8. And a check.
And now everybody's in there out of the blinds, including the straddle checking his option. Straddle being Don.
Check 7.
We're off to a king high flop, so nobody too happy with this one. Action quickly checks through. Turns an 8. Gave a few gut shots out there. Action snap checks around again, and now river 8 is going to give Rick the best hand. Rivering 3 of a kind. And he's going to bet out for value, and everybody's going to get out of there until he gets around to the big bird. He's going to look him up with ace high. So it was an 8 or nothing. And unfortunately for him, Rick gets to show the 8.
That's good. Thank you, Rick.
And pot going Rick's way, 3 of a kind there.
All right, Trey's coming back in.
Again, do appreciate everybody hanging out with us. We'll be back at it again next weekend, as usual, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. Next weekend's going to be quite the doozy. We got a little bit going on every day next week across all the Best Bet properties. Saturday, September 2nd, we'll be doing a 10K day over at Orange Park. That one will go from noon to midnight. Sunday, September 3rd, there will be a stack tournament down at the St. Augustine Room, 300 buy-in, 30K guaranteed on that event. Kicks off at 12 noon. One-day tournament. And then the very next day, Monday, Labor Day, September 4th, we're going to be doing a shared promo across all 3 properties, $2,000 every 30 minutes. So whichever one or 2 that you may want to check out next week, feel free. A nice bit of action coming to you across Labor Day weekend. And as we've seen most of the time, went with a $50 bomb pot on the dealer change here. And wow, Kevin, like we were talking about, always waking up with some premium hands and some premium spots. Looking down at top set in a bomb pot. Todd with a flush draw is going to put it all in. Kevin snaps. Out of nowhere, Kevin and Todd getting it all in a bomb pot. Flush draw for his top set. Looks like they would elected to run it once. And Kevin's got him drawing dead on the turn for the board pairs. And Todd bricks out. Yet again, another huge pot just going Kevin's way. Just that easy.
I think this is the hottest I've ever seen you run.
Don says this is the hottest I've ever seen you run. I don't know if we've ever seen somebody run harder than Brian since he sat down. Yeah, Cassie on the dealer change, keyword time. It should be coming in shortly. Kirk just had to step out to help with something. And he will be back any second. As soon as he does get back, we're going to have the keyword entered in. Giveaway not too far off. In case anybody out there is somehow unaware, Cassie was referencing the keyword for Don's giveaway. So Don E, there in the 9 seat, giving away 5% of his winnings tonight, as he likes to do every time he plays in the live stream. Should he win, he'll give away 5%. And that keyword should be coming to you momentarily. So if you're watching us on Facebook, feel free to jump over on YouTube. It is a YouTube giveaway.
Take one from Don and the rest from me.
Okay.
What do you got? I'm going out of town, so I need more cash.
That's 5K.
Looks like Todd's going to be getting situated with the reload. Coming back in for 5K.
Where did this come from, Don?
Yeah.
While he's doing that, Big Bird gets to flop top pair. Ace King tray board. Does check it. Rick checking it back rather than trying to bluff at it.
Yeah, I got full.
Big Bird reaches for a bet. Rick snap folds. K Mill say Rocky is playing out of his normal stakes, taking a shot at the 5-10 game. It's been a pretty fun table, so not the worst one to maybe go try, test your luck, and move up to a bigger game. Especially if you recognize a portion of the table, you know, The game might be a little bit bigger, at least you might feel comfortable navigating against them. Table full of pretty regular players here at Best Bet, so. I guess if Rocky's taking a shot, then well, you know who to root for. He did recently get to the table, hasn't really played any hands worth noting yet, so we'll keep an eye on it, see how he does. In the meantime, Big Bird waking up with a monster. And it looks like Rick putting in a 3-bet. I've seen Big Bird open a good chunk of hands recently. So maybe he's thinking he can just steal this one away. And when action folds back around to Big Bird, he's going to put in the 4-bet. Makes it 7:50 to go. Rick, getting to play this hand in position, is going to put in the call. Looks like he's going to try to make the best of it with this hand. And with that flop, opens the door for him to do so. 8, 7, 5, 2 hearts. Big Bird going with a big continuation size with such a wet board. And now we're going to see Rick just stuff it. Straight draw, flush draw, get it in right here and right now. See the run out. Clean turn for Big Bird. Gets the clean river as well. His kings are going to hold for a huge double up. And just like that, out of nowhere, Big Bird accumulating quite the chip stack. Had a really, really rough go of things to start the day. The vast majority of it's gone against him. That may have just got him unstuck.
33-35 total.
Really like the flop bet size by Big Bird in that hand. Says let's just get it in right here, right now. No reason to get cute. KML saying gross fade. Yeah, real gross fade there. Super wet board for sure.
All right. All right, guys, really quickly, here are the stats so far. Sorry, I had to step
There
outside.
we go. Kevin, the huge winner.
10K now. Donnie's still up around 5K.
Yeah,
Not bad, not
Donnie. Yeah, and that got Big Bird up on the day
Wow.
after being stuck the vast majority of it. Rick having a real rough go there at the bottom. Here we're going to see the V-pips. 3 of them right there at the 40% mark. 4 even. So pretty tight, pretty good.
bad. Not so bad. After this hand, I will type in the keyword in the in the YouTube chat, guys.
So YouTube giveaway only. If you're hanging out on Facebook, feel free to jump over real quick. Again, for any of you in there, you can only type it in one time. If you type it more than once, then it automatically DQs you. We let the computers that control all of our lives decide who wins. Nothing that we have any control over. So once you do it, we can't go back and fix it. But you'll see it typed in to the live chat. You can feel free to copy and paste the full word, or you can type it in yourself. I have a hard time spelling. I like the copy and paste move. But Don, the one we're talking about, in a tough spot now, as we see Kevin turn the nut straight against him, holding bottom set. Kevin going big. May actually let Don off the hook here. Kevin went smaller. Obviously, Don would have called looking for a board pair. But 4 to a straight on board and somebody leading out. But instead, Don's going to go looking for that boat. So here we go, everybody. Let's see Don get a board pair.
Ugh.
It does not come. It's a little bit going the other way.
Yeah,
Don, as we saw, that stat was up around 4,600, so he'll still be up about 4K heading into the giveaway.
Once again, guys, that is a rough estimate.
Yeah, rough estimate. We're no mathematicians over here.
I'm not entirely sure what happened. Looks like Kevin bet.
Yeah, Kevin bet and Don folded.
All right, guys. Here's the keyword for the giveaway. It must be spelled exactly like that.
You want the exclamation point included as well. Megalodon Key.
It's a great one. Obviously, we like to do the play on words from conversations throughout the night, and this was a very funny one to us.
Yeah, like Diego asking in the chat, is the shark tooth in front of Don? Yeah, it's a Megalodon shark tooth. And earlier we saw RZ calling Don a donkey, so Megalodon donkey. Megalodon.
Part of the transaction, raise 300 in the 7.
So again, make sure you only say it once or copy and paste it once.
Most definitely. We will wait 2 hands.
And give everybody a chance to get in there.
Yep. Let everybody get in there. We appreciate everybody chilling, typing with us, hanging out. It's been a good time, guys.
And for all of you in there doing the chat, feel free to, talk to us as well. Ask us questions, make fun of my hair, whatever you want to do. Just whatever you do. Let's check out this 3-bet pot from Rick. Raise up with aces and Big Bird with a straight flush draw again. Again, Big Bird and Rick might clash. This is twice. We just saw it the other way where Rick flopped a straight flush draw against Big Bird's big pair. Now the roles are reversed. Big Bird double gutted plus flush draw. So everybody's letting it fly in the chat with the Megalodonkeys.
It's a lot of giveaways, guys. We love that.
Yep. Appreciate everybody in there doing so. Glad you get to watch this pretty crazy hand unfold while doing so. Saw Rick go with a nice sized bet. Big Bird just going to call. Not going for a huge check raise here. Board pairs with a 4. Definitely not one of the cards Big Bird was looking for. Checks it over to Rick again. Imagine we're going to see Rick continue betting. Almost 3K in the middle now. This pot's ballooning up fast. Does check it back for pot control. And river's a brick tray. So does Big Bird elect to bluff, knowing he can't beat ace high, praying to God that his opponent has ace king. I think if he does, it's going to be disastrous. Can't imagine Rick's going to fold to a bet here. See Big Bird really thinking about it, but does just check it over. Really thinking about pulling the bluff. Did not do so. Fortunate for him that he didn't, as Rick was going nowhere, especially after checking back the turn. When you check back turn, you're calling a bet on this river.
3,000.
Yeah, going for the big bet, making it look a little bluffy. You know, should Big Bird be holding a 10 here, it would put him in a really tough spot. We can see that Big Bird's going nowhere and just gonna, as Eddie said the other day, count to 15 and then put in the fold. That's how he puts it. Everybody's got that number they like to play at the same speed, apparently.
I'm happy to win the pot.
Obviously is.
Beaten and bruised up tonight.
And there it is. Big Bird's gonna lay it down. Rick getting some of his chips back from Big Bird. Huge one going his way. Daniel asking if Don starts losing, do we owe him? No, no, no. Should something disastrous happen, for the love of God, hopefully that doesn't happen.
Wait, you didn't read
Nobody
the fine
would
print?
owe.
You didn't read the fine print?
I can't read, Kirk,
Oh,
so
yeah,
in your face.
so- Got him.
But yeah, should something disastrous happen, no, you do not owe anything. It's a strictly free roll for everybody out there, courtesy of Don. So if you ever see Don out there when you're in here playing, please throw him a thank you for all that he does.
This every single stream that he starts on, even in the middle of ones sometimes that he joins in late. Very cool of Don. All right, guys. Once again, right after this hand, we will be rolling for a winner.
Yep, if anybody missed it, keyword Mega LaDonkey.
Exclamation point. Mega LaDonkey.
With some capitals in there, I would go with the copy paste.
Yeah, copy paste is good. I know it's a little complicated for you, Mike.
It is. This hand is a little bit more anticlimactic than last one. Last one was pretty good. This one, not as great for viewership, but nonetheless, okay. Todd's going to go bluffing at it.
That might be good.
It might get it done. Let's see, Big Bird's going to fold. Don does have a gut shot to go with the pair, but under pair of the board, he lets it go.
All right, guys, drum roll, please.
We go.
Good luck, everybody.
We're off to find the winner of the Don 5% free roll. Mitchell
has won. Mitchell, go and type in chat. Once again, guys, please do have a Facebook and or Instagram. That way we can DM you guys on there and get your information for Don. But congrats to Mitchell there.
Yep, feel free to reach out to us. If you're not Mitchell, not that you want to wish ill will upon him, but you know, keep an ear out in case he doesn't respond. We'd have to roll again.
Yeah, I'm probably not the guy to bluff right now. That's a good read.
That's the reason why I should bluff you.
Do appreciate everybody who did participate, though. Glad to see that many people are out there watching us.
Yeah, there's a lot. We got 37 eligible users. That's sick.
Nice.
That's super sick. Not too bad.
I appreciate everybody hanging out with us on a Friday night.
Yeah, I think we've had just about over 100 concurrent viewers this whole stream, so that's been very awesome.
Thank you, everybody.
You make this possible for us. And there's a Mitchell there. He says, yo.
Yo.
Congrats, brother. All right, let me shoot you a link really quick.
But yeah, again, do appreciate everybody hanging out, watching this 5-10, 25 no limit game with us. Got about an hour left in the stream. Been a lot of fun hanging out tonight on Friday. We'll be back at it again next week. A couple of cash games lined up next weekend, as well as a ton every week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday through the month of September, including one bonus day. Now we got a final table coverage coming from the 100K guarantee. Comes through on the weekend of the 21st through 24th. Nice little 400 buy-in, 100K guarantee event here at Best Bet Jacks.
Oh, yeah.
Here we're seeing Todd and Hunter butt heads. Ace high versus king high. It actually goes check. Todd hoping his king high was good. Hunter hoping his ace high is good, and it's going to go ace high.
I was just like, I'm going to bet so much unless he's got something.
Patrick saying appreciate the stream. Appreciate you guys watching, saying so. That's what we're here for. Chris asking none tomorrow. Unfortunately, no. There will be no stream tomorrow. After having a stream for the Mystery Bounty event this last weekend, I had to find an excuse to give Country and a couple of guys off. So there will be no stream tomorrow as normal. Plus, huge promo going on here tomorrow, so it'll be all hands on deck, a little distraction as well with the 24K day going from 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. So if you got that poker itch, feel free to sneak on in and play tomorrow. No, I would if I could.
Definitely been the bug for a bit. Oh well. Thankfully all these for
3 ways to a flop here where Kevin's going to flop the best of it. Said that quite a few times tonight. Kevin, when he's in there, seems to constantly flop the best hand. Rick with a little bit of light, turning flush draw. And now he's just going to take the betting lead. And it is an overcard to Kevin's pair. Maybe not the best card for him to see. Let's see if he wants to call or fold. Looks like he does put in the call. And river is a brick, so Rick is going to have to take it down with a bluff. Does check it. Kevin's going to check back his pair of queens. And again, Kevin gets to take a pot. So Kevin adding to that sweet, sweet chip stack he has. What dreams are made of over there.
50 on the button. And 7. Todd gets 50 on the button. Action start the small blind.
So we got the re-straddle on, 50 to go from Rick there on the button, trying to stir some stuff up. Create a big pot for himself. Instead, everybody's scared, gives him a walk. Rick gets to take it down without any trouble.
Still waiting on the message there, Mitchell. Let me know whenever you do send that, please, and thank you.
I wish I got Delta Ace.
You had them tonight. You had them tonight.
Everyone folded pre-flop.
Oh, yes. Yes, I did one time. Oh, yeah? I did have it one time.
Darcy in for the quarter.
That was a long time ago.
Couple hours.
Huh?
Couple hours.
No, it was longer than that.
Well, we played it for a total of 5 hours. Man.
Yeah, but it was pretty early on in the session.
It's 2 hours and 22 minutes ago.
Go from a couple to a few. Raise 75 and 7.
Rick making it 75 to go. Hunter looking down at 9-7 suited, putting in the 3-bet. Assume he's aware that Rick's been opening up as of late. Trying to isolate with the 3-bet. Fortunately for him, you see Todd come along with King Jack out of the big blind. Rick's going to call him with 3 ways. Queen 9 6 flop. Hunter flops middle pair. Todd's got the gut shot plus an overcard to this board. Action checked all the way around to an ace on the turn. Nobody's going to be too happy to see that, except for Hunter. Has the pre-flop 3-better. He can represent that ace a lot better than the other two. And that's what he does when it checks over to him. His bet is going to take it down. Once again, do appreciate everybody hanging out with us. Should be a fun day tomorrow for that 24K day here at Jacksonville. Just in case you can't make it out here tomorrow, you're looking for some other events coming up. We have a multitude going on across Labor Day weekend. Saturday, September 2nd, we'll be doing the 10K day over at Orange Park. That promo running from noon to midnight. Nice, fun $10,000 giveaway. Sunday, September 3rd, doing a stack tournament down at St. Augustine. $300 buy-in, $30K guaranteed on that one-day event. And then Monday the 4th, Labor Day itself, we're doing a shared promo across all 3 rooms. High hand, every 30 minutes, getting $2,000.
Raise all in the 4.
Don't be intimidated.
And here we saw Rocky put in the limp jam with his ace-king suited. Good spot to do so, as the action has loosened up a little bit. He's off of a chip stack that's pretty shovable. Would imagine Hunter is going to come along with the pocket jacks, though.
This is
Should Rick fold.
That's gas. That's groceries.
Jack's being a little too strong to let go of in this configuration. But as K Mills pointed out earlier, this is Rocky taking a stab at a bigger stake game than he normally plays. So kudos to him for pulling the trigger, getting it all in here with the ace-king suited. Sometimes when you move up, you can get a little gun shy. But we do see Rick put in the call at the 4 tray. So now question for Hunter is whether to put in the ISO raise or just call. He's definitely never folding. And there it is. He does go with the ISO shove. Trying to just get Rick out of there and run his equity against one player rather than two. Getting all that dead money in the middle. So it does get Rick out of the way. And we'll be off to the races here. Classic ace-king versus pocket jacks. Flipping the coin for the chips in the middle. And we see a jack-high flop, so Hunter going to be scooping this pot.
Ace threes?
3-4 of hearts.
Oh, shit.
Rick getting the good news that he laid down. At first was frustrated because he saw the trays. Now seeing that he would have lost it all.
3-4 didn't get there.
Pointing out the 3-4 was no good.
Furious to have you real quick.
That pot going Hunter's way. Going to see him take it down. But GG to Rocky. Thanks for jumping on, Rock. Nothing you could have done there. Happily getting it in with ace-king suited pre. Had a chance to triple up in a coin flip, too, once Hunter isolated.
I feel like I'm missing all the big pots. This sucks. Oh, well. What are you going to do? So, unfortunately, guys, I did ask the players if they wanted to keep playing on the stream after, but 2 of them are taken off, but people are going to play upstairs, and, of course, you know, people who don't like to play on the stream will join them. So there will be a game, however, it will not be streamed.
I really thought they were going to agree to staying. The way this game's been going, it's been fun.
Yeah. But both Don and Todd are taking off. So.
Okay.
So that's okay, though. We had a good one.
Yeah. Don usually pretty hard set on his timing of things. Seems like an organized kind of guy. Wow, Rick and Kevin, 2 of the big stacks colliding on this one. Ace, king, pocket queens. Kevin with the queens, Rick with the ace-king. Kevin having one of the best nights. Rick having one of the worst nights. We'll see if that continues. As Kevin gets a super safe 6-high flop. Puts out a C-bet half pot, going 500 into about 1K. We see Rick frustratingly fold, and Kevin gets to take it down. Kevin just continually stacking chips tonight. Running pure, playing just fine. That's what you dream of when you start getting in the car on your way to the poker room. Just having the kind of night he's having.
I think I saw a country comment earlier saying, is this the best that we've ever seen Kevin run? And yeah, I would say so.
It's close to the best I've seen anybody run.
It's been pretty above average, just winning every single hand ever.
It's also been just
sickest run outs.
Almost no decisions. Like, it's not like he's putting in tough calls or anything. It's just like, oh, I made the nuts against another guy who has like the third nuts. Like, not that he's doing anything wrong. It's just it's nice when it works out for you like that.
Sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Not for me though. I don't know about you, Mike. And like this, he calls it king 3 suited, flops a monster.
We're seeing Rick bet at it on that turn.
King 5. King 5.
River bricks out for Kevin, so we do see Rick win this one.
Yeah,
it's because Kirk jinxed it.
Absolutely. Can't run good all the time.
So, yeah, Kevin finally losing a pot, and it's about 400 in the middle. Winning the big ones. Smooth sailing kind of day.
All right, Mitch, I got all your info. Congrats again, man. Hopefully Don spins up a little bit with the last 30 minutes remaining, last 40 minutes.
Congrats to Mitchell officially. He is the man with the 5% of Don's winnings tonight. See how Don can do over this final 30-40 minutes we have of the live stream this evening.
Yeah, it's been bleeding off a little bit the last couple hours or so, but anything could happen. We always like to say it's not a complete lock win, but we're rooting for Don.
That's a Pretty fun flop of King Jack 10 all hearts. Nobody with a hand that connects with that board though. See who wants to bluff at it first here between Big Bird and Rick. Neither one does. Now they're both playing the board on this river. First one to put a chip in the middle is going to take it down. And it looks like Big Bird's going to do it. Rick snap folds. Shane joining us now. How's it going, Shane? Did you miss anything? Just the majority of the stream, unfortunately. We're heading into about the last half an hour. Been a pretty fun table. It evolved into a 5-10-25 game pretty quickly, rather than just a standard 5-10. It hasn't been a off-the-rails game like the 10-25 last week, but it's been a prototypical above-average game, I would say. Like if you were going out to play 5-10, this is the kind of game you'd be looking for. Pretty fun table, pretty talkative table.
Yeah, a lot of different
pretty
conversations.
Good amount of
sure.
action.
Yeah, it's been solid. It's been a very great game.
Yeah, so say it's been a very above average table. You don't have that off the rails crazy action, but it's been fun. You definitely did miss at least one big cooler. Saw a big one between Todd and Kevin. Todd in the 1 seat, Kevin in the 3 seat. That's what started Kevin's. Kevin got an early double up in a standard spot, and then he got a massive double up between him and Todd. Flush over flush. Yeah, the first one was Ace King versus Ace King.
Diamonds against Ace King off, and just came diamond, diamond, diamond. That's all she wrote for Rick, who was stuck about 8K, 10K.
Say Kirk in the booth, not in the box. That's why there were no coolers. There's a few, just not as many. Not as many.
You know, we always got to save the power. What's up, Shayna? Good to see you, brother. There's a comment a long time ago where they said that you're just charging up until the next time you deal, and I was like, you're darn right.
I thought you were just constipated all day. I didn't know that's what you were doing, is charging up.
Oh, yeah. Don't give away the secrets.
Kevin with the best hand. Can't imagine anybody's going to put up any trouble there. Sure enough, Kevin takes it down with a small bet.
Guess 50 for the bomb.
I guess one of the only things you have missed, Shane, up till now is the players have been agreeing to a $50 bomb pot every dealer change. Single board Hold'em bomb pot variety has been their spice of choice tonight. Not the PLO, not a double board. Just nice, simple.
And this pays for the rake for the next half hour.
Yeah, taking the time rake right out of it.
I'm like Jarrett? I'm like Jarrett? Don was like, quarterfinals are skinny because they forget to eat. That's halfway true, actually.
No, I mean, I agree. I eat like one meal a day. Is one and a half.
Miami tonight, New York tomorrow, says Shane. Whew.
Dinner. What typically would be
It's a fun schedule.
Always on the move.
Do appreciate you jumping on and hanging out with us for a little bit. Always fun having everybody come on in, talk with us, watch with us.
Yeah, Shane, I'm sure you enjoyed the 1-3 bomb pots that they do over there at St. Aug. Shane used to play on our streams quite often, and the 2-5s in the room, but obviously with being closer to St. Augustine, why would he not play there?
Yep, he confirms what you said. He loves the 1-3 game that's been having him.
Out of 100 from the 3. Call 6. Call 7.
Second or third time tonight, we've seen somebody look down at a premium pocket pair and a bomb pot. Never fun to wake up with those
Yeah, we
in a
had
spot like
queens
this.
earlier, and then a king on the board, and now we have kings with an ace on the board. And of course, it's none other than Kevin.
Check.
Yeah, Kevin, the best hand. A pot going Kevin's way, something we've
Shocker.
said a lot of times.
You know, I will say, usually, a lot of the time, whenever the giveaway is done, people leave the stream, but there's still over 110 people in the chats right now.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, everybody.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you staying with us, watching the game to the end. In case anybody wants to play that 1-3 game, or at least have an excuse to play that 1-3 game with Shane, we are doing a meetup game September 12th, 4 p.m. start time. Again, that's September 12th, 4 p.m., St. Augustine meetup game.
Hey, I'll show you some stats right after
let's
this
get-
one, Jim.
After this hand?
Yeah, after this hand.
And right after the meetup game, at around 8 o'clock, there's going to be some live music as well. Ramona and the Riot going to be playing, so a lot of chips, a lot of action, followed by some cool music potentially.
A lot of dealers, a lot of drinks
Yeah.
flowing. It's going to be a great time for sure.
You'll have Kirk the Cooler showing you all of his cool moves,
It's not many.
such as
Bluffing.
the muck and frown,
Getting it in the worst.
getting it in bad, all the hits.
Literally everything. Of course, tomorrow we got our 24K day, right? Here.
Yeah, 24K day here at Best Bet Jack's tomorrow. 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. So pretty much any time you feel like playing, it's going to be going on.
You can sleep in, you can wake up early, whatever you're choosing. All right, guys, here are the stats for the last 30 minutes.
Getting into the last half, and there it is,
Jesus,
Kevin
Kev.
smashing. Well, luckily, Don's still up 3,400.
That's still not too bad for a free roll. Hunter
Everybody's
quietly
sweating
up
that for
4K.
Mitchell. Yeah, Hunter battled. He was real quiet early, turning into a nice winning day. See the beef pips? Pretty close there. Everybody's been hovering around similar marks, except for Hunter was card dead for the most part when he first got here. Kind of handcuffed to folding for the first hour and a half, 2 hours. Obviously, I've been seeing him get it in the mix. Pulled off 2 huge bluffs against Todd. He just got it in against Rocky not too long ago for a flip and took that one down.
Like sometimes I think about like sick bets where I could search
And Todd waking up with ace queen out of the small blind, making it 100 to go.
2-5, 10 hours a day, but you're not allowed to play a hand, and then just bet him like 10K or something, right? Like some
Kevin,
of them-
yet
some of them
again,
do that, like,
out flopping
Everybody.
I'm
his
wondering
opponents.
if something's wrong. Like, is there
Flops
some
top
kind of
pair,
problem or something?
puts in the call after Todd C bets 100.
Like, sometimes
But oh,
There's some justice for Todd.
things are a-changing.
Let's go check.
Yeah. Todd spikes the ace, and he gets to take down a pot.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I used to do that.
We see Kevin lose one. Hasn't happened too much.
Yes. Not me. I want to, but like Doug from Tampa.
Sleepy Don. Now if this would have happened sooner, we'd have had our better keyword. Sleepy Don.
Sleepy Don. Could be for next time. Kit Kat Don.
Kit Kat Don. I think that's happened before.
Okay.
I feel like it has anyway.
It probably has.
$500 that he plays 3 hands or less. Trade in an hour. The next 2 hands.
It's not about money.
Under the gun shot.
I pushed it back, and he put it back out. Like he really wants to call mine.
And so I win, obviously, and Doug's so tilted, and I'm like, I mean, that was the easiest money I ever made. Like, there's no way.
Be 50 to call.
It's like, how is he gonna get dealt like single suit 150 better 3 times an hour? You know? I mean, that's nothing against him. It's just he's like honestly the typest player I've ever seen. Like, I don't know how he's Tony Miles. Like, I don't know how. In cash, at least, I have no idea how he took second.
Does Tony actually play anymore?
It was just crazy. Yeah, he still plays. He moved to Utah. Very nice guy, but like,
Just never plays.
seriously the easiest money I ever made in my life.
That was the guy who won final table at the main event.
Second place. Second place.
Second place.
I'm like, dude, how many times did you just get? Was it just like tier 1 hands?
Yeah,
Like,
easy.
You know, and it's. I mean, he's not as tight in Hold'em, obviously, but like in PLO, he's like legitimately the tightest player I've ever seen. But any rational person is going to be like, it's PLO, man. We're going to see like 35 flops in an hour. Like, there's just no way that this guy's not going to see more than 3 flops in an hour. But I just did. It was like a lock, like almost a lock.
Fold 8. Fold 9, fold 1.
I hope everybody out there is enjoying some of the lively stories going on as much as we are here. Like hanging out with everybody on a Friday night as we're winding down this 5-10-25 game. Came to you live from Best Bet Jacksonville, located in
Fun one, for
Florida.
sure. A lot of different stories, a lot of different conversations.
On the threshold.
Pots moving all to Kevin.
No 7-2.
A lot of pots to Kevin, a lot of stories from everybody but Kevin.
Kevin just stoic.
Being
chilling.
quiet. It's never the worst idea to be the quietest guy when you're up the most. Nobody wants to hear it.
Yeah.
We saw that last week.
Dude, I swear, I mean,
As
the guy was
the
so tight that
player who was up the most at one point was being a little
back then, I mean, maybe
boisterous, and people started getting frustrated.
I think he was like folding rainbow
that Jimmy?
aces for really good.
Yeah, Jimmy got a little frustrated.
Yeah,
Sometimes when a guy is beating your butt, you don't want to hear him
Yeah.
being overly loud about it.
Yeah, I would say that's the first time I've ever seen Jimmy snap, and that was quite the treat, considering I was in the box when that happened.
Yeah, if anybody didn't watch the game last week, we had a 10-25 game that very much turned into basically a 50-100 game.
Yeah.
A lot of all-ins, a lot of big swings. If you like
$200
some
can
big
open.
cash game action, I would go rewatch that one. 8 all-ins in the first 16 hands, and the action never let up.
Ridiculous. The whole night is ridiculous.
201.
Let's see if Todd can get paid off with his trip queens here. Big Bird is holding ace-jack with an ace on board.
Many flop pair boards. How about a turn pair board this time? You're not wrong there, Genesis. It's been quite a few juicy boards too. A lot of straight flush draws that we've seen that just brick.
Yeah, a lot of people semi-bluffing in this game. They flop straight flush draws and a couple of check raise. We saw a real early check raise spot for Don, where you get to take down a nice pot. Check raising with the nut flush draw. Took it down uncontested.
Todd picks up a pretty nice pot there.
And nice
About
little
time.
value size on the end there. 300. Probably getting him paid the most possible. Getting the call out of Big Bird's ace. I think if he goes for too much more, Big Bird might have been able to let it go.
Make sure it's on mine. You better not straddle.
Make him buy it. It's not a straddle.
Yeah, it's okay.
Make him buy it.
Fold 2. Raise 75 and 3. Call 6.
And Kevin opened it up with ace-4 suited.
All in the one.
Gonna see a couple of calls so far out of Big Bird and Rick. Todd's gonna complete out of the third blind. It's 4 ways to a flop.
Check 1.
It's down king 10-6. Big Bird open-ended. Probably the hand you'd want to have on this board compared to the others.
Yeah, nobody else has a darn thing.
And 2 people with ace high, that is it.
Call 7, call 1.
Looks like Big Bird decided to bet when it checked over to him on the button. Everybody snap folds. He gets to take it down. Again, if you enjoy what you're watching, we will be back at it again next week.
35.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday night cash games next week. 6 p.m. on Thursday, Friday, 4 p.m. on Saturday. And that is our
On his button.
live stream times the vast majority of weeks. We are taking tomorrow off,
Yeah.
as we just wrapped up the card player tour this last week and had coverage on Sunday and Monday. Had to sneak a day off somewhere, so it'll be tomorrow.
Just for country, not for us.
Just for country,
They all keep going.
if he's still watching.
Yeah, he deserves it. But yeah, as Mike said, the 31st we come back to 2-2, then 2-5, and then another 2-2 to wrap up the weekend next week. Should be a lot of fun, as always.
If you're looking for any future games, as well as maybe looking to sign up yourself, feel free to hop on the website, bestbetjacks.com. Just click on the live stream drop-down menu in the poker section. And right there, you'll see the entire month of September laid out. And at the very bottom of that webpage is where you can sign up to play if there's anything that piques your interest. We run everything from 2-2 up to possibly 50, 100 this next month. Not sure how big our biggest game is going to be yet. A couple things still to be determined. I know there's a 10 1/4 on the board, but there's discussion of getting a bigger game, just depending if everybody can make it out as planned. We will see soon. Looks like Rick's bluffing at this one with just queen high. Todd snap calling with the ace. He's going to take this pot down. Rick's been having a pretty rough go tonight. Nothing going his way. Getting caught bluffing, not catching them bluffing. It's been one of those days.
Yeah, Rick was pretty close to even after before that hand against Kevin.
Yeah, and he ran into that big one.
It's a massive one.
Losing ace-king against ace-king all in pre is always frustrating too.
Yeah, that is a very annoying spot.
In addition to the live stream schedule, all of our tournament and promotions for the month of September are up on the website as well. So feel free to jump online, check out what we have coming up. A couple of good tournaments this month. Stack at St. Augustine on the 3rd. GoPo at Orange Park on the 16th. And then 100K coming here to Jacksonville near the end of the month. First flight on the 21st. Last day, one flight on the 23rd. Day 2 being Sunday the 24th. All of that this month across the best bet locations. And after that, before you know it, it'll be WPT time. The World Poker Tour is coming to Jacksonville. First event kicks off October 26th. I'll be here for 3 weeks, culminating in a 5K main event. That full schedule is up online as well. All the confirmed events are listed. I know that just went live not too long ago, including a ton of satellites. In case you're somebody wants to jump in, take a shot. We saw Chris actually just took 2nd place in our Mystery Bounty main event of the Card Player Tour. He satellited in.
Yeah, that's a dream.
He's normally playing the daily tournaments across our properties.
Usually the $100, maybe the $200.
He'll take a shot at some GoPo type stuff, the 300 buy-ins, but he fired at a satellite, got through, and just kept spinning it all the way up to the final table, cruising to 2nd place. Took home almost $50,000 for his trouble, so a little bit of something for everybody out there. Hunter, rivering 2nd nut flush here.
308.
Gonna bet for value, but Carson's holding it no hearts. He's gonna have to let it go. Mitchell in the chat saying, deal Don aces and Hunter kings. Shocking, Mitchell, that you're rooting for Don to win a huge pot. Again, Mitchell, our fortunate, lucky winner of the Don giveaway. Don there in the seat right next to the dealer, the 9 seat. When he plays on the live stream, he likes to give back to the viewers, gives 5% of his winnings if he's booking a win to a random lucky viewer. And today, that is Mitchell. Won the giveaway a little bit ago. Gets to sweat the final couple of hands here, rooting for his boy Don to chip up. We get a playable hand, Mitchell. Don raising it up with ace-jack. Makes it 100 to go. Todd's going to call it the 7 tray suited. Big Bird's going to get in there with king-jack suited. And Rick flicking in the call at 9 deuce suited. So we're going 4 ways to a flop. It comes all spades. 9-4 deuce. This is nasty position for Rick, having 2 pair. Todd holding a flush. And we're going to see Rick fire out on his turn. Todd checking back that flush on the flop. Super disguised. You would never expect a small flush to check back here. So Rick has to think his 2 pair are good. I see a tray of clubs on the river. Any 5 would make a straight. Might prevent Todd from getting paid a
700 and a call.
Big amount. Todd's going to show the flush and take this pot down.
Wow, Todd coming back up a little bit.
And Todd, it's almost everything that Todd has won in big pots has been from Rick tonight. It's just been every time they've battled, Todd has the best of it.
With these hands too, 7-3, 9 deuce.
Yeah, 2 pair versus flush on the flop. hard knot for that pot to build.
Absolutely. I see Mitchell says deal Don aces against Hunter's Kings.
Yeah, Mitchell heavily invested, rooting Don in.
Do we ever just want Don to fold forever until the end of the
No,
night?
nobody likes a nit, Kirk.
We're nits here.
I know that. I know what I am. And nobody likes me, so I know nobody likes nits.
Gamble.
Ray, 109.
Mitchell, Don does have your information. I did send him over your info, so congrats again.
Ray,
And that is a frustration raise, whatever that is.
He's definitely been frustrated. This one might get through as nobody with a playable hand. Just going to let it go. Let Rick have it.
800? Yes. Did I mean to just grab a bunch of blocks and throw them in there? Yes. Did I play that hand like I don't give a fuck? Yes. That's the honest answer.
Does he give a fuck? No.
At the end of the day.
Correct.
That is an honest answer. Anybody want to do blind 5K?
Yeah, earmuffs. We forgot to say earmuffs if you have any kids at home watching, which
I hope you do.
if you do, why do you have them watching a poker stream at 11 p.m.?
It might be 8 p.m. for some of them.
That's true. I didn't think about the West Coast factor.
West Coast, yeah.
I retracted that part of the statement.
But why do you have them watching poker?
I wouldn't recommend having them watch
in front of me and he's like, my 13-5 years
an unedited poker stream, just about
Yeah.
anybody's poker stream.
Yeah, it can go off the rails.
This one's been pretty
I
tame.
want you to win
It
one.
has been.
Every now and then you're going to hear some stuff. It is a poker
I
table.
mean, we did hit your nuclear bomb in Cuba
That's enough.
from
That was about a movie.
documentary.
It was about a
Yeah,
movie.
Whatever it was, yeah.
That was like a lot more money for me back then.
We heard Todd break down how to do sports betting.
1K juice.
Saw Carson talking about pillow fights.
Give me some thing on it, like whatever.
A little bit of everything.
And then we said Don would win that pillow fight.
Don would win on any type of fight at this table, I feel like.
Probably a lot.
And
I don't know. Rick has some good size to him. I feel like.
Yeah, he's the only one who could put up a fight for sure.
but it was pretty much the same.
Big Bird's though, deceivingly large.
True,
He's a
true.
big man.
This is a relatively tall table on the one side and a relatively short table on the other side.
Anybody was going to say
I deserve to be on one of these
It's almost
sides.
like the seating arrangement was done by height.
flip. He had his like chips and rags. Anybody want to flip this? Yeah, I'll flip for you. And all of a sudden, like all the water drained out of his, the blood drained out of his face. Because somebody actually said yes. I'm sorry.
Nine spades.
And
Nine spades, 4 clubs.
so we flipped and I go one time.
75 is 9 call and
He bings.
flush.
No, Queen High won it.
108 and fold.
Hunter led this flop. Todd windmill folds.
I feel like it's like a 21K flip.
Quick hand.
Goes away, the other one goes. I just start playing with the red from the green. Yeah. All that going on.
Good handle on this thing.
It's all that wine you're drinking, Carson.
I just stopped like halfway through the stream.
Get him off. Get him some more. I lied.
Chicken fried rice.
Okay. Well, if you only get 1 meal a day, you know.
This is two. This is a 2 meal a day type of day. I had barbecue and then I had.
Those are some good sobering up foods.
Fold
Chicken fried rice here, delicious as always.
Fold 6.
I think that's all I ate the first year I was here.
Yeah, I mean it's
So
a good
good.
one. I like the mahi mahi. I thought
Yeah.
it was good here.
9.
I was sad when they got
Come
rid
on,
of it and
sunshine.
got
Not
cod.
even look.
But OP still had mahi mahi, which
Clearly
didn't make
gonna
any
win.
sense to me.
Button is good.
Turbo folding now, huh?
As you know, we tend to attract the good fish.
Yeah.
That's why I saw you in there
Fair.
yesterday.
Absolutely. It didn't go very well.
No, I saw you.
I was in and out.
I literally said so. I was like, well, that's not a good sign. I saw the quick walk of shame early in the tournament.
Yeah, it was like right before
whew.
registration ended, which is
Yeah.
the first time in a long time.
I was like, okay, rough go of things today.
My table was insane. It was a get it in table and pray. And it had a lot of chips on it.
You didn't pray correctly, huh?
I had ace king 5 times in the hour I was there, and I lost 3 out of the 5. And I had queens once, and I ran into aces, so that was about it.
I mean, you got all of those bad beats out for only $100.
That's true. 200.
Okay, I didn't know you fired 2 bullets.
That's how quick it was.
book me and Don. Oh, he's up. I think
Just stating
everybody's
this so
out.
you guys can come to the San Augustine meetup game and take my money more.
Yeah.
Carson.
If you get to his table, just get it all in against him. It doesn't matter what you have.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It matters that he can't win.
Well, we got the run cat out now, so it's fine.
It's true. He's about to turn it around.
Night for me. I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Well, you'll turn it around, but by the time the meetup game comes around,
It's gone.
it'll be back on again.
And it's gone.
50 to call.
Anybody know where that meetup game is on September 12th? Starts at 4 p.m. Going to be at the St. Augustine location. Kirk will be there,
I will be there.
as well as a lot of people that I know aren't good at poker, as I've already had a few people text me asking for that day off. So, can confirm. I'll make sure they're all for you guys.
I know the one I went to maybe 3 or 4 months ago, we had a dealer run up a 500 max game to 8.5K. How ridiculous does that sound?
I can only imagine that he didn't leave with much of it.
Probably not. He probably buy everybody rounds and rounds, and then it was gone. So it looks like they agreed to just bet 300 and run it. And Carson has a
Good
pretty much
agreement
dead
for Carson, yeah.
here. Yeah. I would say a very good agreement.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have made anything else. So ace queen holds for Carson. He gets to take it down.
I think if they didn't announce it, we'd get any more players.
Play the 5-5 PLO. It's good action.
No.
They don't either. It's just bingo. Just put it in.
Bingo.
Pot, Fred. Pot, Fred.
Yeah.
The triple P.
Triple P, I love that. Push P.
Hunter opening up with pocket tens this time around.
Call 6. Call in the 7. 3 players.
See both Rick and Big Bird defend from the blinds. 3 ways to a flop.
Good.
6, 7. Check around.
It's King, King 4 flop. Hunter still with the best hand. Until now, Rick turns an ace.
7.
No longer the best hand. Let's check around.
Rick Deuce River. Only brought backdoor heart. Nobody bet turn. We're going to see Rick fire at it.
50 in the 7.
Obviously, we know he's bluffing for value. Given the fact he checked that turn, Hunter might look him up.
Yeah, we got a really good bluff catcher hand.
Yeah, tough though with Big Bird behind him too.
But Big Bird is behind them, and he does let it go.
Correctly folding that time. Rick gets to take it down.
Yeah, Hunter does that quite a lot. Correctly folds,
He didn't even track that hand.
correctly calls. He's a very good player.
Trey, where you at?
He's got
Getting a sprinted.
I can call that running.
Yes. Can only imagine what it looks like when he runs.
Oh, this is the final hand of the night. Okay, let me show you stats before this one gets dealt out.
Good job.
You do stats after, right?
I could do that both too.
Well, that's what
This
we
is
need
what
Don
it
to
is.
win a big pot here, guys, for Mitchell's sake.
That's what we're preferencing.
Come party with
So
us.
this will be the last hand of the night. Once again, appreciate everybody that tuned in with us tonight.
Call 9 and 1.
Big shout out to everybody in the YouTube and Facebook chat.
Absolutely. It's been a lively chat, been lively everything. It's been fun.
Been a fun stream for sure. A lot of fun hanging out with everybody here.
Call 6. Raise 4.
Friday night. Nice fun 5-10-25 game. We're gonna get a nice fun final hand. Holy moly.
Wow.
Hunter waking up with ace king after Rick decides to 3-bet king jack.
Raise. 1200
Is the cold 4-ball. 1200 to go from Hunter.
and 6.
And I say, I don't imagine Rick's folding. He's been steamed up a little bit. He's ready to play a huge pot.
Maybe I'll double up last hand of the night.
Here we go. 10-8-6 flop. Let's see if Hunter wants to c-bet.
Doesn't really hit his range too much here.
That might be a spot to go either very small or check. He has a check. Not the turn card he wanted to see. 9 of clubs.
1507.
Wow.
Queen Jack comes in. Any 7 makes a straight.
Lots of 2 pairs are calling off.
Let's see. Doesn't quite believe it, but it's such a gross board. And he does let it go. We see Rick take a big one on the end.
Queen Jack? I was open-ended at least. Oh, yeah, Queen Jack.
All right, so that is going to wrap it up for the night.
I would have won.
It's going to wrap up the game for tonight. Let's look at the totals for the day. Kevin, the big winner, far and away. A nice, smooth sailing night for him, up over 12,000. Hunter booking a nice win even after that last pot, close to 5K. Donnie, the fan favorite, up 3,000. And Big Bird with a nice comeback, really. We saw him reload at least once and got all the way back into the profit. Carson had a pretty rough go. Couldn't get much going other than some wine. Booked a 3K loss. Todd, also the victim of a huge cooler against Kevin, lost 4K. And Rick, the roughest of them all, down 9,000 on the night. But once again, do appreciate everybody that watched with us tonight.
Yeah,
a lot of fun.
Everybody. It was a great stream. I mean, just from everybody chatting to the players chatting about a lot of different topics. But yeah, we appreciate everybody. And for our dealers tonight, guys, that's going to be it for us. Next Thursday will be the stream. It'll be a 2-2 game. But for our dealers, Trey and Tim, from myself, Kirk, and Mike, we appreciate you guys hanging out, guys. We'll catch you guys next time. Be good, everybody.